What should we name her? Everyone decided to call her Ditzy, so that's her new name. And he turned up with her. My job was to dress Ditzy, make her look beautiful, do her hair, put some lipstick on, put some nice clothes on her. And then obviously he had to do certain things to get his reward at the end of the session. But I don't get that all of the time, but I do get people coming to me going, yeah, give me some stripes, get the cane out, smack my bottom. So he was like, I'm really into heels. Do you want to see my heel collection? Right, so I went up to his room. He had these massive shoes. He's like, what should I do with these shoes then? It's like, I'm really into trampling. Can you just like bruise my back and cover me in marks? And I'm like, yeah, I can try that. I'm off on a bit of a tangent here. There was a little vicar from this local village in Portugal that used to love like coming out and taking pictures. So he'd be like doing fanny shots and stuff of like some of the girls, and he'd be like dressed in his all vicar garb and stuff. Oh yeah, so he likes to dress up in tights and put custard down them. Custard? So he started off as one of my phone clients years ago. He got in the taxi. And all of a sudden, she's like going, Mr. Driver! And she drags him in the house, grabs him, brings him in her flat, basically like pulls his trousers off. It was quite, and he really got into it as well. He kept turning around to the camera going, I'm a little slut, mistresses, what shall I do next?
Here we go, Kaz B Part 2. Tremendous response to our first ever interview with a dominatrix. And on the audio platforms, it's become the biggest thing in the last year. So we are back with Kaz B. Huge thank you for coming back on, Kaz.
Thank you.
Definitely.
How's life been treating you since we did our first part?
It's been really good. You know what, actually, since I was on this show, I've had submissive gentlemen get in touch with me going, I've heard the podcast. So my OnlyFans has gone up. They've been exchanging messages. All I can say is thank you. But yeah, I've been pretty busy.
Ooh, what have you been up to?
Well, this week, this wasn't via you guys, by the way, just so you know. I had one of my regular slaves come to me and he said, look, can I say trans sex doll? He's building up to see a trans lady.
Did you just say trans sex doll?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's building
elaborate.
up to a trans experience with a trans woman. But he thought, well, rather than go straight to that, let's just experiment and just go a little bit along the way. So he brought this trans sex doll with him. And we did a poll on Twitter. What should we name her? Everyone decided to call her Ditzy, so that's her new name. And he turned up with her. My job was to dress Ditzy, make her look beautiful, do her hair, put some lipstick on, put some nice clothes on her. And then obviously he had to do certain things to get his reward at the end of the session, which was a little bit of playtime with Ditzy.
So where does one get a trans sex doll from? Not that I'm...
If you're interested.
There will be no links in the description box.
I would say start with Google.
And is there like a range of quality of these dolls? Like are some like, what's that movie, Ex Machina like level?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you've got your kind of like cheap budget range, which is where I think his starting place is at. So I think she probably cost him about £40 or something like that. But you can obviously get the really good ones.
Do they talk to you and stuff?
No, it's just a bit plastic. This one's a blow up
one. Like AI robot trans.
No, that does exist though, I think. Does Jen? That exists, right? Doesn't it? The ones
The iRobot.
I don't know if they talk yet, but I think
Not
they're
yet,
quite
but
like that
a little
movie.
bit mobile.
Did you watch that movie, Ex Machina, it was called, where he fell in love with the robot?
But I think it's quite singular actions. Like you press a button and it does. I'm not indicating anything here. I'm just saying it can move its arms, right?
Yeah. So was he satisfied with this experience?
I think he was satisfied the minute he walked in the room and saw Ditzy dressed up, to be honest.
Right.
So how does this work? Ditzy's there, she's all dressed up.
On the bed,
guy walks
looking
in. Like this. So it's a person pretending to be a doll.
No,
It's a doll. It's
No,
actually
I've
a
got
doll.
that completely confused.
It's not a role play.
So he's a sub. I'm me, the Dom, and there's a blow-up sex doll on the bed dressed up as a character called Ditzy. And so he's asking it questions. So I'm like just getting the back of her head and going,
nodding
its
yes
head.
and no answers.
Yeah.
Wow.
And did he ask Ditzy whether she is pre or post-op trans?
He didn't even ask the question. He wasn't fussy.
Lazy
Didn't
bugger.
care. No, I just said, do you consent, Ditzy? Because it's all about consent, isn't
Yeah.
it? She went,
Obviously. And what happened next?
well, he had to perform his task to obviously gain his reward, which were things like grovelling at my feet, licking my heels. Various implements were involved as well, which I probably shouldn't name here and now. But yeah, he was at one point making some sounds like a chicken. And that earned him a very, very big reward, and he got to enjoy Ditzy.
Wow.
Kaz,
We had a
can
good
you
time.
please regale us with these chicken noises? Can you impersonate them?
Could try. It was a bit like,
That doesn't sound like a chicken.
it doesn't. Nor did he, funny enough.
Oh, dear. So what else have you been up to this week?
Did he get punished for doing inadequate chicken noises?
It was just punished anyway. So these hills have been trampling.
Trampling?
Yeah, I've got a farmer that comes to see me. He builds barns and tends to the pigs and stuff. And he's really normal and, just does normal stuff. But it's like, I'm really into trampling. Can you just bruise my back and cover me in marks? And I'm like, yeah, I can try that. So got him on the floor by the radiator. He lied on his front to start with because it's always a good start point, isn't it? Just make sure they're not too sensitive. And I stood on his back, and actually Kurt Geiger's are really good for not basically injuring people too much. That was a bit
Kurt
of a
Geiger.
bonus. Yeah, a little plug there. Yeah, and then obviously he flipped over, and a bit more sensitive that side round, unfortunately. So, bit of screaming.
So would he have gone home with a lot of marks?
Yes.
And is he a single man?
He is, yeah. He put, in the text, I don't know if you remember me, but I'm okay with marks. And I said, look, when somebody says that normally means that they want marks. Is that the case? And he was like, well, it's not that I want them, but I'm not against it.
Is it
So,
usually the
yeah.
single folk who like the marks?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Because I think
Yeah.
anyone that's going to have to go home either to a wife or that they're in the gym a lot, they're going to try and hide it, aren't they?
Yeah.
So,
You'd need a cover story, wouldn't he?
well, yeah, how do you explain that away?
I fell into the combine harvester.
I was out seeing one of the sheep. Oh, no, hang on. That doesn't work either, does it?
What proportion then of people in this community have a penchant for marks?
I can't really answer that question because I think each Dom gets a specific audience that suits them. I'm not a really extreme person myself. So someone else, for example, that's really extreme might get someone come to them all the time and yeah, mark me, go on, give me welts across my arse. But I don't get that all of the time. But I do get people coming to me going, yeah, give me some stripes, get the cane out, smack my bottom, and I want to know about it and go home feeling it afterwards because it's like a little memento and a token of what you've taken from your mistress.
Right.
So they take it home, they think about it, they spend time.
But sometimes it's afterwards. They think about it and it's in their mind and they're like, oh, yeah. One guy that I know, he doesn't enjoy it even really in the session. And when he goes home, that's when he's send me a little text. That was amazing. And he's just left with these whelps and he's send a little picture in the mirror of his bottom all welted up.
Wow.
So it's the psychology behind it,
Do you think that someone who wasn't single then, who wanted to get marks, would go home and the thrill of almost getting caught in
Having
the
to
mark
hide it in their
scene?
boxes
Would
or
that be a
something.
fetish?
I'm sure that must happen, of course, yeah. But I would say
Imagine you pulling your pants down
it's a risky game, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
and your
yeah.
wife's in bed
I
Yeah.
wouldn't advise
and
it.
you've got those marks all over your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless
But-
you're a masochist and you want your wife going, what have you done?
But do most men sleep naked or with something over their
I
arse?
don't know.
I don't know.
Let's do a poll, shall we?
Answer the
James,
postcard, yeah?
James.
boxers. I think you can get away with that, to be honest. Most
Okay,
guys
yeah.
probably sleep in
So
boxers.
James.
There we go. No excuses. No excuses now.
Go see Kaz.
We're doing it. Come on.
So what else have you been up to apart from beating and sex dolls?
Well, I've been working on something called Kaz and Jen Talks,
Oh,
which you
yeah.
might know a little bit about.
I might know a little bit about that, you know.
Which has been super fun, very
Do you want to
exciting.
tell them what it's about?
Well, we're working towards empowering the kink community. And I think there's a lot of shame involved in fetish and kink. So we're trying to basically address those issues and bring a lot more understanding to kink and fetish, and just talk about it and get people involved in open chats and just kind of get people to open up a little bit more as well. Would you kind of agree?
No, 100%. And obviously we're doing, I can't say too much about it because I'll be promoting it.
Yes.
Doing videos in the dungeons and fetish areas in the UK. And we've had some interesting folk on there, including Rascal, a human puppy. He was a very interesting bloke who tied me up with Sabari rope. Yeah, quite an interesting one there, James, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think certainly from an educational point of view as well, where people, obviously everyone's heard of bondage, right? Yeah. Things like shibari, I don't think is as common, is it?
I know
People don't
of it.
understand
I know of it.
the rope. You've not heard of it at all?
No.
It's tying rope in a certain way,
It's very
so you can't get
intricate.
out.
So it's got
Yeah.
to be, someone's got to be really skilled.
But
at
it's
that,
like an
haven't
art
they?
form as well.
Yeah,
It's
an
beautiful. Like the knots are meant to be aesthetically pleasing and beautiful at the same time, which I think what he did wasn't it?
Yes.
So people might just say, oh, it's just kinky, but it's not. It's actually an art form as well. So we want to get across that some of the people in the industry are very talented. They're highly skilled at what they do as well. And we showcased that in one of the videos that was presented.
Recently.
It was good, wasn't it?
It
Yeah.
was a bit naughty.
Well, a little bit.
So in the kink community, then, there's so many different fetishes.
Yeah.
What would you say from your experience are the most popular ones?
Most popular kinks.
Yes.
Feet, definitely. I mean, even Tarantino's got a foot fetish accordingly.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's big, isn't it? I think.
So that's
feet.
like having your toes sucked and things like that. That's a foot fetish, is it?
I think that's a niche area of it. Yeah. I think
Okay.
a foot fetish could be looking at feet, smelling
Just
them.
looking at them.
Yeah, just looking at. I've known subs go, I need to be punished, and I say why? Well, because I was on the tube and I was looking at girls' feet. So you might get a guy look at someone's cleavage and like pervert or whatever. These guys look at people's feet on the tube, but they get away with it because no one knows what
No
they're
one
doing.
cares about the feet. It's like not a taboo.
But they feel guilty. They're
They
like,
actually
I
feel
need to
guilty.
be punished. Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
actually had a guy I used to date who had a foot fetish. I found it a bit odd.
What?
No,
So
at the
what
time.
level was he at?
When I was 18, he was a little bit older. I won't name no names.
No names.
And
names.
no,
No
we were
defamations.
dating. We weren't dating for long, but he quite quickly made it clear that he was interested in my feet.
Yeah. And did you
He
like
was
that?
like, I like your
or-
nails, like your toenails, how they're painted.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's a bit of red, you know.
So you didn't like him stroking your feet or anything like that?
Let
Was
him
it
give
bit
me a
too-
foot rub. I didn't really mind that, but
Okay. So you're like, you rub them, but if you start sniffing them,
stop putting them
no.
in your mouth.
So sniffing them is a thing, is it? Sniffing feet.
Yeah, sniffing, licking, sucking. Yes, it's really big, definitely.
And they want to see the feet adorned with different things as well, or just bare feet?
That could be a variation of it, I'm sure. Yeah, definitely. But yes, just generally the foot. They like the smell of it quite a lot.
Yeah.
And they've all got different bits that they like as well. So some
Could
guys...
be like the heel or the toe.
Yeah. Well, the arches are really popular.
Yeah.
And then if you go on a foot fetish website, because there's loads of them, they've got these really specific micro kinks. So some of them like the foot being like, when you like do that with your foot, they like the wrinkles in your sole. Yeah, so that's really popular as well. So yeah, and then obviously like latex, rubber, pegging, obviously. The list goes on, it's endless. I'm like listing the most popular, I'm like, actually there's loads.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a couple of
Yeah.
stories from you today.
There's a few.
Let's start with cock-loving wannabe Moaning Myrtle. I'd just like to say that was my dog's pedigree name was Moaning Myrtle.
Oh, is it cute?
Yeah.
So
My brain
reason-
can't even comprehend that story title.
Is that, I don't see.
Joe
cracked up.
just collapsed onto the floor hearing this.
You know Moaning Myrtle was off Harry Potter?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
so
The
it was.
toilet one. Yeah. So I don't even know if I told this on the last show. So if I have, I'm sorry. But when I think about the funniest things that have ever happened, this is like one of the top ones, basically. So me and Saskia had planned to do a forced buy shoot. Do you know what that is?
You might want to explain what force buy is,
So
but in a
it's when
gentle manner.
you're filming and you've got two guys on set that basically want to fillet each other and do naughty things to each other's little dinkies and stuff. And so I had a willing volunteer. We call him Myrtle. And actually, no, I'll name the other guy, Unknown Slaves. He's absolutely lovely, really sweet guy here. Just do whatever the mistresses do. Anyway, Myrtle basically wanted to change the goalposts quite a lot. And it started off as like, we'll do some pegging. And it was like, actually, I'd like to suck some black cock. No,
Time's up.
well, that's great. That's great, lovely. Perhaps we can do that. Obviously, I've got like Unknown Slave here. You guys could probably work quite well together. No, I want some black cock. Well, I don't know any. I know one. His name is Stefan. I can use the name because his name's Stefan. I would like you to hire him and then I can fillet him.
Demanding.
Yeah, so that should have been a red flag, but I'm thinking to myself, I'm thinking, what a great scene that sounds. I'm going to roll with it. I'm totally up for watching that. So I get in touch with Stefan. Lovely, sweet guy. I've worked for him since. He's lovely. But he was going for a bit of a flaky stage at the time, so I get that. Anyway, so Myrtle turns up and he brings us this bottle of like, you know, like the cheapest, crappiest wine you can get where you just like,
Echo Falls.
Very sweet. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So anyway, he's like, I bought you a present. So I'm just like, stuck in the cupboard. I didn't bother opening it. And I'm phoning Stefan and, all right, well, hi, darling. Everyone's here. We'd be here soon because we're going to be ready to start filming. Unknown is like wearing his gimp mask. Little saucy outfit he's wearing. I think he had like a thong on, like a little frilly one and stuff. And we're all ready to rock and roll and start filming this scene. And he's not even like massively into doing bi stuff, but he'll do it to please the mistresses, which is, you know, which is cool. And so anyway, rocks up. He's do you know this? You know when people turn up at your house and they do this thing where they just linger in the doorway for like about half an hour?
You can't get rid of them.
Well, are you coming in? Are you leaving? Just please make a fucking decision. Are you going or you're not? Just don't stand in the doorway because it's making me really uncomfortable. So he was doing that whole thing for ages. And I was texting Stefan. Stefan just ghosted us, basically. I don't know why. Perhaps he's having a bad day. Everyone does, right? Everyone has a bad day now and again. And so I'm like, Myrtle, I'm not sure if he's going to come. Can we just carry on and do a scene with you and Unknown or some pegging? Well, I wanted some black cock. You promised me some black cock. Well, no, I didn't. I just said that we can try. And he said, yes, that is my only role in this whole actual scenario. But I'm very, very disappointed. This is like Max Mosley's circus. I'm like, okay. Well, if you want to leave, to be my guest, leave. And then he just wouldn't fuck off, basically, wouldn't go. So it got to the point where I was like really trying to help in the beginning. And I just got really bored. So I'm like, okay, right, well, drop us a text when you get home.
Hint, hint.
Yeah. And then he was like, just moaning on and stuff. And then the slave, he'd like, they never speak up or say anything really. Is he going to go home or what? I've only got till 3:00. We need to film this scene. So I started giggling. Anyway, this dude who got named Moaning Myrtle.
Because he's a moaner.
Yeah, moaning little bitch, basically. He was a little bitch. He went and opened the wardrobe door, took his little bowl of £2 Echo Falls back. Well, I'm gonna go home and drown my sorrows because I didn't get to suck any cock today. I'm just trying to film a scene. What is going on? So this dude goes home, writes me a really like vicious letter about how I've because I took a £50 deposit, which I paid him back, about how I've stolen from him and I'm fraudulent and I've ripped him off.
He wrote you a letter?
He wrote me a letter on the internet.
Oh, I thought delivered it to your front door.
Oh God, thank God that he didn't turn up. Imagine that. I emailed him back the next day and he was like, I'm so sorry, I was really drunk. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I get everyone gets a bit pissed and gets a bit silly, but due to the nature of your very, very vicious statements, you're never allowed on one of my sets again. You're banned.
Blacklisted.
So, bless him. I'm sure he's a lovely guy, but just, rubbed me up the wrong way that day.
Do you get much trouble like that?
Not really. No, generally subs are really sweet, aren't they? They're really super cute. I mean, my subs are lovely. They want to make their mistresses' lives better, but every now and again, I think just, in life, everyone's different, aren't they? So you do get one once in a while where you just get a little bit of
trouble.
Just get rid of, Yeah.
You lost the words.
Not like off with his head or anything.
No.
Off with his head.
So we can go into the one about meeting Bobby, the surgeon, and his mate in the bar.
Okay. Yeah,
Now we're
Bobby,
5
he was
minutes
wicked. Love Bobby.
YouTube community guidelines.
So it's a bit of a random one actually, because I was out with my mate Tommy, who's also a sub of mine. And so I went up to shoot some content with him in Chelsea. I think it was the time that I spoke to you about the thing on the podcast on the phone, and he was turning all the lights off and stuff because he was a bit drunk. And anyway, so we went out and we went, look, we went out recently, had a few drinks, let's just go out and eat and have a sensible night. So we got to this pub, right. Nowhere serving food in Chelsea because of COVID. This is going back a while. So I said, let's go home and get a takeaway. And he said, well, let's just have a drink here. So he started talking, and there was two people opposite, a lady and a man. And the lady picked up some of his conversation. She was really, really hammered as well. So she misunderstood some of what he said. So she thought he was being like sexist and stuff like that. And he wasn't at all. And then, so he went, what are you talking about? Anyway, the guy that was with a surgeon said his name was Billy. So Billy or Bobby? Billy. He said, basically, oh, don't worry about it. The thing is about this conversation, tomorrow you'll remember it and she won't because she's really drunk. We're like, oh, fair enough. Okay, get that. And he said to me, so what do you do then? I said, have a guess. He went, I think you're an erotic author, aren't you? And I'm like, how'd you get that from me just sat here at this table having a drink? So we then started chatting with these guys. She turned out to be absolutely lovely, really sweet girl. And he was like, should we go to Home House? Which is a really posh thing. And we're like, no, we've had way too much to drink now. So he said, well, I'm going to have a house party, come back to mine. So we went back to his. And apparently it was very obvious he was very much sub and had a kink. So he was like, I'm really into heels. Do you want to see my heel collection? Right, so I went up to his room. He had these massive shoes. He was like, what should I do with these shoes then? Like, we'll try them on, put some of these shoes on. So we started dressing up, putting all these different heels on, prancing around, showing them off. There's, like super cute heels, like bright red, like Manlo Blahniks and stuff, massive stilettos.
Heel envy.
Yeah, I know, totally. Yeah, they were gorgeous. And then went back downstairs for a bit because like my friend Tommy was still there. The other girl was passed on the sofa. Anyway, this top banker turns up. We're going to call her Sheila. Anyway, so
female.
She goes to Tommy. So how do you guys know each other then? And I didn't really say much. She went, oh, she's my mistress. Oh, right. So what's that then? She turned around to me and said, what do you do with your life? I think it's disgusting. You know, when you
Is that an Australian accent?
I'm trying. It's not the best, but yeah, I'm trying. When you decide to sort your life out, come to me. So anyway, that happened. So anyway, we went upstairs again, left her chatting with Tommy. When I got upstairs, he basically said, I want to be like really dominated. Own me. So I'm like, let's have some fun with this. So he was like, can you collar me? But he didn't have a collar. We got a tie out of his wardrobe. And you know what, when you're at school, when you do the little thing where you do the sort of the big tie with the knot. So I put a tie around his neck as
what,
collar.
like properly?
Made him walk down the stairs on this kind of like tie. And then we got to the bottom of the stairs and she like flipped out and she was like, oh my God, Billy, fucking get up, Billy. Stop it. You fucking fucked it. Get off the fucking floor now. And he's just like, only answer to Mistress Kaz now. And she was like, fucking hell. I was going to give you a fucking wristy later, but fuck that shit now. I'm going home. You're all fucking perverts.
Well,
So like little Billy's down on the floor on all fours. Little surgeon guy. Like mends people's hearts and lungs and shit for a living. She's a top banker. She's just going, this is too much for me. So she's like, she turns to my slave and goes, right, take me out. I've had enough of this. I need to go. You. I mean, she'd be a good dom, right? She'd be a good dom. You walk me down. So little Tommy takes her off outside. Meantime, he wants to get spanked. I'm like, I'm not getting paid for this, by the way. I'm just loving it. I'm going, this is fucking hilarious. I'm going to spank this dude. So I take him upstairs, slap the shit out of his bottom. And then meanwhile, Tommy's trying to get in and I don't even know about it because he can't get back in the door. He's lost. He's so drunk. He can't find the house. So I go back downstairs, pick up my phone. He's back in. Meanwhile, basically, well, we've been spanking and he's out. She's been going, well, I just think you're a pervert. I don't get what this is all about. You're something wrong with you. And she's, what are you into then? And he's gone, well, I like dressing up as a woman and getting pegged up the arse, basically. And sometimes Mistress Kaz pecks me at the arse. And she's gone, there's something fucking wrong with you. You're a fucking pervert. I mean, you're not even like fucking masculine. You're feminine. He's gone, and that's more than you, isn't it?
Oh, he got burned. She got burned. I mean, how do you feel about people who find stuff like that really bizarre and have that sort of reaction?
To a point, I've got a little bit of sympathy with her because she's just come round to this house expecting a regular friend to be there that's been normal, and she's walked into this weirdness, and it's probably been a bit of a fucking shock, to be honest, hasn't it? So I kind of get where she's coming from, and I think had she not have like started in the first 5 minutes of introductions being so horribly rude and awful, my reaction to her would have been very, very different, and I probably played up to it because she was so obnoxious and horrible. I'm the big banker and I'm above everyone else and I'm better than you, and one day you'll realise that, you know. But yeah, I do understand to an extent.
Well, little Tommy's running around with his tie on.
Tommy didn't give it. He was loving it. He thought it was brilliant. You should hear his version of the story.
So next up we've got... now I'm always losing my keys. So yeah, you managed to lose a key with someone called Steffi.
Oh, that was a chastity key though. Yeah.
Not your regular house
You know,
keys.
like, my house key was a chastity. I probably didn't mention that. Sorry. So, you know, like chastity cages where you're locked up for a certain amount of time, whether it be like a week or a day or ongoing.
Do you know about these?
So this is something that locks your privates up.
Exactly that, yeah.
And they're for men and women?
Well, from what I know more about the male chastity cages. So you get a ring that goes around the ball area. And then there's kind of like a hard plastic sheath that goes around the dinky area. And then they lock in. So once it's on and padlocked, a gentleman can go to the bathroom and urinate, but he can't do much to himself.
What if you get excited during the night?
Well, you can't get fully excited.
Because it's
No,
going
it's
to
restricted.
hit her.
It's
Yeah.
quite painful.
So they can get excited up here, but they can't get excited as much down there.
So it sends it back down.
Yeah, so that's where the interesting part comes in, because then they start to get more in their head and become more perverse, which is, from a dom point of view, it's quite fascinating, really, because you should hear some of the stuff they come out with while they're under the influence of chastity.
How long can you keep them in for?
I've heard of mistresses keeping them in for about 6 months, but I don't really agree with that, because I'm sure it's
Wow.
not safe.
Is it almost like a form of tantra, like edging? Like, because you're getting some kind of pleasure and stimulation, but then it's going back down, so you can't release that tension. So the tension's always there.
Yeah,
But it's building and building and building and building and building. Like in Tantra, they say to not ejaculate, just let it build, let it build.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Is
think
it
you could be
similar?
right. Yeah, I'm sure to an extent, yeah. But I don't think it's healthy to be in chastity for 6 months purely because...
6 months?
Yeah. I mean, like...
I missed that bit. I thought you said like 6 hours.
No, 6
6
months.
days, 6 months.
Because
Yeah.
obviously when you reach your
That is-
peak, you know... There's certain hormones and chemicals that are released, like oxytocin, adrenaline. What's the
What
other
is
one?
when you ejaculate?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a whole slew of healthy
There's
chemicals,
so many.
isn't there?
Yeah, which I think is good for your
I've
mental
read that in the
health.
neuroscience books. It really is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is that where you read it?
Yes.
I believe you.
For 6 months.
Yeah.
It's a long time, isn't it?
So wouldn't that cause some kind of erectile dysfunction if you constantly just...
I've not heard any.
It's constantly
actual
like getting half erect
reports.
and going back down, half erect, going back down.
Yeah, I've not heard of that. However, who is actually out there doing reports on this as a job? No one, probably.
There's not many people taking
So-
surveys that are...
No, if anyone's got a
going through that.
survey, maybe at home, what do you think? Should we ask them? That they've
guys?
done independently.
And how many of the people that, come to you have had that for like months and months?
They go through. They go through sort of phases. So, I mean, have you heard of Locktober?
I've heard of it.
You've heard about it,
Yeah.
yeah. Locktober.
When we interviewed a sub recently, he was talking about he did Locktober, so you get yourself in chastity for the entire month. So like Movember,
Yes.
kink version of that.
Right.
You lock your
Basically.
penis.
Because if you don't...
Joe's shaking his head like not a fucking joke.
Because if you don't release your sperm through, it comes out in your pee, doesn't it?
I don't, does it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the balls have to recycle that every so many days because they die off. Yeah.
So I've heard also it
gonna
can
make
also
everyone cry.
come out. It can
Just pee
come.
those dead ones out.
It can come out via the anus as well if stimulated the
Oh,
right
for
way.
God's sake.
Yeah, so like
Hold on a minute. I've not heard this before.
prostate milking can actually release seminal fluid, but it's not the same as like ejaculating properly.
But I thought the milking just sends it out.
No, not necessarily. No,
It actually comes out
it
the other
can,
way.
but it can come out.
Your face.
Yeah,
No, this.
yes, it's true.
Is it?
Google it.
I thought
I do not lie.
I thought the piping is such that it has to come out that way.
I did as well. I learned something.
Is anyone else familiar with this?
Joe, baffled.
We're all baffled.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, there's a
James,
G
you see
spot,
some
isn't there, in the men's bum? There's a G spot.
Apparently so, I've heard.
Yes, if you stimulate that, because like
From
women
the prostate?
have, yeah,
Yeah, because that enhances the whole orgasm. It makes it way more powerful.
exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like a woman can have 2 orgasms, so can a man. So a man can have an orgasm via his penis or via his prostate gland as well. So
Instead of the rocket just firing, the launch pad just starts going.
exactly
And
that.
it makes it way more powerful.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and that's why it's
Sorry,
it's why it's so. I mean, like all of you people at home watching now, you might be sat there shaking your hair. Some of you are going to be sat there going. But
Don't knock it if you haven't tried it.
the amount of people that go, oh, I'd never do that, and then 3 sessions later they go, no, so about these butt plugs then.
If your body is designed
amazing.
to have these pleasures,
Yeah,
what's wrong with that? People say,
exactly.
a guy who would be prostate milked because of the approach of that part of the body, they have to be gay. Some people say that.
I mean,
No.
I don't get where the actual comparison is. Why is the bottom known as the gay thing? You don't say a woman's gay if she has anal sex, do you?
No.
So why is a man gay when he's not allowing another man near his bottom?
Yeah.
Where does gay come into it? I don't
Historically.
get it.
There's just a lot of fear and phobia around
Yeah,
it.
so much. It's
Yeah.
bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
So bizarre.
But it's like you guys, what you're doing is
Raising awareness.
Yes, that's exactly what
raising
we're doing,
awareness
Yeah.
and kind of like the way you explain it, it's for people who perhaps are fearful.
Yes.
What's out there?
You're explaining it in a logical, rational, educational way for them so that they won't be prejudicial, I think. I think you're going to change some people's minds about things.
Or they'll go down the
We
wrong
hope
path
so.
and go to the wrong people and end up...
Yeah, and
You
a
know,
bad
ended up
experience
in
can
hospital
really
with a
change
gerbil in the
everything,
bum.
can't they?
Or a ketchup bottle.
Well, you laugh, but these things actually do happen. I mean, I've known subs go to a mistress that's not ever done pegging before, and they've had an injury. Or they you said they do it on their own. Try out with various implements, and you can't put glass in the bum or anything stupid like that. You need to.
People are hospitalised all the time with strange things down there.
I used to hear this crazy story. That's why I said ketchup bottle, that somebody was doing stuff on their roof once and they fell. Well, this is what they told the doctor. They fell off and they had a ketchup bottle on a picnic table and they obviously went up there. The doctor said, well, that's funny. Why is there a condom on the bottle? I don't know if that was a joke or something. But...
Yeah, prison folklore is as well. They always say, he's gone to medical because there was a shampoo bottle up his, fell in the shower.
The funny thing is, you joke, right?
Claiming he fell in the shower.
Yeah.
You know, at some point it's actually happened, though. Right? Because there was the one in the paper recently, wasn't there? That had something stuck up his bottom and it took 6 hours to retract it.
Do you know what it was?
Oh my God.
I think it was like a vase or something.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's like something
That's
quite
not exactly
big. It was you have to Google it. It was in the paper. Can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like massive. It was going around Twitter, like trending for ages, like for Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. All your family know you love it up the arse. The vase.
So the next story is about your gynecologist, Roy. Is he your gynecologist or is he... No.
No. It was a photographer. So we used to do these little holidays abroad to Portugal, and lovely guy. He's deceased now. His name was Tony Brown. Absolute legend. Looked like a bit of a gangster. Big tubby guy. Nicest person you could ever meet. He just loved taking pictures of like people hanging out with like models and stuff, but he wasn't a pervert. Like some of them are. Not a pervert at all. Just love hanging out, going for meals and stuff. So he'd get like 8 to 10 photographers, all get a villa, go out for food, drinks, and you do a shoot in the morning, shoot in the afternoon. But like, it was quite funny because actually, I'm off on a bit of a tangent here. There was a little vicar from this local village in Portugal that used to love like going out and taking pictures. So he'd be like doing fanny shots and stuff of like some of the girls, and he'd be like dressed in his all vicar garb and stuff, and he'd be like going, yes, bellissimo. I think he was Italian or something. He loved it. Anyway, like Roger, I don't know if that was his real name, but Roger anyway, he liked the gyno shot. He liked to go in quite close with his camera. So yeah, he like,
gyno shot.
Can you just part your knees a little bit more? And I'm like, so what do you mean by part them a little bit more? Yeah, can you spread the legs wide? And this is like what I'd say to all the girls. So like one day I really slipped up because I went back to the villa. And Tony said to me, oh, you remember that old pervert Roger? Like joking, because he wasn't like harmful. He was just like quite funny. And oh, no, it's all right. And he went, you wouldn't ask him for fanny shots and stuff, was he? Was he trying to get you to do so? And I went, so I think I just made like a flippant comment saying, well, it was a bit gynecological. And so for the rest of the week, all the blokes, like you imagine like 8 to 10 photographers, they started calling him the gynecologist. And he just gave me like this most hurtful look in the whole world, like that, as if I was like said something really dreadful. I felt really bad.
Did you not find that quite invasive?
Yeah, I mean, it was like really normal at the time because just the way the nature of the business was, and we were just doing that kind of shoot. But yeah, it did feel like it was pushed a little bit more. But you kind of just felt like, oh, just roll with it and it'll be over and done with in a bit, which I'm not saying is right. It really wasn't. But it was fairly harmless, I think. Yeah.
Never again.
So, no, I wouldn't do it again. Definitely not. But yeah, I think he received his punishment adequately.
Ooh, what was that?
Just being named the gyno. I don't think he ever went on a trip after that. So, poor guy. Sorry, Roger, if you're watching.
So you're doing like a nice clean white towel?
A clean white towel.
Yeah, you're a fan of it, aren't you?
A fan of clean white towels.
Yeah.
I don't have a towel fetish.
What about blue towels, the green ones?
I do have a blue one, and when I look at my blue one, amongst all the white ones, it does please me.
So we're going on to something now.
Here we are. Is it the importance of bum towels?
It is. The imperative.
Okay. Well, as a dot, I am really into bum towels.
What is a bum towel?
So basically, if you're doing any major activity with a slave, which could vary from things like they're on their front, naked, right? Well, if you're spanking them or what, if they're on their front, they need to have a towel on the bed in front, or whatever implement, a chair, a chaise, some kind of piece of furniture like this. There. You'd put a towel down. Bumming especially, if they're taking a pegging, you want the towel down. So That's not even a story. This is just like me wanting
Teaching
to
life
basically
lessons.
address any subs out there and tell you, if your bottom is going to move away from the tail and be anywhere else, that is a cardinal sin, and you need to be very aware of that.
Do it, it
Definitely.
can't,
There's so many like subs that take a pegging and then like their bum is covered in lube, and I don't even want to guess what else. And then they get on the edge of the sofa, and then they're like just like doing this wriggling, and it's like, what the fuck are you even doing? Just do not put your ass on my bed or on my sofa. Definitely not without a towel. And
don't-
please stop wriggling.
You don't want a trail of dingleberries. Dingleberries.
Exactly. This is bleach everything. So yeah, this is my message to the world basically. Mum
Check it.
tells.
Bum towels.
Don't forget your bum towels.
Yeah.
And now your blue towels.
And if you go to a naturist resort as well, they're very popular there. So it's good preparation.
I'll let you have a little fun now.
Oh my goodness. What a day. We've just interviewed
2 other people.
Jane Grey.
Yeah.
And now we've got third podcast of the day, folks.
We're not
You
tired
guys must
at
be
all.
bloody exhausted.
I mean, what is it? 10 o'clock at night now.
Oh, I love your nails. Look how pretty are they.
Oh, thank you.
They're coordinating with the
What, the
blues.
pure black?
Oh.
bum towel.
Oh my
Blue
God,
bum towel.
look. You've got blue nails, got blue dress. Sean's got a blue shirt.
Yeah.
It's
Look at
almost
my
like we
socks
tried
as
to
well.
coordinate.
wow.
But we
See?
didn't, did we? We didn't know. None of us knew.
No.
No.
Blue crew.
French naturist camp. Willie's wafting in the breeze.
This all kind of like ties in. I go back to the bum tail thing. Maybe I should
Oh,
start
shit.
by explaining why I was at a naturist resort.
Why was it a nature?
What is a naturist resort?
So it's a resort where people go to basically not wear any clothes and just be free and with nature. That's what they say anyway. They go, it's not sexual. Yeah, like controversial opinion alert. Most of them are doing sexual things. Like there was the nude guy walking around. Not a stitch of clothing on, not even one sock or one glove, but he had a cock ring on. He managed to put that on, but it's not sexual. So I don't know.
Well,
There's a bit of an argument there, isn't there?
So, well, I'm just, if you could set the stage a bit more for this,
yeah,
then.
go on.
Like, are these
Yeah.
like couples just going around naked? Are there like rules about certain things?
like, don't stop
like,
and stare.
What?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and it's quite respectful because I went there as a presenter. We were introducing like this is a resort you can come to and be free and with nature and let your hair down and just you can do archery. And then there's me. I can't pull the string back, so I'm like struggling with it. You can play crazy golf. You can do trampolining. Or you can just drink in the bar. And then they do a shot of everyone just sat there in the bar. And
Do they have yoga? Naked yoga?
Why are
they
you
probably
interested?
did. I can't
I've seen that
remember.
advertised in London.
Yeah.
Naked yoga.
Yeah, I think they might have
Yeah.
done. I think they had loads of beach exercises. When I went, it was really bastard bloody cold. And what I
Downward dog.
noticed, like all these people.
Can't
You
say I
done
want to
that?
see that.
Downward dog.
You know, downward
I do it
dog?
every morning with in my sun salutations.
You do it
Not naked though, in my boxers.
Vision for all the fans.
I've got to hide my welts.
Oh man,
For all the ladies.
where were we?
I went to hot yoga once. It was Bikram
hot.
yoga in Richmond, and everybody was in like bikinis and speedos and stuff, and that was quite erotic. So I can't imagine what naked yoga
Not
must
as
be like.
erotic, actually. Well, in my opinion, because I think clothes leave a bit something to imagine, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Something for the
So you
imagination.
think,
like my,
well,
I
they've got a
married
nice
my
body,
ex-husband.
and when you see someone naked, you just see everything. And there's nothing left to imagine. And for me, it becomes very unerotic.
It's sexier, isn't it?
Yeah. So I
yeah.
didn't find anything erotic about this whole naturist thing. So I kind of get when they're saying it's not sexual. I sort of get that because
Yeah.
it's not. But I think you get the odd few that are a little bit pervy, probably. So
Well, if
they're
he's walking
just-
around with a...
they're
got
walking
ring
around
on.
with a little, little.
Like to do...
Oh, people just ham shanking.
No, they don't. they do weird things like put cock rings on and walk around with a little stiffy.
They
I mean,
walk around
Yeah,
with
but
stiffies.
normally they're quite small.
Right.
So I think it's a thing. I think that's probably a new fetish.
So what's the motivation behind that then? Is that because they're just seeing naked people and they're getting aroused? So they're going to walk around like that because
I've got a
it's a natural
theory.
reaction to seeing.
Yeah.
To them, the naked people are turning them on.
Yeah, I think so. I think the guys that kind of go out naked and they're putting a cock ring on, I think at some point in their life they've been told off for being naked or being themselves, so they fetishize that. So then they've then gone to ultra-sexualize it by then putting on a cock ring or something. So
Are these communities like secluded then from society?
Yeah,
Like the neighbours can't, like, you know.
Oh yeah, God, no, they're away in private places,
Private
for
land.
Sure. So yeah, it's nothing. It's totally harmless. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not, knocking these communities at all by any means. I think there's a niche that's probably needed for people that want to appreciate that, like any kink, right?
Swing with the breeze.
How often have you been to
exactly.
these places then?
Well, that was for work. Obviously, we went for a week.
And what was your function there if it was for work?
Well, it was just talking to the camera, going, "Hey, this is the resort. So we're going to eat some grapes and cheese, and then have I can't remember the word is for it in French, but something beyond fish broth." So you had to use a few French words, and
did you have to be naked to do all this?
yeah, it was absolutely hideous. I hated it.
Really?
Didn't like it. Yeah.
You didn't feel at one with nature?
No, I thought it'd be really empowering, but actually, when I got there, we had to do things like trampolining.
Oh my goodness!
I'm not exactly like, I'm not saying I've got great boobs, but they're a bit too in the way and stuff. So trampolining was just painful. I didn't enjoy it at all. Then they were like, keep doing it.
What was your favourite activity then?
I'd like to say the archery, but
I was going to say the archery.
Yeah, probably swimming.
Swimming.
Yeah. I'm in the pool now.
Yeah.
Cut. It was good. Eating, definitely.
What do you think motivates people to go to that camp then?
I think it's mostly about freedom, just like losing your inhibitions, getting away from the common mindset. Because even if as a female, particularly, I think we're more inhibited as a species than men are to an extent. So if you go out as a female, even if your dress is too short or you're showing too much, someone's going to judge you. Someone's going to look at you and go, "Well, I don't approve of that. That's disgusting." So if your kinks or your likes or your tastes are a little bit more, a little bit more outrageous than that, you're going to be heavily judged. So, and apparently, from what I've noticed, a lot of people that go to these naturist resorts tend to be like in their 50s, and it's not normally young people who probably do feel a bit more relaxed. It's normally older people that probably are in professions and friendship groups where they feel like everyone's going to be a little bit more judgy about what they're up to. So yeah, I think it's just, they just get away to have a week or two of just not having to adhere to the rules that society has placed upon them.
Do you remember that guy who was just walking around naked? Was it in Scotland? Yeah. That was his thing.
Yeah.
He got arrested, didn't he? He kept getting arrested.
Walking around the Highlands.
His thing, yeah. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah.
I think he's been on a few podcasts actually.
Is it?
And that's his thing. I have the right just to go around naked and stuff like
and
that.
his
Was it
mum
like
was
Villages,
watching it,
was
wasn't
he?
he? Didn't his mum said something like, "Well, it's really great to see him on the telly, but I wish he'd put some clothes on."
So is it mostly
like that.
couples then that go, and it's not like a place where swingers or anything like that would go?
I think with the naturist camps, it generally is couples. No, I think you could probably get groups of people turn up, but it's less likely.
It's not a swinging thing,
No,
isn't it?
not so much, no.
Yeah.
I'm sure it goes on, but it's not publicised as being so.
That's interesting.
No, yeah,
Going
'cause
hugging and true.
I think it's a different, it's
Yeah.
a different sort of mindset, isn't it? If people want to swing, it's probably for a night, and they'd go and do it to a club, and then they just want to get back to their normal lives. Whereas I'm going to go on holiday for a week, can't be bothered with that all week long. They're just going to,
So have you had experience of the swinging communities?
Yeah, I was actually, when I was doing the awards, not the new awards, which we'll talk about later, the last lot of awards, we were sponsored by one of the clubs down in Kent. So they were like, "Well, turn up, it's a swinging club, come along. Come and play if you want." I'm like, "No, I don't want to come and play, but not really my thing. But I'll come down, hand some flyers out, have a chat with a few people." And once you're in there, that's it. Any new face, they're like, "Oh, we like you." So they're trying to like
Swarm to you.
all night long. And you're like, "Yeah, you're lovely, you're great." But I'm not going in there. You're fine. So yeah, it was kind of like one of those. But yeah, it's strange because then they've got this playroom. And it's when you walk in, you have a look, it's like just a swarm of people doing all crazy stuff.
What like?
And then
Not
if you go
grand
back
drinker.
outside again, everyone just stood there drinking normally. So it's like completely split.
How many playrooms are there in a swingers club?
Well, it depends on the club, but this one I went to for work, not work, I mean like flyering. It was just this one big room, and it was all almost like, have you ever seen snails crawl across each other? You know, when you're a kid and you ever collect snails and they like start like,
Yeah.
it was a bit like that.
That's what the people will look like.
Yeah. You walk in and you like feel your leg grabbed and like, whoa. Don't do that. Yeah,
Snail antennae wrapped around your ankle.
exactly. Oh my god, yeah. Not right now. I've got to just go and do something. I don't know what.
So that that was like a vibe that didn't appeal.
No. And I'm sure, I don't think every swinging club is like that. I think it's very much built on respect and you ask people what they want to do. But I just think whatever was going on in that specific place was just a little bit different at that point in the night.
So is there a variety of activity in these playrooms, for example, from just vanilla stuff to like S&M stuff?
I'm not going to claim to be an expert on this because I think I've been to like very few nights of that structure. When I went to Torture Garden, I would say it's been very well set up because you've got your communal area where there's like a dance floor, DJs, you can overlook if you just want to watch, which is like, you know, the Colosseums in Greece. You can look down and watch. And then they've got designated play areas and they've got very, very strict rules on what you can and can't do. So they're very much like, if you touch and you're not invited to, you're out, which I think is the way it should be. So, because the thing is, some people are curious. Like me, I wanted to go in and have a nosy, but I didn't want to do anything. So I wandered in, and it's nice to just wander in, knowing that you can do that without, you know, anyone trying to do anything. So, and that was cool. I walked in, I thought, yeah, you all look a bit sweaty, to be honest, and walked back out again. But it was interesting to be able to do it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I would like to do that
Yeah,
because I've spoken to
just to
people
have
who've
a
been to
little
Torture Garden and there's a dance floor and you can just listen to your music and just like a nightclub.
Exactly.
But if you want to just watch and see what the rest of that stuff is about, it's like a halfway place, isn't it? Instead of just being
Totally.
thrown into the deep end,
Yeah.
you could just check it out and go back and get your dance on. And, you know, if you like that kind of thing,
Well,
then you
this is
could
it. There's
explore
no
it
pressure,
further.
is there? It's just totally chill.
What?
That's a revelation.
I've spoken to people who've been and they've told me
Yeah.
about it.
Jenny,
It's in London.
Oh,
it
is
is
it?
quite interesting.
Is
you
it?
know
We
it,
should
yeah.
go. Yeah, we should go.
Carry on.
Yes, 'cause
Yeah.
one lucky viewer can come.
Enter the
you?
Christmas competition again.
Next year's Christmas party is going to be at the Torture Garden. We're going to have 20 dominatrixes.
Wow. But no, so we'll move on from the lovely Torture
One
Garden.
second though.
Go on.
What did you see on the other side of the Torture Garden? What was going on?
So which
Torture.
bit?
Not the dance that side. What on the
Okay.
S&M torture side?
Actually, the funniest thing that stood out for me, we went with another couple, which we thought were just quite straight and normal in the adult industry. And it turned out they both wanted to shag us, right? But I think he was more into it than she was, so it wasn't going to happen. Because I'm like, no, if she's not into that, no. And so it was weird. But then it turned out I thought he was bi because he started necking pills and stuff. And we were like, okay, didn't think anyone would take pills at Torture Gardens. So it's not really that kind of scene,
What,
is
like
it?
ecstasy?
Yeah. And then he started, like, his jaw started going. And then he started going up to blokes, chatting them up and stuff. And we were like, did not expect that.
Chatting them up?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was a little bit weird.
Yeah.
Okay, he's a bit of a slut, isn't he? Okay, fair enough. And sorry, getting on to the main point you asked about, when we went into the room, it was just like a slivering of bodies, just like...
The slugs again. The snails are out in force.
But for me, I just thought there wasn't enough clothing, because I think it's all about the tease and the eroticism and the prelude, you know, the build-up, you know, and just to see, like, humans going, let's go in this room and fuck. It's kind of like, well,
So
where'd
how
you
many
go-
people were
where'd you go from
participating?
there?
Was it like a full-on orgy where like everyone's just snailing together? Or were people
I think it was-
separate in separate little
I
cliques?
think it was a bit of everything. There was people that
James cracking
were...
up again with your
There was
snailing.
people doing... there was people
What
doing...
a day we've had. Honestly, it's been fantastic. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're good, you're good. Yeah, so there was people doing the orgy thing.
Yeah.
But there was people just doing their own thing. But yeah,
When you
I just think,
when you say doing their own thing,
Were they
like
just voyeuring?
not wanking or anything. I mean, just like couples playing and stuff. I think there was a couple of blokes wanking, but I think they were a bit involved. So
let's say for example, like a couple went into a playroom.
yeah.
What would happen next? Like, would they just be left alone to do their own thing? Would people try and join in? Is there an etiquette if you want to
how
join
do you
in?
walk over
Do
and
you signal your availability to the people watching? How does it work?
Well, it depends on where you go, and if anyone out there watching is worried about this kind of thing, I'd say study the club that you're going to go to first. Look up, read up, see what people are going to
Do
say
they have
about
rules
it.
on the website? So
Yeah,
the
but
etiquette?
also you want to know how much the rules are adhered to. So, for example, if you're people that like to be viewed but don't join in, you don't want to go somewhere where it's a bit of a free-for-all. Whereas if you want to get straight in there, you don't want to go somewhere where you're going to start getting
But
told
is there
off.
not like a traffic light system? Like,
I think it's basically body language.
no, you know, like you wear green if you're like, yeah, go ahead. Red,
No,
not
that
at all.
should exist. You're right. It
Yeah.
totally should.
I went to a gay bar once,
But
and they had
people
a traffic
change their
light
minds
system.
so much
Did they?
as well. When you're in that kind of environment and people are drinking alcohol and they're around that, their minds change so rapidly.
But you could
So-
just change the colour, like put
But
a
yeah,
necklace on or
I like
something.
this idea. That could really work.
There you go, traffic light
There
system.
we go.
And if like you're getting it on with complete strangers who've just entered this room,
Yeah.
are there like precautions, like condoms and things like that?
Yeah, they've got
And
massive dishes of condoms
Dishes
and
of
stuff in the room.
condoms.
Yeah, that's a precursor, definitely. Always there.
right.
So, thinking about it, I don't know if there's much lube going on, but I'm sure there must be.
And what's the ratio of like men to women in these playrooms? Is it? So I would imagine that a lot of men would be trying to get in these places.
Torture Garden, it's pretty much half and half. I think they're very fussy about who they let in.
Okay.
So it won't be a cock fest.
No, I mean most, especially if it's more fetish, most places won't just let in single blokes. They'll bring a woman, or they do something like, well, £50 for a man, or 20 for a couple, or whatever. So they try and deter single men for that reason.
And
so
isn't the
there's not
philosophy of
perverts.
what is it, killing kittens? Isn't that kind of like turn that on its head? The ratio of men to women, whereby the women have
That
to
way.
approach the men in that one.
Oh, right, I don't know about
Killing
that.
kittens, you've not heard of it?
I've heard of it. I didn't know what the philosophy is.
Yeah,
though.
I think that's it. Because I watched an interview with the one of the proprietors, a female, and she was talking about that's what it is to reverse that dynamic of the male aggression in these other places.
Wow.
So how does that work then exactly?
So if a woman fancies a man, she goes up to him, but the men aren't allowed to approach the women.
Oh, I see. Oh, so
Yeah.
a bit like
Bit
what's
like
that other
Bumble.
one? I don't know what it is, but there's another
No,
one,
it is,
isn't
isn't
there?
it?
There's,
The dating website,
yeah,
Bumble,
something like that.
If you match, the woman has to message the man first.
It was years ago and I watched that interview, and I'm just paraphrasing, but I think that was the philosophy. Unless anyone
Okay.
can correct me in here. Has anyone got any?
It sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right actually. But yeah.
So that might be a good one to like
Traffic light system.
peruse, to go for research purposes.
Research purposes,
Yes.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, just suss it out. Not filming because it's not allowed, but report back, obviously.
So we've got your moving on from you had some love letters from I want to say
didn't.
Jezebel.
Not for me.
What?
Love letters.
My blow up sex doll, Giselle. Yeah, was very, very popular. She's got her own Twitter page. She's in retirement at the moment, actually.
Is it at
Yeah, just at
J-I-
Giselle.
yeah, Jizelldols.
How often does she tweet?
Well, she's in retirement, but it was like daily. But she she got so many love
Did she abide by
letters.
Twitter's community guidelines?
She did her best.
Twitter allows some
she
quite
do a
risque
podcast?
stuff, doesn't it? More than other things.
We'll get her on a podcast soon.
Yeah, well, yeah, get her in.
How did you come about her in the first place?
Well, basically, I had a
She
son.
sent you a DM.
Something like that, yeah. We were chatting. Invited around for a cup of tea. That was it. This was Kevin, baby. You're hot. Yeah. Hey, girl.
What have our lives turned into?
Yeah.
That was genius. So she had a few love letters from who?
More than me.
People pissed off that she wasn't tweeting anymore, probably.
Well, they were writing to me, and then it was like all of a
Watching you every
sudden
day.
they went from writing to Mistress Cat to, "Hey Giselle, you are beautiful. I love your legs. I would love to spend the night with you." So all of a sudden, thank you so much for being in touch with me. I will check with Mistress Kaz whether she approves of this liaison. And they were just coming through. She had proposals of marriage and everything. Can you believe it?
You should have auctioned her on eBay.
Should have done.
Oh,
Yeah.
You could make a mint. So where does she live? At yours?
Yeah, basically.
You didn't pimp her out, did you?
Well,
Well. Uh-oh.
if she wasn't so into it, it could be pimping or misconstrued as that. But I think she didn't mind.
So what does she look like?
Well, she had like kind of. Shall I start with a tranny cock?
What? This is a trans.
It's quite big.
Oh my god.
Uh,
A blow up one.
well, trans, a female.
Blow
bloke one.
up, blow up.
So bibbies, big, lovely bibbies. Dinky, it was quite big. Hair and a pretty face. So
Good grief.
yeah.
And what would
I
you
dressed
send
up
her
in
out
little
for?
outfits. Yeah. No, we didn't send her out. They come round. So she'd wear a little sexy outfit. And then they come in the door and then, I'm here to see Giselle. Okay, come over. I'll take you to her. And then I go,
So you just put this doll out on a bed, right?
Yeah.
You'd have someone come over.
I do the
Right.
actions for her sometimes. as
Oh,
well.
right. I thought you just left them to it and
No,
took
no,
the
no,
money.
You're present while
So,
whatever happens.
Yeah, so I put my hand behind her neck and they go, you've got to ask her consent. So they say, please, may I suck your cock, Giselle? So I get a little head, nod it forward. I think she's up for it, yeah. Gagging, look at her. So they were like, oh, she's so sexy. Can I touch her hair? And I'm like, is that okay? Yeah. And then start stroking her hair.
We've lost
One guy. One guy licked his finger, like looked at me as if he was really sexy. Like, I'm like, what even is that? Pops it in her mouth, in her rubber mouth, like doing this. And I don't know what that's meant to be. Save it for Giselle, mate. I don't care. So, yeah.
Is Giselle okay or did she need therapy?
I think she does need therapy. Yeah, that's why she's in retirement.
That's why she's in
What
retirement.
happened? Did she burst? Too much activity?
No, she didn't burst.
Poor Giselle.
So the next
She
Giselle.
burst.
Yeah, it's going to be Giselle the third next.
Third. You've got through two of her. Third time lucky.
Wow.
Giselle the third,
I
yeah.
got you a blow up doll for Christmas, didn't I?
You did. I got it in a bag. I'm not used to it.
Did you name it?
It's
It's a male.
a male one. Do I look like I need a male blow up doll?
I just thought, what can I shock him
Vlad,
with?
what was his name?
We haven't named him yet.
Vlad, did you just call
Vlad?
him? Vlad. Vlad. Vlad the Impaler.
Thank you. Oh, well, poor Giselle. Roll on Giselle free.
Oh no, I miss her. I miss that chick.
So I presume the next one is about sploshing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What's that
Well,
mean?
where does it start at?
Billy and custard tarts trifle chocolate cake.
Oh.
Is next
Oh,
sploshing.
food is that?
Yeah.
Food fetish.
So food sex.
Yeah.
Food sex.
You've
So
got a
there's
story
so
about
much
that.
scope for different things with there, isn't there? With so many different
Yeah.
foods.
Have you got a story about that?
Have I?
Yeah.
Why do you look like you want?
You didn't look like you had a story, yeah. I think so.
I've got to be careful what I say.
Cashew nuts.
But I mean, you know,
Of course.
when you're experimenting sexually, who hasn't tried things with like whipped cream and ice cubes and that
Yeah,
kind
that's
of,
true.
you know, strawberries and
Sometimes you
everyone's
just
done
get
a bit of
hungry, right?
splashing. I just didn't know it
Yeah.
was called splashing.
Just get hungry now and
Can we
again.
take a survey? Has anyone done anything with food or ice cubes?
Like whipped cream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hand up. One.
Ice cubes, not food.
Ice cubes.
James.
That counts.
Everyone.
That counts, yeah. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to get trolled now for admitting this. But
Well,
everyone in the room's done
sometimes
this.
you might be guys at home. Imagine this: like Friday night, you've been out, had a few beers, right? You're in your stride, feel a bit peckish. What are you gonna do? Let's have a little bite of my kebab. What's wrong with that? Same thing, right?
Well, can I understand the whipped
Not
cream
quite.
and ice cubes? It's quite sexy.
Yeah, but these guys can relate to this. They know what I'm talking about.
What's that?
They can relate to it. They know what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
Well, when they're like out, they've had a few beers, they've come back, they get in their underwear, feel a bit peckish. Oh, well, they're going to, oh no, I'm not hungry, darling. I'll just leave that for Alfred to bring the biscuits in the morning. They're going to, you know, have a little munch, aren't they?
Kebab.
kebab, strawberries, whipped cream, whatever.
Kebab.
They're gonna have a
Are you
munch.
calling that a kebab? No. I don't get it. Kebab.
Whatever's in reach, basically.
Oh,
I'm just like
right.
saying,
Well, how's
most
that
of the-
sexual?
I don't know.
That's
How
just
I
the
don't
munchies,
know.
isn't it?
How is it sexual? I don't get it personally. If I'm hungry, I want to bloody eat. And if I am in the mood for something else, I'm not really interested in food. So I'm not someone that's good to ask about that because I just don't get it at all. So maybe you guys could explain it to me because I'm just like, you know.
Hold on, we've gone from sploshing to the munchies.
Yes.
Yes. Very quick.
How are the two linked? I'm lost.
Okay, so sploshing is being covered in food.
Oh, covered in food.
Yeah, but then there's people that are into eating food off each other, which
Yeah.
you could link into sploshing. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
nodding because you know, don't you? Yeah. So you can eat food off each other, like strawberries, raspberries, sexy stuff. I was just throwing kebabs in because most blokes aren't going to go, I fancy a strawberry right now, darling, are they? They're going to, you know, it's
So
not
what happened
really-
with Billy and his custard tights?
Oh, yeah. So he likes to dress up in tights and put custard down them. So he started off as one of my phone
cold.
clients years ago. We just talked on the phone. And then we started doing webcam and he comes to see me like about twice a year now. So basically the game is I put custard down his tights. Just it trickles
Is
down.
it warm
It's gonna
custard?
be
No,
freezing.
no, just cold. And the climax is generally he sit in some kind of chocolate cake or trifle and he has to
What,
spin
rub-
round
rub
in
it
it.
in his bum?
Yeah, basically.
Does that
yeah.
require a blue towel
Well, yeah, it could do.
for the aftermath?
Yeah,
It requires a lot more than that. Put
definitely
plastic sheets.
some kind of
Yeah. Do you put plastic sheets down? Or
that kind of thing. Yeah, if it's going to
Yeah.
get quite.
I've got OCD. I think that drives me mad.
Yeah, I made him go in the bath one time. Yeah, because he wanted to like basically put the trifle on his head, which there's quite a lot of splattering. And just there was enough one actually. He wanted me to put him in the bath and egg him. Have you egged someone?
Egg
Have
him.
I
Have you
ever?
egged someone? At
I've egged
school?
someone's
At
house.
school, maybe.
I've
Like
egged
Halloween.
inanimate objects.
No, you know, like Halloween when you kids go out egging, right? Chucking it at people's houses. I'm saying
Or someone's
nothing.
car or something
yeah,
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I used to do that. The local shop used to tell me off because they knew what I was going to do Halloween. Like you'll have one pack of eggs, Miss Sock.
I once lived
You're
with a guy.
banned. We're cutting you off.
One pack.
I once
They're
lived
from my mum, honest.
I lived with a guy, and whenever anyone parked in his space, it's just, I'm going to egg him. Just egg the car. He was just delighted in it, and he was completely sensible outside of this egging thing he had.
That's the strange
There we go.
kid.
That was his fetish then, maybe.
Maybe, egging cars.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely.
We went home and went, oh, that was brilliant. You just don't know with people though, do you? Like, everyone pretends to be like they're really normal. We haven't got any kinks or fetishes. We just go about our day-to-day and really boring. When they get home, you don't know what that person's doing. Like most people have something.
Yeah.
Guarantee it.
Definitely.
One of our friends, she egged. Can you remember that? I was with you. She egged her ex-boyfriend's motorcycle. Can you remember that? Because he split up with her. So she just had to
This is cool.
Have you ever egged anyone, James?
long ago.
No.
James has got an egging story.
Come on, James.
I can't remember it, but we would have thrown eggs at each other at school. Last day of school, secondary school, you used to throw eggs and flour at people.
Oh, we just got pissed on
That was
vodka.
custom.
Your school
Have you
days
ever
sound
egged anyone,
better.
John? Yeah. You don't want to admit to
Not
any.
sexually.
Not sexually.
Disclaimer. Wow.
Retribution.
So you've had
Revenge.
many sploshing stories like that, or is that quite a rare thing?
There's been quite a few. Actually, I'm quite surprised about the amount of people that want to have food on them without eating it or doing anything sexual
Taking
with
out for
it.
a
What's the
dinner.
weirdest food involved in splashing?
Weird.
like baked beans or
My
something?
cocktail slut. Yeah.
Cocktail slut.
Yeah. He's called Zero now because he's the lowest of the low. But for a time he was cocktail slut because I'd make him cocktails and he would eat or drink anything on webcam. So we got to a point where we were trying to find really bad stuff for him to eat. And he actually, there's a question right at the end. What do you think about the 3-second rule? Which links into this. He would eat
Oh, on
lo-
our
he would eat-
one.
he
What
would
do I
eat-
think about the 3-second rule?
Yeah.
What, like you drop a piece of food on the floor?
Yeah,
And you
exactly.
go, 3 seconds till you pick it up.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, I've been a little bit tipsy in a kebab shop in the early hours of the morning.
We've all
dropped
done a
my
bit of-
burger
yeah.
and gone, fuck it,
Bit of floor
3-second rule.
food.
But
Yeah.
floor
Yeah.
foods. And it was
Yeah.
the dirtiest floor known to man. Never again. Got a bit ill the next day. But if it was
Yeah.
like my kitchen, which was ridiculously
Well, yeah, it's
clean,
different,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
Sean's
A bit iffy.
2 seconds.
Yeah. Not as well mopped, maybe.
Yeah, in jail, people just eat out of garbage. They're so
Yeah.
hungry.
But then if you go into some of the clubs, I mean, going back to the 90s, maybe a bit before, whatever, people just like drop shit on the floor and I'll just swallow that anyway.
Yeah,
Didn't they?
You can eat anything.
If
Yeah.
you drop like your cheese
And-
I've
and
seen
toast.
it.
Generally, who gets sick from that? I mean,
I've seen people eat
So
anything.
you have your
in
cheese and
jail.
toast, right, in the morning.
Mm.
it's rare.
Right. Oh, God, you're
Don't do it. Don't do it.
scrambling around.
Tomato falls off.
No, the whole thing.
If you wash it.
Oh,
it's
what I
just rare.
hate is when it goes upside down and I drop
yeah,
it.
that happens.
Yeah, that
That's
really
a-
pisses me
yeah.
off because then
Just
all my
say.
toppings get stuck to the floor. And you know how filthy my floors are historically.
So, but just say I bought a dog round.
You turn
and
it
there was
up-
hair all over
That's
it.
it, you turn it back over, it's got pubes in it.
What are you doing in your kitchen?
Oh, it's got my back hair in it.
Oh. So yeah, would you eat it?
Sometimes I just pick the pubes off. And I give it a wash then under the tap. I pick
It's
the
a
big
little
items
mushroom.
off.
Yeah.
Like the noticeable pubes and stuff. I pick those big items off, put them in the trash, and I wash it under a tap. Because I'm that hungry.
Is this like
I've just
a
cooked
sandwich?
my cheese on toast. I'm not going to let that
Waste
get in
10
the
more
way.
minutes to make a nice fresh piece. So
There's no way I'm going to go through that. That's 10 minutes of work. The
so
robot.
it won't be the same. So you're going to eat your pube-filled
No, it's
water.
washed off. It's washed
Brilliant.
off.
So,
soaky
so,
But then the bread gets soaked and soggy.
yeah.
But I'm like,
So this story's not going to be too shocking for you, Sean.
I've seen much worse in prison, but I've seen people drop food on the filthy prison floors.
Yeah.
I know people just come and pick it
Sure,
up and eat
you had
it. And
cockroaches
from that,
as
I saw
well,
that people could just
didn't
eat
you?
anything and not get sick.
Yeah,
So,
it's
yeah.
true.
Yeah,
We've got
it's
really hardy
psychological.
immune systems, I think.
We've got an immune system that protects
Yeah.
us.
It's true.
Yeah.
There
Definitely.
you go, guys.
Did you have like this is when you had the cockroaches in and stuff as well?
People like saying they were going to eat the cockroaches.
Did
you know.
they?
Did they?
I've heard of South American prisons where they did eat things like that, insects and stuff. They caught the insects to eat them because they were so starved.
Nice, man.
Would you eat
Yeah.
a cockroach?
Would I eat it?
Yeah.
No, not
I
a
wouldn't.
chance.
I wouldn't.
No, have you never done that? Did you eat anything weird?
They just went in my mouth anyway, but I didn't eat
Yeah.
them.
Did you eat anything that you didn't want to while you were there?
In jail?
Yeah.
Well, I lost a couple of stone actually on the 26 months unsentenced
Oh, gosh,
because
that's a lot.
I couldn't
Yeah.
eat the mystery meat
Yeah.
slab that occasionally had a dead rat in it.
Yeah.
It was like animal food or even less than
Ah.
animal food.
Like budgie food.
We called that one Red Death. Another one was called Kibbles and Bits.
Mm,
And, it was, yeah,
it's pretty grim.
it was grim. So I couldn't eat that, no.
No. See, it's interesting, isn't it? Like, if you're
I'd rather starve than eat that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the prisoners were like, 2 weeks from now, you will be eating that, but I wouldn't.
There has been time when I've been starving and I've eaten stuff that I wouldn't normally eat.
Mm.
Wouldn't go as far as
How
cockroach.
far do you go with it? I've always wondered. Not that I want to find out.
It's funny because
Yeah.
when you go through not eating like what you used to eat, like before my arrest, I used to eat 3 or 4 meals a day. And when you go down to eating barely nothing, you realise that you don't need that much food. And that you're processing all that food and you're crapping 2 or 3 times a day and your body's doing all this work to digest the food. You don't need it. And to this day, I eat much less than I ate prior to.
See, it's interesting now.
Yeah,
it is.
It's like a
Yeah.
Western society probably overindulges in.
Because you're ingrained at your breakfast,
Yeah.
lunch, dinner,
Yeah.
supper.
Mm.
I was. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Because you're
quite
really into
fascinating.
health, aren't you?
Yeah, I do a lot of fasting.
Fasting.
Fasting, yeah.
Intermediate fasting.
Is that the 16/8 thing? Or is it
We
different?
could- I do-
18/6.
That's quite extreme, though.
18. That
But I
sounds
have
really
done some
intense.
40-hour ones.
Oh wow.
They're
It was through
hardcore.
The first lockdown because there's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
So you thought, fuck, I'll just fast.
See, that just
Yeah, I
sounds
did it in the
like-
jail for 2 or 3
Jesus.
days.
It's easier because there was hardly no, you couldn't go out for food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to
Yeah.
eat and cook and sometimes, like you said, you don't have to cook so much.
It's an interesting thing then because your pee changes colour, doesn't it? In the beginning, it's yellow and it goes completely clear.
Does it?
Because of
Yeah.
water.
And you go through like the bends almost where you're like so hungry, you're so hungry, you're so hungry. And then once you get through that pain barrier, it chills out and you can keep going.
Okay, so you kind of get used to it, sort of thing.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
we're so attached to food and eating that just to get that to be freed of that, you got to either fast or end up in a jail where you don't get any food.
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, moving on. You've got a
No
funny
splashing in there though.
no splashing.
Yeah.
So your mate, I presume you've been on a night out, did something to the cab driver.
Oh, yeah. So it's quite funny because I had this mate called Natasha who's really sweet, very different to me. Almost like kind of like, because I always used to think I was reserved, you know? Obviously, not quite as much these days, but I think, you know, I've got my boundaries and stuff. But she comes across, if you're in a club, like really reserved, won't speak to anyone at all. Whereas I think I'm quite friendly. I'll speak to anyone, whether it's like a 90-year-old woman at a bus stop or like just, you know, anyone else. So anyway, so we go out to a club and guys would come up as they do. I wasn't giving off sexual vibes, I don't think. But, yeah, what do you do then? What's your name? Blah, blah, blah. All that bollocks. If you've been clubbing a lot, you get used to doing that, I think. And she'd be like, oh, he's a pervert. Get away from him. Don't talk to him. Don't. And then we ended up in, like, McDonald's. And we just sat there. I didn't even do McDonald's, but we were, like, eating some food because we missed our bus, I think. We were there all night. And this guy came up to us and he was like, have you ever thought about selling pictures of your feet for a living? And we're like,
Random.
I don't think this is the time to get involved in this conversation. So we just said no. And then he wouldn't leave us alone. So that was a different story entirely. Anyway, so we got
We're going to end that one.
we got in the taxi and all of a sudden she's like going, Mr. Driver! And she drags him in the house, grabs him, brings him in her flat, basically like pulls his trousers off. You know you are if you're watching. Gets his little dinky out and starts like sucking him off. And I'm sat there the whole time going, wasn't expecting that, okay. And then he's like, he looks over to me and goes, can I touch you? And I'm like, I've nothing to do with this, mate.
He was still in the cab at this point.
No. She drags him into a house. So get back, right? Grabs this guy, taxi driver, grabs into a house, right? Starts sucking him off, giving him a bit of a, you know, the old hand shandy. And he's looking at me and I'm like, no, nothing to do with me, mate. I start trying to put a pizza in a microwave, right? With the wrapper on still, because we're both quite dry. I'm like, I don't know, I'm not interested, I'm hungry, I'm like a pizza. And so she noshes off this dude. Maybe he comes, I don't know. She then just shoves him outside the door, doesn't even say goodbye, just chucks him out and goes, bye, probably, or fuck off, whatever. And then that was it. And
You weren't tempted to splash him with the pizza?
well, no, I was hungry. I wasn't wasting that. And so anyway, the next day she was like kicking off at me going, you burnt my pizza oven, you've melted the pizza. And she put it all over Twitter as well. This is going back about 2013. And I'm like, mate, you wouldn't let me talk to anyone. Noshed off the taxi driver for free fare and now you're moaning at me for like burning a pizza. But basically, I think I've got a vague recollection of like scraping a bit of pizza off the bottom of the microwave plate and just being like, yeah, just eating it,
roll.
like not even cooked, just eating like raw pizza. And I was like so happy about that. It's disgusting.
And with your
isn't it?
sex doll in retirement, she couldn't even back you up and support you on Twitter.
No. Can you imagine though? She'd be like, hey, you picking on my mistress? We're going to start something here. I'm not having this.
So, leads me on
But no,
to-
she's a lovely girl. Really sweet.
Yeah. She just had her fun with the taxi driver.
It's so funny though, looking back at this dude, his face, he was just like, could not believe what was going on. And then when she threw him out, it was even better because he was just like this.
During the headlights.
I just want my pizza. So,
So yeah, the last one, the story of the evening,
Beefer, I think. Was it was Beefer?
Mistress Beefer.
So, hello,
Or
Beefer.
meeting Beefer.
Yeah, Beefer. Because I put out a little message on Twitter saying, look, I've got to do a part 2. And so if you've got any funny stories, remind me because I can't remember them all. So I had a few. And there were some memories apparently of me not being my best self as well, which were quite funny. But this one, Beefer, he basically contacted someone called Goddess Monica. And Goddess Monica is an online only mistress And he wanted to experience pegging and forced by and so on and so forth. So she said, look, I'm going to choose you Mistress Kaz if she approves. And I'm going to send you to her and you'll learn pegging and forced by. So she spoke to me. I approved. And then he come to me and then we kind of like set it all up between us, what would happen. But he didn't know. He just thought he was coming to me for a pegging. So he got there. And the first thing was like, give him some poppers. Can I say that? Yeah, poppers. So just a room odorizer, basically. So it just makes the room smell nice. And after that, I took his phone off him. And then we did a role play whereby I basically said to him, well, I need to get your phone code out of you now. And if you don't give it, there's going to be big, big penalties and altercations. And it won't turn out well for you. So obviously you give the phone code. And that was the point where I phoned his goddess and we both talked on the phone. Meanwhile, he's bent over the bed, his arse in the air, presenting himself to the world, spreading his cheeks, begging for a big rubber dick, basically. And we're both sat there going, we're going to video this and send it to all your contacts in your phone.
So blackmailing.
Yeah, fantasy roleplay blackmailing.
Oh my goodness.
Which we didn't follow through.
No.
The fantasy was quite big that we possibly could follow through with it. So, yeah, it was quite... And he really got into it as well. He kept turning around to the camera and going, I'm a little slut, mistresses. What shall I do next? And I was quite overwhelmed because it was like he was coming back. Like normally they're like, oh, please don't, please. And he was like, I'm such a slut. Yeah, make me do more. And I thought, this is brilliant.
Wow.
You don't encounter that level of enthusiasm that often. So and she was laughing her tits off.
Mm.
She was like, you're a disgusting little worm, I wasn't it? I knew this would happen to you. Absolutely vile, disgust us. I was going, yeah, you're quite repulsive, cretin. So, yeah, it was quite amusing. So, but yeah, it needs to come back round, actually. Round 6.
So do any of you guys have a question for Kaz today?
They're like, please stop her talking. My mind is just...
The only one I could think of was,
Yeah.
Have you seen the film Ed Wood?
Ed Wood.
No, what's that?
Johnny Depp's in it. It's about
I love Johnny
one
Depp.
of the worst directors ever. It's a true story. And he had fetishes and he was a transvestite.
Who is he?
He directed a film called Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Mm.
Have you ever seen that?
No.
I think it's one of my favourite films.
Is it on Netflix?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
And
I'll have to watch that.
Bill Murray's in it as well. And,
Yeah, can't beat a bit of Bill Murray.
and,
What's it called?
Ed Wood.
Ed Wood.
Weird.
Yeah. And the guy, Johnny Depp plays Ed Wood, and the guy, it's a true story. This guy directed this film called Plan 9 from Outer Space, and it's a terrible science fiction film, which was voted the worst film ever made.
Oh, God.
And it's the guy was a transvestite, and he had a thing for Angora sweaters.
Have you ever Googled...
Oh.
Sorry.
that
That just
real?
made me think of something really quite funny. Have you ever Googled Space Film 1999?
No.
I think it's that one.
Is that a terrible film?
I'll show you after this. This can't be said on camera.
That bad.
Oh my goodness.
If you Google it.
What
have
was
a
the,
look.
what was the question, James?
So, have you seen that?
No.
film?
No. Should I watch it?
About fetishes and
How is it?
kinks and-
Any list you want to send me, send them my way, I'll watch them.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
check that out.
We can swap lists. We can be like film geeks.
Yeah.
Kinky film geeks.
I was thinking, where is he going with this? Is this, director's film? Are we getting
Yeah.
recommendations?
Because we're doing the documentary, right?
The link's probably the fetish thing, but
Yeah.
I just wondered what you thought of it if you did see it.
Because we're doing the documentary and stuff together, you're thinking, how can we utilise this for our
Yeah.
future documentary that's coming out? Plug.
Plug.
Right?
Are there any fetish films that you could recommend?
I mean, they're quite minimal on the ground. Most of what you see is obviously the male being the dominant. There's very few films out. I mean, you've got like things like The Secretary, where it's very
I've
subtle.
seen that.
Subtle
Yeah.
domination, isn't it? But I think this is the time to release things because there's not much female domination going on in Hollywood or arts or documentary. So, yeah, it's a bit of a lack.
Heart.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And Jen said you had some questions.
For
I
us.
do, yes.
Would you like
Yeah, I've got
it?
some questions for you guys, if you don't mind.
I'll kick back
So,
and relax.
anyone that wants to jump in as well and answer the question, I mean, definitely ask James if you. So who should we start with? They start quite normal,
Let's start
actually.
with Sean.
Yeah.
We can answer each.
You can ask him if you want to start with.
Oh, well, I've got to ask him this. I thought you were asking me these.
Oh, I am. I'm going to ask you, Sean. I'll ask you.
Okay, if you were stranded on a desert island, which 3 inanimate objects do you take?
So no people or animals, basically. They're already there.
You take your mascara,
Just,
your blue towel, your...
Yeah.
A speedboat.
No, you can't say stuff like that. That's out of the rules.
Isn't that an inanimate?
No, you can't take a plane, nothing to get you off
No
that island. You're
transport
stuck
methods.
there for the rest of your life. So
You've
I never
got to
have
live
podcast
there. You've got to
3
cope. You've
podcasts
got to
in
find
fucking
3
evening.
survival tools, basically.
A fishing rod.
Okay, practical.
A spear.
Okay.
A sleeping bag.
God, you're boring.
Jen, over to
I want to
you.
live. I want to eat and sleep. Basic
'cause I-
Maslow's hierarchy of needs stuff. What am I going to say? Cock rings.
Blue towel.
What good's that going to do me? Blow up dolls? Trans blow up dolls? Is that what you're looking for? I want to live. I want to live. I don't just want to
No, like,
Get the cock and beat
have
the
a
fish.
party and die because I can't eat or sleep.
no, but you could like take your favourite book.
Yeah, but I'd rather like harpoon of something I can eat than read. It's raw survival.
Your
Did
little sleeping
you not watch Tom Hanks in that movie? How did he survive?
Wilson.
Wilson!
How did he survive?
Ow.
He was not
Hi, Giselle.
prancing around with cock
Day
rings,
52. I don't know how we're going to get out of here.
doing a
You're my
dance.
only friend.
He was killing stuff.
Oh, see, I'm not going to answer that one, but I'll move on to the next.
Good.
Why are you not answering that one? That's not fair.
Well, no, because I can't say anything like fun, like because I'll
You just want to go and have fun and die. You don't want to live.
I'll take a bag of ecstasy, favourite book, and a
You're just going to go out in a blaze
yeah, absolute blaze of
on your
glory.
own
To be
with
fair,
ecstasy.
Fuck
To be
it.
fair,
I wouldn't last longer than a week. There,
if you know you're going to die, because you're just not a natural
You gotta fight for your survival.
Shed ton
You
of
just don't
vodka.
give up right away.
Well, I'll have fun doing it.
People can live off stuff, live off the land.
Oh God, imagine me doing that. Anyway,
like bringing up your slaves. I'm in the Indian Ocean.
Kaz, what would you, inanimate objects would you take?
Inanimate objects.
Yeah, on a desert island.
I think something, probably like a little, what do you call that little thing they had in the old days? Like
Penknife.
fire.
A penknife.
No, the other one. The
Swiss Army knife.
No.
a pot.
You make fire. It's a tinderbox. Tinderbox.
A
You make
tinderbox
fire.
for your fire.
Yeah, tinderbox.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Am
There's
I
me
allowed
on the rave.
See?
a fridge?
A
if I'm allowed
fridge.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so third thing's got to be leisure. That's 2 boring things, right? You've got to have music.
I'll take like a
Think
king.
so.
Music.
Yeah.
Oh yes, king
don't like
size
to be
bed.
bored
Bag
for
of
the rest of my
pills,
life.
tunes.
What is that? What you have?
King size bed, luxury one. Bag.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's better than a
music.
sleeping bag, isn't
Yeah,
it?
fucking hell, yeah. You got cheap seats.
I'm thinking there might be threats. If I'm on my king-size bed,
I'll be on a king size bed. with-
threats will get me,
surrounded
won't
by-
they? I got to hide out somewhere in my little sleeping bag under some rocks.
I'll be living the lux on my 4 poster.
I love the way like Sean's making up new rules for this.
Huh?
I love the way Sean's making up new rules. Like there's like the island's been infiltrated by the
Yeah, exactly.
Pterodactyls, Somali pirates. You're on some big ass king size bed.
You know they get
gone.
what's it? Those sand animals that bite you. You'll get a bit of shit out. I went on my king size, and no, there's not room for 2.
Yeah, those things with the big shells that come out with the click, 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 click.
Conch.
Yeah, no, go for you.
What are they called? What animal is
Crabs.
that?
A crab.
Crabs. The big things in the shells. They got the beaks.
Yeah, like hermit crab.
No, they're really big. Like this
I don't know
big.
what the fuck he's on about right now.
There's an animal that comes out to sea, and they can bite. When I was in Turkey, they warned us about going underwater with those things. If you see one of those things, get out of the
Turtle.
water. Oh, is that it? Snapping turtles, something
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
Well, I won't get the king size, but get you a little sleeping bag. Yeah, so anyway, Sean's a goner. I'm living the life. What's the next question for us?
Girl power. All right, the next one is: have you ever had? Let's start with Jen. Nickname.
Yeah. So, Boomer, my dog, she's up there, I think. If you can see her on the camera. who unfortunately died last year. So I actually named her after myself, my own nickname, Boomer. So I want to say about 5 years ago, you know this story, I was with a boyfriend and he implied that I was a boomerang.
Oh, okay.
So he called me Boomer.
That's
for
cute.
quite a few years.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, the reason he called me Boomerang, guess why?
Oh no, really? Was he a
I kept coming back for
narcissist?
more.
What a dickhead!
I thought it was funny.
What a massive wanker!
Yeah,
Oh dear,
so
I'm sorry
because
that
I
you
kept
had to
coming
do that.
back for more.
Well-
Not for more in a violent way. For,
No.
no, in the other way.
But was he a bit arrogant?
Oh no, he was just taking
okay.
a piss.
Oh, well, okay, that's
So
cool.
yeah, no,
that's fine.
yeah, my nickname. So yeah, it was just Boomer,
Yeah.
and then we separated. I quite like the name, so
It's cute,
when I got
isn't
a dog,
it?
we called it after.
Yeah, super
It's a
cute.
really
I
quite
like
boring
it.
story now.
It's
Right,
not
yours.
boring. It's cute.
So as a kid, I was called Atty, Atty, Atty Atwood.
Now that's more boring than mine.
And then older on, I was called the Bank of England and English Sean in the rave scene in Arizona. And then when I went to prison, I was called England.
Oh yeah, I saw that in your book.
Yeah, what up,
Yeah,
England?
yeah.
What's your nickname now?
I haven't got one.
What about yourself, guys?
Ah, I was Pixie. Someone went to me at uni. You're so small. You're like a little thing at the bottom of the garden. I could just pick you up in a net like a pixie, and it stuck. Everyone started calling me
That's not
Pixie
very
after
nice.
that. I didn't mind. It was all right. Everyone was like, "Oh, it's Pixie. Oh, Pixie." So it's just a nickname, isn't it?
It's got a cuteness to it.
Yeah, it's okay. So what about you, James? Nickname?
When I was younger, it was SB.
SB. Oh,
SB.
good.
Your surname.
Abbreviation again. Yeah.
They
SB.
do that with a lot of guys. Just
SB.
Yeah,
SB.
yeah, just a surname,
What about
isn't it,
yours?
generally?
Yeah, see, mine was Jadams, which is my last name's Adams.
Jadams.
And J. So
Oh,
Jadams.
okay.
Jadders.
Like Ad.
I like that.
Addy.
No.
Jad.
Have you had one? No, not yet. We're gonna have to get you one then. Would you
Oh.
like one, or do you not like
Call
nicknames?
you. Because
Because I think they're kind of cute, but some people find them offensive, don't they? Have you got an opinion on that?
Yeah, absolutely
Like offensive or
amazing.
cute, or
beautiful.
just saying some people like nicknames and some people find them really offensive.
Yes.
But it sort
Well,
of
I guess
depends
it's
on the
right.
nickname and how well you know the person as well. If I went down the street and went, "Oh, it's Meffy," to someone, it's a bit rude.
Or shitty.
Yeah.
So Sean, what animal would you compare yourself to and why?
Oh my goodness. That's a tricky one. You go first.
A seahorse.
A seahorse.
Love it.
Mystical creature.
Yeah. Super cute.
Unobtainable.
Definitely. Mysterious magic.
I can't even answer that.
Go on.
Oh my goodness.
No, apparently it is my spirit animal.
Is it? That's why you
Yes.
put one up there then, isn't it?
Everywhere around the house.
Yeah.
So,
Beautiful.
yes.
Relax.
I think about traits from different animals.
Would you
What,
be a
like a-
hybrid?
Sloth.
Bit of a monkey spirit.
I'd say a
'cause,
bit
like
sloth.
sloth. I went to the playroom and I saw the slugs and the sloths.
Inspired.
Bit of a lone wolf. Lone wolf.
I'll have fun with this one though. Describe your internet browsing history.
Mine.
Yeah.
It's all like podcast stuff, isn't it?
What's the name of that club you were mentioning earlier?
Torture Garden.
Yeah. You know that's on there. What would mine be? YouTube. Honestly, that's
It's
all
all
I watch.
business, all
Yeah,
YouTube.
YouTube. is pretty
I just have
dull.
YouTube on all day if I'm not, if I'm driving, if I'm cooking,
Gosh.
if I'm.
We've got a really exciting life.
Has anyone else got a more interesting answer?
Browsing history.
I want to phone like someone in the audience. Go, hey, who's got the dirtiest story? We need to do that interactivity.
Mine is like stupid shit, like
Don't we?
how to cook an egg, and you know,
Yeah, because like,
stupid
you know,
random.
especially at like 2 a.m. in the morning. And, like,
Yeah, you can't figure it out. What was it I googled it? I think it was earlier for you.
you have to Google
Something
it.
really stupid. It was basically just really.
Yeah. Stuff
Basic
that you
stuff.
can't sleep until you know
how long
that
to
exact.
how long to boil an egg for? 7 minutes.
And they
Brad.
wouldn't remember in the morning anyway.
And how to, I don't know, do turtles fly? That sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yours isn't like that. What about yours? Oh, sorry. Oh, stop trying. So if you had a time machine, where would you go and why?
I've had a time machine. Where would I go? Oh my goodness. You go first. I need more time on
Is it
these.
back in-
They're hard.
Like
You
back
can
in
go
my
forward,
life?
backwards,
Forward?
you can go either future, past, any country, any year, or a different planet. You can make up a planet.
Different planet.
Any way you like. Like your imagination.
I'm going to go
is
forward to when we have life extension then, when we're immortal.
A very good answer.
God, I'll probably go back to swinging 60s. Yeah.
It's also very good, yeah.
Yeah.
Peace and love and all that kind of stuff.
Mm.
Yeah. Sounds pretty zen. Yeah.
Next question. Sex-related injuries. Have you had one?
I had a banjo string incident.
Is this like a musician thing?
I was making love with my woman, my girlfriend back then, and we noticed a trickle
A trickle.
of blood, and I thought she was on a period, and she said, I'm not on my period, and I said, well, you're bleeding, and then I pulled out, and she's like, I'm not bleeding, and I'm like, well, where's the blood coming from? And I looked down, and my banjo string was
So,
bleeding.
A massacre.
Was there no pain?
I was on multiple drugs at the time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And we've been
explains
going at
that
it
one.
quite vigorously.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what kind of friction.
So what was the kind of antidote to that? Did you ever go to the doctors or
Self-healing.
I was off my head, wasn't I? I was in my business suit and I had to go back to work. And I think I just plastered it up or something. And then I went to work because I had to go back to work. And then I noticed blood just going down my legs through my suit. Oh shit, I gotta leave the office now, make an excuse and leave the office.
It sounds pretty painful.
Yeah, and then whenever I got an erection in the aftermath of that kind of reopened the.
Oh no.
So it took a little bit to get it calmed down.
Not good.
Yeah.
How about you, Jen?
Very similar, but I think it's far too graphic for YouTube.
Is it?
Oh my goodness, yeah, don't go there then.
Okay. You know the story, obviously. Any others that aren't as graphic?
Could you paraphrase it in a gentle way, in posh language? What? I'll ask you some questions then that won't get us in trouble.
Right.
Was it
from
your
the knee
body or
down?
was it his body?
His body.
Was it the...
I like this game. It's fun.
Which area of the
Same as
man
yours.
part? Oh, was it the string, the banjo string?
Yes, but it wasn't in a certain...
It was what? Did you bite it?
No.
Did he catch it in his zip?
Mm-mm.
Did he cry?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What was the thing that snapped it? Go on.
God, say it.
Just whisper it to
It
me.
makes you feel like a little girl again.
Whisper it to me. Slowly, I can't hear you.
What's that quicker word?
Cackling.
Gives him an A ends with an ow.
Oh, gotcha.
Ooh.
So it was a friction. It was a friction thing, was it?
First time, and it
Wasn't-
took me off it for a
Wasn't
very
enough,
long time.
Wasn't enough
Yeah.
lube.
Didn't use any.
Oh my goodness.
Was he? What descent was he from? Was he kind
Oh,
of?
he's a British guy.
No, just because I know that can have
Western
sometimes
Superman,
affect
and he
you.
did say to me, I
Apparently.
remained friends with him for many years, still
Yeah.
to this day. He obviously moved on, had several partners. He says still to this day, he can't have sex for longer than 15 minutes without it causing problems.
No, that could have happened to me.
I'll say it's all your
Nice.
fault.
Imagine
sticking up
you ruined
these-
Oh
some
my
women's
goodness.
Yeah.
On that subject, then I had a girlfriend who she was getting a clip pierced, and I was holding her hand as it was going in. They drew some lines down there and stuff. But she shrieked like a pig and jumped out of the seat as it was going in.
Oh,
So instead of going in straight across, it went in diagonal.
Oh no!
And she lost all of her feeling
Oh, poor
oh,
girl.
in a clip.
oh.
For years, and she was asking her mum to send her for surgery and all this stuff.
Poor thing.
But I think it was about a decade later she told me that it
That's
came
really
back or something. But
sad.
for many years, she was having no
That's
enjoyment.
devastating, surely, for a
Yeah.
Imagine
female.
that.
Yeah, but you asked, what about the female bodies then? Have you guys been susceptible to injuries yourselves rather
Only when
than
I've fallen
the
off a
man?
bike.
To that
Yeah.
region,
You know.
yeah.
Have you done
Yeah.
that?
I think we're a bit more hardy, aren't we? We get friction burns on our knees and stuff.
It's sore,
Yeah, I think
yeah.
we're a bit more hardy.
Sex
than...
on the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, sandy.
Yeah.
Bit like sandpaper.
Glass in the arse crack.
Still not fun though. When it's
No.
bad, it's not good.
No.
No. So moving on, how do you handle people that annoy you?
I've learned now just to block them. because you cannot get engaged with their toxic energy.
Yeah, it's
Ignorance
true.
is bliss.
It is, yeah.
Carry on living your
Yeah.
positive, happy life.
Yeah,
and-
totally.
This is the thing, you know, what we're doing around such amazing people.
Mm-hmm.
The energy is so positive. We don't need to be engaging with these other people.
No.
And when I had the corona and I was reflecting on my life
Mm.
and thinking about people who gave me headaches and how I was kind of catering to them,
Yeah.
I resolved that's not necessary. You don't need to have those people in your life.
Yeah. It's
Just
good
have
too.
people in your life that don't cause you problems and lift your spirits. Like you guys, like Tug of War. You know, the energy today has been so
All you
phenomenal.
guys.
They're
I
lovely,
would
aren't
I
they?
would normally be knackered from doing 3 podcasts in a day, but because the stories have been so fascinating,
We've kept going to past 11 o'clock now.
I'm pumped up on the
It's
day.
like
Should we keep going to? Should we do like an all-night podcast?
These guys are gonna have a heart attack in a minute. These guys are gonna get back to Essex. Come on,
Right.
get through these.
So, which Disney
Here you go.
princess are you most
Next.
relate
Oh,
to?
yeah, that's my favourite question.
Which Disney princess am I?
Yeah.
Yes.
who Can you relate to?
That's why
Can I
it's a good-
relate to?
Yeah.
I don't relate to Disney princesses.
have
It's not
to
in
for
my
the
in my
question.
scope.
You
There's
have to.
Right,
I
think
have to.
Disney movie.
I don't even know who Disney princesses are.
Cinderella.
Hold on a minute. It's the one with like funny coloured hair that was in a cartoon. What was her name? Oh, my little niece and was watching her on the TV.
What, Dora the Explorer or something?
No, like a Disney thing.
Elsa, Frozen.
Frozen.
Elsa.
They were
and
watching
Anna.
Frozen over and over.
Oh,
What
it's
was
very good, isn't it?
Does the woman have coloured hair?
Yeah,
Well, it's
there's a
blonde
little
one and
ginger
the
one.
What's her
There's a
name?
blonde one and a
Anna
ginger
is the
one.
ginger one. Elsa is the blonde one with the blonde.
Yeah, but I don't even relate to them. I don't even know why I'm saying
Oh,
saying
there's
the
like
names.
a little-
She's cold.
She's cold.
There you go.
What
Okay.
about... Right, you can go Pixar if that helps. I think
Pixar.
they've
I
gone
think
thought
I'm
out by
more of
Disney
a
though.
Evil
Pixar.
villain.
Didn't they do the Ants
evil
movie?
queen?
Would you be a villain?
I'd be a queen like Cruella de Vil.
Yeah.
Right up my street. Any of the evil queens. I think they're
What would
wicked.
Sean be then? What would you put him as if you had
What's
to?
that?
At a Disney film.
You know The Little Mermaid, that thing
Yeah.
that sings Under the Sea.
Oh, the Sebastian, the
Yeah,
lobster.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, you won't.
Yeah.
I occasionally get called Dr. Evil from Austin Powers.
Oh, yes.
Disney,
No. What's your favourite childhood memory? Oh, God, I'll have to think now.
Can we pause for 5 minutes or not? Or is we
we
too
were
close to the
nearly
end?
done.
Waking up on Christmas Day, eating all my chocolate oranges and my after eights, and then starting to eat my sisters. And then she
Brilliant.
snitched me out to my mum. The shoe would launch across the room. Stop teasing your sister, child! You've eaten your own, you gutsing bugger!
Does that still happen
Oh, I
now
can't
at
wait for your mum to
Christmas?
see
What's
that.
Does
that?
that still happen now at Christmas?
No, we have the sweatshop now at Christmas.
Oh,
yeah, you were saying
Yeah,
about that.
yeah,
we're
do you want
forced
to explain
everybody.
what the sweatshop is?
Yeah.
Well,
Talk about it.
it's not anymore, but in recent years, you know, like when I was sending out brochures to the schools to get my talks going and stuff, Aunt Lily would be like putting the brochures in the envelopes.
Lily's your sister.
I'd put my sister putting the stamp, my mum sealing the envelopes. I put the stamp on the envelopes to
You
return
get a
it.
good job.
And we were all sat around doing that every Christmas Day for
Yeah.
year after year. The annual Christmas sweatshop. You can't waste precious work time on Christmas Day, can you?
It's like Scrooge.
If you're a workaholic, extreme workaholic.
Did you see the ghost of
Just call me Scrooge.
Christmas Past?
I still enjoyed
Did
it.
he come and
I
visit
wasn't
you?
like, bang, brah,
So
bah,
that's words I'm going to take
Oh, I've
you
got
to
to tell
the
you
future
this,
now.
Sean. So
Yeah?
me and Kaz called you the Grinch who stole Christmas because when you cancelled the Christmas party, this we called you the Grinch. I went, oh, okay,
I'm
the Grinch
sorry.
cancelling the Christmas
That
do.
was
We know you were,
COVID cancelled the
we know
Christmas
you were
party,
dying
not
in your
me.
bed, ill,
I was on.
He cancelled that Christmas do.
Yeah. But we
I
still
didn't have it in me to face work for the rest of the year.
Then we had a joke and you oh, we had a Grinch. So there you
It's
go.
probably just as well. It would have been a riot. Well, that would have gone viral.
Oh, brilliant.
I think we've done it then, haven't
Yeah,
Cool.
definitely. So, should we plug what we're doing then?
we? Yeah, let's do it. Do you want to start?
Yes, so we have got clips all over our Kaz and Jen talks. It'll be in the link in this description box below this video. With snippets of what we are doing in the dungeon. What else have we been doing? There's other
Been
stuff on
everywhere,
there.
haven't we? We've been travelling. We've been doing lives. We did a couple of lives here. We did some filming down the
Timestamp
road.
that because that'll be fucking gone
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yes.
What did I say? Well,
We've been doing live. So what have we been doing?
Yeah.
So it's
Okay.
been
Yeah.
where we've been.
where have we been? Only here, really, in recent.
No. We're on about when we did the dungeons, Master Peter,
Oh,
when
I
we did all
see.
that.
Yeah,
Basically,
yeah,
what's going
yeah,
on Vimeo.
So, we went to a dungeon in Edgware, didn't we, with Master Peter? That was quite astonishing. I think that was when we had Mr. Atwood tied up, actually, wasn't it? Can we say that?
It's all right.
We had not tied up. I mean, like you were a bit busy in the checking out.
Busy.
Hung
looking
upside
on the
down, getting my
walls.
nipples electrocuted.
Yeah.
So yes, and there'll be other documentaries on there about naked cleaners. What
Yeah.
else, James?
This is all on James's
Loads.
channel, is it? James's
Yeah.
Vimeo.
Yes.
Sex work talk.
Is that a
Sex
separate
work.
channel or is that a playlist?
It's
That's
Is
where-
it Underground Films, all
It's
this?
a collection of videos on Vimeo.
Is it on Underground Films?
No, it's called Sex Work Talk.
Oh, the channel is Sex Work
Yeah.
Talk. Gotcha.
On Vimeo.
Collection
Gotcha.
of videos, and it's everything you've just mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll be
so head
going through
over
to that,
to
but with
Vimeo
us
if you're
mucking
watching
about in
now.
a dungeon.
Everything.
Check it out. You'll find it there.
Yes. Brilliant.
It's good stuff. Yeah.
And your activist mission?
Change the world. Well, one step at a time. Change people's
Well, also to
perceptions.
do with
I think.
domestic violence as well, which
Exactly.
I thought you wanted
It's
to talk
something we're
about.
going to return to, isn't it? Because I think we've both been affected by domestic violence. We've had many friends as well that have been affected by domestic violence, and obviously it happens to men as well, but I think that's in a much lower proportion than it happens to women. And unfortunately, I think when these kind of subjects are discussed, there's a lot of men in the background going, oh, but what about violence towards men? And while that is an issue, what we want to focus on primarily is violence against women. We might return to the other topic in future, but we just want to keep it like really positive. And the main subject, whether you're a man or a woman or a trans, it doesn't matter. It's just you can speak out. And if you need help, go and get help. And we just want to normalise talking about it, don't we?
Yes, and bringing awareness to the
Not
world
getting too
surrounding
political about it,
domestic violence.
basically. Just, get some help and talk about it. And we're here for questions as well.
It's great that you guys have got the social message, and because a lot of things that are related to this genre, people classify it as sleaze and stuff, but you've presented everything in a very educational way, and you're trying to like raise awareness of certain issues that are going to cause better things in the world. Like you say, you want changing the world. Yeah,
That's what I'd love to do.
Even if it's just a small, tiny corner of the world, I think it all makes a difference.
definitely.
If you help one person, that's something, isn't it?
Yes,
Definitely.
yes.
But creating a safe space for anyone involved in that sort of, or into kink or involved in the industry or who have been through domestic violence.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you very much, guys. It's been an absolutely amazing, crazy day with all these free podcasts.
I'm going to bed.
We are brain drained. And viewers out there, please let us know what you thought about this podcast. And put your comments down below. And let us know if you'd like to see more of this content, because we've got a tremendous feedback for Kaz Part 1. Everybody's links will be in the description box, so please support everybody's work. Cheers. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Much needed.
My little group of friends were like all the misfits and all the quite quiet, shy people. Keep refusing to give me back my passport. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have any more choice than to go to the English tabloids and tell them that you're holding me hostage and that you're detaining my passport. I was just kind of sat there, and then this Chris comes back through and he says to me, "We need to get out of here. We need to get out." And I'm like, "What's wrong? What happened?" He's like, "He wants to swap. Would you like to take some tea out to your little friends and some biscuits?" And so it was all quite civilised. And then someone just turned up, I don't know who, with this acid. He was like, and I just crept slowly to the top of the stairs, and there's this like guy in a grey hoodie just like staring back at me like this, like like that. And I'm like, we both just froze for a moment and just stared at each other like in shock. And then I'm like, "Get out of my house!" It's a TV show, and you have all these different girls on a bed, and then you pick up your phone and you're like, "Hey!" I never wanted to be the loudest person in the room, but I think they all wanted to be the most extreme porn star and all like the wackiest and everything. For me, mostly my experience, although there's been ups and downs, I've found that the industry's helped me. It's grown my confidence. So then when we went round to my friend Vicky's, like apparently he was putting stuff in my food, and she was like, "You can't do that. That's you're spiking her." And he's like, "No, it's fine. It keeps her calm. It keeps her happy." Well, I'm quite into my PVC and corsets because I don't kind of like being, collars up here and too stiff and formal because I like to move around a lot, but I like to be a little bit disciplinarian.
Don't get excited, she's not looking for new slaves. Hello, everybody.
And the levels just got here before we even started.
We have our first ever dominatrix. Don't get excited, she's not looking for new slaves. Kaz is the author of 2 books, Dreaming in the Dark and Sordid Secrets, which are available on Amazon. The link will be in the description box below the video. If you want to go down and follow her on Twitter as well, at KAZBXX. That link will be down there. So, it's going to be a very interesting journey today. Really appreciate Kaz coming on.
Yeah, thank you.
I've watched your previous work with James, got a lot of views, got a lot of interest, and a lot of absolutely insane stories and things that I didn't even know people had a penchant for that will blow your mind from the kinky department. We're going to get to that. All right, so before we start then, getting heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. And Jen is here, of course, of Boomer and Jen. Her links are in the description box for her organic cotton clothing company. You should be familiar with my new co-host by now. Right. So before we get to the heavy stuff then, we're going to go back and just look at what led to this adventure.
Yeah, sure.
So where were you born?
I was born in Swindon.
Yes.
So just down the road, well, not down the road, about an hour from here.
Yeah. Wiltshire, isn't it? Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Isn't that your neck of the woods?
Yes, Bradford-on-Avon. Mm-hmm. So what was school like?
So school was like a horrible place. I would never want to go back to school and be a kid again if I had the option to. When I got to, because I'm quite short, you've probably noticed. So I was kind of a bit of a target for bullies when I was at school. And I was very quiet as well because my home life was a bit disruptive. I used to just escape into books and stuff. So I was quiet. So...
Oh, sorry. I've got a terrible habit of tapping my feet. I've got to hold them.
We'll get you
Hold it still.
We'll get you a pillow.
Careful, she'll spank me.
While I've interrupted, can I just grab your foot real quick and show it to the camera?
Yeah, go for it.
Look at those sneakers. Aren't they so cool?
Yeah, so I should have had these on at school, really. Done some damage. Yeah, so I used to get picked on at school, so that wasn't really much fun. So it kind of built up where I was getting sort of picked on all the time. And I'm just stuck to the microphone.
Do you need a hand? Yeah. There you go.
Oh my God, I didn't want to break it or anything. Jeez, don't do this. Okay.
This is not S&M.
So it built up to, I had an incident where there was a girl that just grabbed me from behind and kicked me in the head. And that went to the police and they got involved, and it was all kind of very dramatic at the time.
For what reason?
When she did her police statement, she just said, "Oh, I had a bad day and I needed someone to take it out on." So I just happened to be there, sort of like walking home from school like this because I was quite shy. And she's gone, "Oh, she's little," and I'll pick on her. So I got my head kicked in and got beaten up. She was kicking me in the head, and I remember being on the floor just thinking, like, just numb really, and I wasn't even crying or anything. And then she said, "I'm going to kick you in the head until you cry." And like somehow I just managed to make myself cry. So I just managed to switch it on. God knows how. I guess it was like a survival technique, really.
Of course.
Did you have a history with her?
No, not at all. I did get bullied at school, but she wasn't part of that group or anything to do with it. So it was just random. And then, funny enough, how all the bullying stopped, I was walking over, we had this like big bridge from one side of the school to the other. I was walking over the bridge and there was this girl called Lindsay. She went to me, I won't say my surname, she went, "Oi, you." And I'm like, oh God, sort of thing. So I go to walk away and she kind of like sidesteps, grabs my little coat, I had this little green coat on, pulls it over my head so like I can't see then. I'm like, shit, I can't see. So I'm like flailing doing this, going, get off me. Like, anyway, somehow I managed to just like punch her in the face and give her a black eye. So I'm like, oh, I heard her scream and I'm like, oh God, I'm in for it now. She's going to proper beat me up. But she just ran away screaming and crying. And I'm like, what? What just happened?
So did you have friends then, like a clique that you hung out with at school?
I did, but my little group of friends were like all the misfits and all the quite quiet, shy people. So, but I remember that morning after I hit the girl in the face by accident, I went up to. Well, the morning was fine. I kept expecting to be called up and get into trouble. I kept thinking, oh God, something's going to happen. Anyway, after lunch, we had afternoon registration and I sat in my chair and I had this tutor called Miss O. And she went, Karen, can you come up to the desk, please? And I was like, shit, here it is. Here we go. I went up to the desk. She said, did you hit Lindsay this morning? And I went, yes, miss. And she went, good. Now go and sit down.
Good on her.
Did that set a precedent then with the bullies? They knew you were going to hit back now.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. I think once they thought, oh, she's not going to take this anymore, we better steer clear a little bit. So there was always like a little bit of a wary look. She's small, but she's a psycho. They didn't even know it was an accident.
Oh, wow. Well done you.
What was your relationship like with the lads at the school?
Till I was probably about 15, I just didn't have anything to do with any boys at all. I just found them really annoying and immature and childish. And then I got my first boyfriend. Yeah, I was about 15. I saw him at youth club and he looked, Anton Deck?
Yes.
He looked a bit like, which one is it? Hang on. He looked a bit like Ant McPartlin. So I thought, oh yeah, he's really fit. I like him. So somehow we started dating. I think he came up to me and he said, he went, so do you want to go out with me or something then? And I went, yeah, okay then. And so he said, yeah, that was it. So I didn't really have much to do with anyone else at school because I decided by that point, I'm doing my own thing. I'm happy just doing my own thing and not kind of getting involved with other people. It was funny because in the last year, they all started trying to befriend me. And I was just like, I was cold. I was like, nope, too late.
So what was your first sexual relationship like?
It was with my boyfriend, Mike.
Okay.
So I met him at youth club at school.
Okay.
Yeah, and it kind of got quite intense quite quickly, I think.
Was it fairly normal, would you say?
What's normal?
Well,
You're asking me if it was not. I would say yeah, but someone else might go no. That's that is totally kinky and freaky. So
kinky?
Yeah, definitely. So I used to read Cosmo magazine. And just 17, I think, Ms. So I've just turned to the sex tips straight away. My boyfriend wants me to. So I was reading and Cosmo and my sister's magazines, stuff like how to spice up your sex life. And I was 15, 16. I'm reading how to spice up your sex life. That sounds interesting. Okay, I'll go into Ann Summers and get some fluffy handcuffs. I probably wasn't even old enough to be in there, but I remember just waltzing in, have a little look around. So I was a bit shocked when I got to the end and there's all these massive dildos and things. And I'm what do you even do with that? That's an arm. What's that for? I was quite innocent, really. So I bought these little handcuffs and they were just two bits of fluff stitched together with a chain in the middle.
They were rubbish, weren't they?
They're so rubbish.
Yeah.
I thought they were great. I'm like, oh, this is so kinky. Let's try these tonight. So we were just taking it in turns on putting them on each other and then being like, hee hee. There was no BDSM there or anything. It was all kind of cute and innocent.
Then, was it? Because how old are you now?
Oh, God. 41.
Shut up.
42 next week.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
I think I'm getting Alzheimer's a bit because I've got to that age where someone goes to you, how old are you? And I'm like, I've got to sit there and figure it out.
Yeah.
You look about 28.
I thought you were my age.
Oh, bless. Thank you. Well, I'll take that compliment.
What was your first job then?
Oh, what was my first job?
Tour guide.
Oh, first proper job.
Travel rep.
Yeah.
Well, what was your first job? Because I think that's quite interesting.
Very first job ever. When I was a kid, I did some work for my dad, cleaning his shop. Then I did, what else did I do? My first paid job for someone other than my dad was, I think it was a little cleaning job after college. So I was cleaning offices and I loved it. It was brilliant. It was like a brilliant vibe there. There was like this big jolly lady. It was supervisor. This little Jamaican lady called Winnie, and she had this amazing roar on her. She was always like singing, going, "Hey, Cass, we're going to have the best evening today." And then as punishment one day, I was late for my shift. They put me on toilets.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, it's a bit grimy, but get on with it. Anyway, so you put this little sign outside to say these toilets are at use, you can't come in now. And this office bloke, he's obviously working late, starts walking in. And I'm like, excuse me, toilets are closed. Can you use one of the other loos on the other floor? And he just ignores me, walks in, flops his little dinky out and starts going at the urinal. And I'm like, I think I'm like 16, 17 at this point. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. I just like locked myself in the loo. And like, if it was now, I'd be like, mate, it's not even worth getting that out. Put it away, you silly little boy. Come on, get rid of that. But I was like quite shocked. I just locked the door. I just wait till he's gone. Anyway, so I told my boss, I think they just sent a strongly worded letter around. I didn't see him again after that. So that was good. And then what did I do? What did I do then? Just thinking. So I went to college, then I was working in co-op and then travel care. And then from there I thought, oh, I like this travel life. I should go and be a holiday rep. So that's when I went over to Cyprus and I spent about 9 months working there, I think. So, and you can imagine being an 18-year-old, I had like no life experience. So I wasn't very good at socialising or talking to people, I was still really shy. And then suddenly there's like all these people, guests, alcohol, everything. It was just madness that
So you went up to a party lifestyle.
Yeah, it was it was kind of burning the candle at both ends because one minute you're up at 6 a.m. because you've got a flight coming in and you've got to meet the great guests and be all chirpy and be like, hey, welcome to Cyprus. Where's Sunworld? How are you? And then like later on you're guiding an excursion and then you're going out getting wrecked just drinking like pictures of cocktails. You don't know what's in that stuff. You know, they're just, oh, your reps, are you? We'll fill this one up. So they're just like putting all the shots in. And before you know it, you know, you're waking up on a bus to Coral Bay going, shit, I've gone a bit far this time. How did I get in this scenario? So that was quite bad. And the worst thing is like 3 or 4 days later, I'd lost my phone. And one of the reps got my phone back to me. And on the phone, it was a text from this woman. And she went, hope you've got your phone back by now. I made sure that I gave it to your friend. And anytime you want to sleep underneath our Jeep, you're completely welcome. And I'm just like, what?
So you passed out underneath a Jeep?
Well, I can only guess. Is she winding me up? Is she just going, I know we'll have a bit of fun with this one. I don't know.
You can't remember?
I can't remember. That's bad, isn't it? That is so bad because like I could have been anywhere. So yeah, I woke up and I thought, right, yeah, I'm going to have to reel it in and stop with the crazy drinking because it's funny now.
What about Menorca? What was that like?
The what, sorry?
Menorca?
Oh, it was horrible. It's
Right.
Yeah.
I was expecting a different reaction then.
Yeah, I love Cyprus. I think Cyprus is such a brilliant place. So if you go to Menorca, I think there's a place called Callan Forcat, which is, if you're in your 18, 19, 20s, you want to be there because it's busy and, you know, bit of a party lifestyle and stuff. But if you're that age, you don't want to go to Sonbu, which is where I was. So what happened was the first week they send you out for training, I made all these really cool friends, which was still quite hard for me at the time. And I'm like, yay, I've got friends, this is great. And then like, yeah, now we're going to take you away from these people and put you on your own here in this resort. And so the really horrible supervisor there as well. Like my family come out, she wouldn't let me see my family. My nan flew all the way out as well. And they were like, no, you can't see your nan, you have to work. And I'm like, I've done all my work, I've done all my reports, I've done all the admin. No. So in the end, I just thought, you know what, I come here because I thought, you know, I want to work hard and be a good rep, but
you want to have fun.
I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah.
I'm not enjoying it. What is the point? You know? So I'm like, right, I'm going to quit. And she said to me, I've read your letter. I don't accept your notice. I know you're capable of better than this. Anyway, see you in the morning. I was a bit shocked to start with. And I thought, geez, what the fuck just happened there? So I kind of like went away and thought, hang on, I'm not having this. So I thought to myself, what am I going to do to get out of this? Because there's nowhere I can stay. So I started writing this letter, and I basically said, I am handing you my notice because I can't see a way past, anything that's happened, and I can't see a way of moving forward that's going to be, satisfactory for either of us. And I said, furthermore, if you keep refusing to give me back my passport, unfortunately, I'm not going to have any more choice than to go to the English tabloids and tell them that you're holding me hostage and that you're detaining my passport. So
good for you.
Yeah. So like the next day in the office, it was just like, there's your passport. You need to give us 4 weeks' notice. So that was kind of the end of that one.
Did you finish your 4 weeks?
Really? Yeah, I did the 4 weeks' notice,
I've been off on the next plane.
I don't think I had much of a choice. Whereas I suppose I could have like just done a runner in the night or something. Can you imagine?
So what happened when you went on a date and hitched a ride and you thought the guy had his wife in the vehicle?
Oh God. So I went to this wedding. I can't remember whose wedding it was, a random wedding. And I got chatting to this guy at the wedding, and everyone else was like really quite stuffy, and we just had a laugh. We were just taking the piss out of everything the whole time. And so he said, "Would you fancy going out afterwards?" So I think we went to this club called some cheesy name like Rainbows or something like that. Had a few jars in there. And then we come out, and we were like tipsy, but we weren't sort of stupid, falling all over the place or anything. So we were like waiting for a taxi. So we went and sat on this little curb, and this guy pulls up. You can just to set the scene, right? He's quite a big guy, probably like a few stone overweight. Jet black hair, quite long and a little bit greasy looking. Very cool sunshade, sports car. And he's got this beautiful woman, sat next to him in the car. She's got long black hair, red lipstick, like this, very glam looking. And then he's like, oh, I'm rubbish at accents. Would you like a lift? I'm not going to even try. And so we're sat on the road going, no, it's fine. I'm just going to wait for the next taxi. Don't worry about it. And then this guy's like, it's okay. In Greece, we cannot let you just sit there by the road. We have to take you. We're being hospitable. But no, honestly, it's okay. It's okay. We like the fresh air anyway. So this guy is going on and on and on. And then his wife in the end is like, oh, come on, join us. It's okay. We take you home. It takes 5 minutes. So stupidly, we got in the guy's car. And then after about 2 minutes, he was going, I am Christos. My father also called Christos. I built my own house. He built his house before me. You get the bit of story, they reel you in, don't they? Oh, that's nice. Yes, I'm very proud of my house. You should see it. So I was like, yeah, maybe one day.
Bit weird.
Yeah, I take you there. Oh, shit, it just gets worse. So we're like, no. Honestly, we don't want to put you out. You don't have to take it. Yes, I take you there. We have a quick drink. It's okay. You come with us. So by this point, we just look at each other. We're like, oh shit, so we're going to this guy's house then by the looks of it. So we get to his house, and it's lovely little villa, and I'm thinking, oh, do you know what, actually this isn't too bad. He's probably just he's a bit lonely maybe, wants a bit of company. So we sit down, he's like, I make you a drink, I make you relaxed and all this kind of stuff. So Chris goes off into the kitchen with Christos. I'm sat here with this Russian lady. And I start trying to make conversation. And, how did you guys meet then? And she's like, about an hour ago. Huh?
Right.
What? So it only turns out that she's a Russian prostitute, and he's just picked her up and then got us in the car as well. And then I'm like, I just don't know how to react to this situation. So I was just kind of sat there, and then this Chris comes back through and he says to me, we need to get out of here. We need to get out. And I'm like, what's wrong? What happened? He's like, he wants to swap. Bearing in mind, I'm 18 years of age.
Wow.
I've never swapped in my life. Or done many things by that, So we're like, shit. I started panicking. My heart was just racing. Is he going to axe murder us? Does he want to go on me or the other guy? Or I don't know what's going to happen. So my mind's just reeling. And then, so he's like, what should we do? Should we make a run for the door? I'm like, no, because it's all the way down I said, I think there's a window in the bathroom, right? So let's go out the bath. So he went, do you want to go first? And I'll keep him talking. Right, no, we've got to do this together. You might axe murder you if I leave you behind. So I just grabbed his arm, ran to the toilet, like, and like every second when you're in a hurry feels like an hour, doesn't it? And you're like, come on, trying to get the window, come on. And it was probably like 4 or 5 seconds, but it felt like about 10 minutes. So eventually this window comes up. I literally think I just threw myself for it head first. He followed me, and we started rolling down the hill, picked ourselves up, and we just legged it for about like 10 minutes until we couldn't run anymore and we're out of breath, and then we just collapsed into fits of giggles because we'd like made it out safely.
It's like out of a movie.
Yeah, it was nuts. And then by the time we got back, we were in Polis. We had to walk all the way from Polis to Paphos. So by the time we got to Paphos, it was bloody light.
Wow.
Yeah, and then we stopped for McDonald's as well. And normally I just will not eat McDonald's because it's not my kind of thing. But I'm like, yeah, I'm so hungry. Let's go in there and get the burger.
Oh, that's all that running, yeah.
Yeah. We were just like, ugh.
What happened when you took the lad to the hotel swimming pool?
Yeah, so we had this rule. When you become a holiday rep, they give you all these rules of like what you can do, what you're not allowed to do. So one of the rules was like, I think it was saying like you can't sleep with your own guests, right? Because obviously that's a conflict of interest, isn't it? But they said that you can sleep with other people's guests. So people used to, like JMC people would sleep with Thompson's guests.
So that was the loophole?
Yeah. Basically,
That's ridiculous.
It's weird, isn't it? I mean, really, to be professional, you shouldn't be sleeping with anyone's guests, but it was kind of like...
Well, there was a loophole at least.
Yeah, and people just... So what happened is like you'd end up hanging out with other people's guests that you'd get chatting to in the nightclub. And the first thing you'd always say to them, you go, who are you holidaying with then? And if they said like Sunworld, you'd go, well, I hope you have a lovely evening. And if they said Thompson's, you'd be like, oh, okay, great, we can talk. So this, I got chatting to this guy, and he was like, oh, do you know anywhere cool to go after this? And I'm like, I think I was a bit drunk. I said, yeah, I know all the great places to go. Just follow me. Do you fancy a swim? And I took him to this like hotel. It wasn't one of my hotels. Again, that would be foolish. It was one of the other tour companies, but we kind of sort of knew all the hotels. And so there was this gorgeous swimming pool there with LEDs. So we just went and had a swim in this pool. We were like giggling. Like,
naked?
I think we probably were, or like at least like very
skinny dipping.
Scantily, yeah, and we were like just giggling, like we were very, very naughty and stuff. And then we would then decided to go inside and get a little bit naughty. And I think we were having a snog or something, and then basically we heard this guy with a trolley. It was like the waiting staff setting up all the dining tables for the next day, and we were like, shit. And I'm thinking, I'm a rep. If I get caught in this hotel, that even though it's not one of my hotels, I'm still going to be in massive shit. I'm like state of undress, soaking wet. So I'm like, I just grabbed his arm, like, under the tablecloth. So yeah, it was a bit like this actually. Yeah, it's like a big round dining table with a tablecloth nearly to the floor. So we're like under the tablecloth, and we just put my hand over his mouth as well. We try not to giggle because he was like quite drunk and giggling. And then like on this, we heard the wheels just going and just moving away. We're like, right, let's make a runner for it now. We just legged it out of this hotel. So that's another one I got away with.
Wow, well done you.
So what did you do when you came back from all this holiday tourism stuff?
Well, sorry, can I just have a sip of water?
Help yourself.
But it's got a little bit dry.
If you would like
The pressure under the lights.
check Kazzy's books out. They are Dreaming in the Dark and Sordid Secrets. If you want to go on her Twitter, she is at Kaz, Kazbxx.
That's me. So, yeah, after uni, the first thing I did, I thought, well...
It says Legoland on here, sorry.
So I just jumped ahead like about 4 years there, didn't I?
Because where were we
Yeah.
there? York was awful.
Thames Water was one of the things.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What were you going to say?
Left uni, Legoland.
Yeah.
I love Legoland.
It's great, isn't it? Yeah, it's amazing.
I was there the other week with my nephews, not my own. Not
Such
like a
a cool
weirdo.
place. So, but yeah, I think I worked... that was before. That was after uni. So before uni, I worked in Thames Water, and my job was literally like they'd phone up and I go, can I put you through to sewage or leakage? And that was literally it. I had no responsibility or power to solve anything or do anything else. So, and they call up and they go, I've had this problem for 2 weeks now and you've not done anything about it. And I'm like, I didn't even know about your problem. So I couldn't handle it. And then what I found myself doing, I'd keep drinking water just so I could go to the loo and have a little breather from these people shouting in my ear. But the thing is, they clocked onto that. You've got a door system, you have to clock in and out every time you go for a toilet break. And we've noticed you're taking rather a lot of toilet breaks and we're not satisfied with the amount of breaks you're having for the loo. And I just thought, I can't do this. So I thought, I can't see me working at Thames Water forever. So I started applying to unis then. And I went through the clearing process. And I think my choices were Bournemouth, Southampton, I think Portsmouth as well. I'm glad I didn't go there. Was it Portsmouth? Somewhere like that. So I got into Southampton Institute. And that was 3 years of massive amounts of, I'm not going to use the word growing up very loosely.
What did you study, sorry?
Media writing.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. It was a really, really awesome course. And we had a student radio station and stuff. So I used to have a little playlist show and go, yes, this is Kaz with, we've got a Coldplay next. And then I did a little, a dance show as well on a Friday evening before the club, because we did a club as well, club night.
So what, on the podium there?
No. We had a refectory.
I thought you meant you were dancing there.
No. I was doing a student radio show.
Yes, no, but I thought you said and a dance thing. I thought, you were doing podium dancing or something.
We promoted a dance club as well.
Oh, a dance night. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Debauchery.
Yeah, debauchery.
Debauchery.
Yeah.
Funny that.
Yeah. So we
Did they have a dress code?
Yeah, they did. Fluffies, hot pants, lots of glowing stuff as well. So I remember people went through a phase of having all their face painted up and stuff as well, which at the time I thought was awesome. But yeah, it's a bit sad. So, I want my face done too. Yeah, so we used to promote the club on the radio show then. We were like, come down tonight and we'll give you some free stuff. And, I used to get some kind of everyone was a DJ back then as well. Everyone was like, oh, listen to my mix. So wherever you went, there's a mixtape. So I'd play those. I'd get the DJs in on the radio station as well. So it was easy for me because I'd just go, we've got so-and-so playing. And then I'd just kind of sit there with my books or whatever and then just make the occasional comment. So
handy.
Where do we get to?
So now you're at uni.
Yes.
So did you have a goal for what you're going to do when you finished uni?
Yeah, I wanted to get into media, but it was my dream to work for the BBC. So I thought, that's going to be my sole focus. I'm just going to basically harass them until they give in. So, because I'd watched a few TV programmes and had a few talks. And I heard that was just the thing to do. If you harass them and wear them down, eventually they give you a job. So, so after uni, I worked at Legoland. And I found myself one afternoon just putting a potato on a plate again, putting a bit of cheese on top and, here's your potato!
Welcome to Legoland!
No, thank you. Just, yeah.
Did you have to be really enthusiastic to work there?
Well, no, not really.
Really?
I just did that to kind of make the day go a bit better, I think it was because of my rep training. They'd kind of taught you to be that way. So I was probably I'd go in there probably annoy everyone because I'd be like, morning, how is everyone? We're going to have a great day, aren't we? And they'd be hungover from the night before because they were about 16, 17. Yeah. It's no conversation at all or anything. So.
Did they monitor your pee breaks at Legoland?
No, they were pretty cool about that.
Thank goodness.
I was like, this
well
is the
done,
job
Legoland.
for me. No pee monitoring. I don't know. I just, after a while, there's only so many potatoes you can put on plates, and before you start going, I think I need to actually, apply myself and do something a little bit more challenging, maybe a bit cheese on top too. So that's when I just started full out harassing the BBC, sending them letters, applications, day after day, even stuff I wasn't suitable for, but I thought, why not? Let's just get an interview. It's good practice, isn't it? So there's a really good tip that I learnt when I was younger is never say no to anything, even if you don't know what you're doing. Say yes and then figure out how to do it. So I was kind of going on that philosophy, and then I got really, really lucky because my cousin's husband at the time was working at the BBC, so they introduced me to like the temping. They had this in-house temping scheme. So I started off doing little bits of temping, like across like in TV Centre as a PA and team assistant. So that gave me some experience of working at the BBC, and just learning how they work and do things. And then like from doing that and kind of they always like to employ people that have already done stuff with them already. So that gave me a little bit of a foot up then. I just got really lucky, to be honest. And I wore them down a bit. And so they gave me a job, and where was I working? First one was just down the road in Caversham in Reading. So I was working for BBC 5 Live. Just logging trails and stuff. So the great thing about working at the BBC is that you can go on loads and loads of training courses and really build up your CV. So I think I did some work experience on CBeebies, which is a bit different. I think was it something, one of the live chat, BBC Live, something like that. So just loads of different places. So it was a great experience just going round, and like one day you'd be a runner on the CBeebies set, and they'd send you out, going, right, you've got to go and collect all these random items for our next segment. So that was kind of fun. And then another day you could be sat in the radio station just kind of like collecting notes and helping them, to get their schedule on show and everything.
Did you meet any celebrities?
I don't think so, no. Not anyone really major at the BBC. And I'm sure we probably spotted people from afar walking in all the time. I tried to get on some of because we used to get freebies and stuff, so I was always trying to get onto some of the shows in the audience and that, and I managed to get, wait for it, National Lottery Live!
Wow!
So I took my mum, and we were like, oh, this is going to be so good, we're going to watch the lottery, we're going to watch the balls go, and we got there, and we were like, wait about like that. About an hour for it to just start, and we were like so bored, and then it began, and literally on TV it seemed like a much bigger thing because I think they drag it out and everything, don't they? It was literally, I think they press a button, some balls spin, then they go, thanks for coming everyone, bye. It's like we just travelled across London to see this. So
Fantastic.
yeah, but yeah, it was a cool place.
So you end up doing acid then with Jay?
We did, yeah. In fact, I think the first time I actually met him, we ended up doing acid.
Really?
We went to a friend. It was just going to be a friend's civilised barbecue. It's just how it starts sometimes, isn't it? We went to a friend's barbecue, and her mum and dad were there. They were like, yeah, you can have a little party, Kelly, it's fine. Would you like to take some tea out to your little friends and some biscuits? And so it was all quite civilised. And then someone just turned up, I don't know who, with this acid. He was like, so has anyone here ever done acid before? And we were all just looking blankly. No. What's it like then? Is it good? Yeah, it's all right. What he didn't say is like, you go on a trip for 8 hours and you can't escape. Failed to miss that bit out. So that was the first time. Yeah, I think like the first 2 hours was fine. And
what was the first effect you felt?
Just everything going a little bit woo, like a little bit. I think the air literally becomes more statically charged, doesn't it? And just, it's weird. It's those minor distortions. And you think, am I really feeling this? Would you kind of say it's that not sureness to start with, isn't it?
Yeah, because in Arizona, I did it where it's hot. Yeah, the air definitely, it's warm, isn't it? And you're feeling it. And it's like almost like you're in hot watery. It's like half water, half air kind of thing. Like,
Definitely.
And then the plants will all start, the cactus.
Oh, yeah, they breathe.
Cactus, you can see them breathe. You can see everything breathing. Yeah, and you just tuned into things that you couldn't see previously.
Because I've never actually done acid.
You've never done it?
Mm-mm. I want to do it now.
Oh, God.
There's a dark
She's
side.
just joking, kids. This is a drugs education channel.
It's that stroking stuff, isn't it? Like everything, all the textures as well.
Yeah, but it gets more and more intense,
so
doesn't
intense,
it?
yeah.
Until it gets so intense you regret doing it.
You're like...
You're looking at it.
Yeah, maybe not.
Kids, this is why you don't want to do it. You want it to stop. It's just, so...
What was the dark side of it that you experienced? Any negative visuals?
Probably, I'd say like the second time I did it was probably the side I had a bit of negativity. It all started off fun, and my boyfriend kept turning into, is it McCavity the cat from Cats?
Wow.
And because I've always got cats and I'm a big cat fan. So he had these little freckles and whiskers. Then he had like this little, I'm imagining this is in my crazy head, not actually happening. Then he's got like this hat on with like corkscrews, and I'm imagining like some kind
an
of
Australian.
like an Australian, yeah. So, and then he's going to me, is there anyone else here at this party? And I'm like, hang on, I thought it was our house. What? We're at a party. So this stuff is really strong, because I'm sort of doubting myself now. Going, is he winding me up? So we then start walking around the house looking to see if anyone else is in our house because we think it's a party. And then we thought, it's getting a bit tense here. Let's go out for a walk and just clear our heads. So that really helped. We went outside and we went and led in the flats, which is this kind of patch of grass. It's good to be in nature, isn't it? If you find yourself stupidly in that situation, it's good to connect with nature and just feel safe. So we were looking at the stars, and I could just see all these spaceships in the sky, and I'm like, wow. So maybe when you do this stuff, you're connecting with what's really out there, and maybe we can't normally see this kind of stuff. And then the next day you think, what a twat, don't you? You think, what was I on about? So I think the dark side of that would be just the sheer paranoia and just the overwhelmingness, and I wish I hadn't done it. It's horrible.
Yeah, the calm down and everything.
Yeah.
So you then moved into a flat in East London with him, didn't you?
Yeah. So that's when it started to get a little bit. So I started working on. I was working on TVX. I think Sport Babes Triple X. So you're looking blank. So basically, it's a TV show, and you have all these different girls on a bed, and then you pick up your phone and you're like, "Hey, ring me!" And then they have
station.
to. Yeah, that's it. And so they have to call into. They can call into the show if they want and speak to someone. So I was doing that, and then I was doing photo shoots like modelling, panty fetish, all kinds of different things. So I was quite into, I'm actually kind of getting somewhere here. And it was quite good money. So I'd left the BBC by this point to do this full time. So
how did you find that job opportunity? Where did it come from?
I was already doing a little bit of modelling on the side, basically. So I had a couple of things come at me at once. One I went to an adult networking party. So I met loads of people there, but also there was this agent called Tim, and he used to work directly with the sport. So he saw me on this website called Net Model, basically said, we've got some vacancies that we want to fill. Do you want to come and do it? And I'm like, shit. Okay, I'll try it. So that's how I can't believe, because I know how shy I was back then, I can't believe that I even ended up going on that show. But yes, that's how that.
Once you got through the pain barrier of your shyness, did you find it a different level then, psychologically? Did you just embrace it?
So what do you mean by...
So you said you were shy.
Yeah.
So the first time you do something like that, it must have been quite intimidating.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Could you take us through that?
Yeah.
And what was going through your mind, how it felt, and then how you toughened up?
Yeah.
To feel comfortable, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just a feeling the whole time of oh my God, what the hell have you done? You're so out of your depth. You haven't got a clue. So it's kind of on one shoulder, you've got that little horrible demon that's going, you're rubbish, you're going to mess it all up. And then on the other shoulder, they're going, don't listen to them, they're full of shit. They tell you bad stuff all the time. Does it ever happen? No. So it's kind of listening to those different voices and trying to tune that little bratty one out and go, get off, get away from me. And so even the producer said to me on my first night, I think I was on Live Triple X, and all the girls were being all saucy, ooh, like that, and I was just on the phone, hi, and she said,
hold on, let's set the stage. You're all on a bed, are you, with a phone or something?
Yeah.
In your pants.
Dressed scantily, I imagine.
Yeah.
On a bed.
In your pants.
How many women are on the bed?
I think there's 3 of us that night.
And people call into this show.
Yeah.
And what did they say to you?
It was quite funny because I had a couple of ones that they were just knocking one out quite clearly on the phone when they're talking. Oh, I like what you're wearing. Then I had some guy call me up and he just started talking to me about art galleries and his favourite paintings, and I didn't have a clue about any of that kind of stuff, but I just sort of humoured him and asked him questions and
keep him busy.
Yeah. And then the producer went to me, Kaz, you look like you're on the phone to your mum. Can you just try and be sexier, please. So yeah, I think it was just a case of fake it till you make it, really. Just try and copy what they were doing.
Did you get any horrible calls?
Probably not on the channels, no. I think they were used to like it was mainly regulars and people that would phone in, or people a bit kind of, they'd had a few drinks and they're like, oh, I'm going to call in the station kind of thing. So, I mean, the only bad one I had was on webcam, which was a bit upsetting. I just had this like horrible, dirty bastard, because they can email you and ask you for like role play scenarios and fetishes. So they might say, for example, right, so I want to come on the webcam and I'll already be dressed up, and then you tell me I'm a dirty little boy and do this to me. So you're like, yeah, fine. This guy, he messaged me. He was like, well, I want you to pretend to be like my 5-year-old daughter, and that I'm going to rape you. And I'm like, so I'm like, you're a disgusting person. I'm going to call the police. So I just reported him to the site immediately, and his account was gone then. So I think they got rid of him, and I don't know if they called the police or not. Hopefully they did. But yeah, generally it's fine.
So doing this stuff then on the bed,
yeah,
did you just grow more confident over time at it?
Yeah, I would say so. It was a case of time, and then there'd be like good days and bad days as well. So if I had a bad day at home, it was a lot harder to then go in and put on the smiley face. But once you've been doing it a while, it just becomes second nature, really.
Is the pay pretty good? Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I don't think it's as good now because I haven't done the channels in years. But back then, I think it used to be something like 100, 150 quid for 4 hours, which isn't amazing. But it's if you're doing that regularly, and then people are seeing you on the TV, so you're getting kind of extra money as well because it's brand awareness and everything, isn't it? So it was a good little extra stream of revenue. And
was your bloke okay with you doing this?
The guy then, yeah, he liked it. He liked the fact that I was doing that. To be honest, he was too much that way though, because he was a bit of a porn addict. So he'd say, let's make some content, or I'd go and make some content, and then he'd be editing it. But he wouldn't actually be editing it. I'd walk in the room, he'd just be knocking one out, watching it. But for about 4 or 5 hours, I'd go in and go, well, you're obviously a bit busy. I'll come back in. I'll go and make a cup of tea. So I go up to the kitchen, make a cup of tea. I'll go upstairs, do something. I'll go back 2 hours. He's still sat in the same position doing the same thing. I'm like, fuck's sake, you're going to edit this. I want it to go up tonight.
And what were the girls like you worked with? Were they nice?
Bit of a mix, really. Bit of a mix. Some of them, I think... Because I think that's the problem in the adult industry. I think sometimes people get so desensitised to their environment, and I think there's often... I never got this because I never wanted to be the loudest person in the room, but I think they all wanted to be the most extreme porn star and all like the wackiest and everything. So I kind of didn't want to get caught up in that because it's a very slippery route, isn't it? You know, before you know it, some of those girls are doing like double anal and stuff, and that wasn't going to be a route for me at all. Because fair play to those who do.
If the viewers are watching right now, check out the interview we did with Samantha Brown, who's exposing all the horror of what she went through, and like she was talking and said exactly the scenes that you said, and the women are taking painkillers and the men are injecting things in the dick.
Oh, I saw this one, yeah. She had just had an awful experience, didn't she?
Yeah.
Poor girl. It's just horrendous. It sounds like she fell in with the wrong people. I mean, because for me, mostly, my experience, although there's been ups and downs, I've found that the industry's helped me. It's grown my confidence, and I've learnt so much about myself and other people and the psychology of not just kink and fetishes, but of how people, what makes them tick, basically, which I'm absolutely fascinated in.
We're going to get to. So Jay started to hammer the drugs and become psychotic, did he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. So I think he just messed his brain up completely.
What drugs were he on?
It started out as like pills and stuff like that, and then he was doing copious amounts of speed. Then he started ordering just all these random, at the time they had like research chemicals and stuff, so he was taking loads of those.
What, like MCAT, is it?
Yeah, but loads of variations of that, basically. Like anything he'd get his hands on, he'd take. If there was a pile of soot on the floor and you told him it would give him a nice trip, he'd take it. It was that bad. So, he just started to lose his mind a little bit, got really controlling, started gaslighting me. So something would happen, and then I'd hear a completely different version of events coming out of his mouth. But you start, when that's like quite insidious and every day, you think, am I remembering it wrong? Is it me? You know, and so you start to sort of almost semi-believe it, even though I knew there wasn't something right there.
So how did that end?
How did it end? It ended with me just asking him to leave, basically, and he wouldn't leave. So I went to sleep on my friend's sofa, in her house for a few days, and I was sharing her bed, and then she moved this random guy in that she met at a party. He was married, and they just come home with her and moved into. It was such a weird scenario. So I was then regulated to the sofa. She was like, well, I've got Woody here now, so you're going to have to sleep on the sofa. So I was sleeping on this sofa, and she was like getting me to be a babysitter to her 3 kids. They're lovely kids, really sweet. I didn't mind that at all, but it was just such a weird environment. I'm like, hang on, wait there. I'm sat here sleeping on a sofa from, I don't know, I'm sure she had a lovely sofa, and he's like lounging in the 3-bed in Walsall, like having a great time, probably high as a kite, eating all my food, and I just thought, this can't keep going on. So I just said, look, can you move out? So we come up with all these different scenarios, like, oh, I know, I could go on benefits and pay you some rent. And I'm like, no, you couldn't. You need to go. And so I called his mum. She just wasn't interested. I think she was getting a bit nervous, sweating, thinking, oh my God, shit, she's got to send him back to me. So she was going, I think you're being very unfair on Jay. I think you need to give him more time. And I'm like, he's had 2 weeks. I mean, he only owns, like, apart from all the hoarded crap in the garage, which is rubbish, he probably only owns like a small box full of stuff. He doesn't need more time. So in the end, I called up his dad, who's like a devoutly religious Christian, born-again Christian. And I just said, he's out of control. I think he needs his father figure back in his life to just give him a little bit of stability. So his dad come and got him. Thank God. took him away. And I think it gave him the bit of stability in his life. It's probably, like, from his point of view, he probably thought it was a bitch and it was an evil thing to do. But I think it gave him back a little bit of stability.
Definitely agree.
Because he then did actually get a job, and then, which he hadn't done in 8 years, and a place to live. So yeah, there's something called tough love, isn't there? And what I did, I enabled him, I allowed him to live that lifestyle by putting up with it. So it was actually much kinder when I just said, go.
Because you guys had lived on the Benefits Britain Street at one point, hadn't you?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
What was that story?
Yeah. So he had this awful red Postman Pat van, and so there was always a problem with the battery. So it was quite embarrassing. We'd go to someone's house, like my sister, and she always had these nice cream carpets and a cream settee. And he'd go, I've just got to charge the battery. So we get this nasty, big, dirty battery out the back of the van, plonk it on her side, like traipse oil everywhere, and charge the battery. So we couldn't go anywhere without this bloody battery coming and being charged. So, it was a mixed blessing, really, because one day he just wrote he told me he wrote the van off. I don't know if because he kept sort of taking it out without putting insurance on it. So I don't know if someone just seized the car again, or if he genuinely did have a bit of a shunt. But all of a sudden, this Postman Pat van was gone, and I was kind of almost like, yes. But also, oh God, that's a bit inconvenient now because we'll have to move house. So it was a case of like, okay, what can we afford and afford a truck to, and to be able to take this crappy Peugeot we had. So we were reading out these little ads online, and he said, what about this Winson Green one? I heard, Winson Green, that sounds quite posh, doesn't it? Little did I know, I should have known by the price, really. We just turned up in like this kind of real urban area. There was like a mattress all stained outside, like next to the fence. There was like nappies in the road, and like literally we had no other options at the time. We were in such a pickle. We walked in, like the house itself was quite nice, but this street was just so ghetto and just like dirty and just crap everywhere. We were like, we'll take it.
So we have the cereal bowl.
Oh yeah, so this is it's a little example of what my ex used to do. So I couldn't just go to bed and sleep because something would always happen. I'd always have to get up or sort him out or put a plaster on him or dab his wounds or something. And this one day, right, for some reason, I can't remember why, we had a bed down in the lounge area for a short time. It's weird, isn't it? I remember why now. So he got up out of bed, went to the kitchen, made this bowl of cereal, walked to the bed and just proceeded to just like drop it on my head. So I've got the clunk of the bowl hitting me on the head, but all this milk dribbling down my hair, my face. I've got Cheerios like in my hair as well and on my eyelashes. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you even up at this time? What are you doing now? So he wasn't apologetic at all because I don't know what he'd been on. He was obviously off his trolley. And I said, look, if you want cereal, just sit down, I'll make it. Anyway, you know how, like, you know, even if someone's a bit drunk, they can get, like, really persistent, like, they won't let you sit them down or do anything, will they? It was like that times 10. No, I'm fully capable of making cereal for myself. No. Anyway, so eventually I relented, let him go off and make this bowl of cereal. He come back, drops it all over the bed. So now I've got cereal on me, but it's all over the bloody quilt as well, milk everywhere. And then, like, this wasn't the last time. This happened, like, 3 times. So by this point, I was just going ballistic. So, and this was just like a standard sort of Tuesday morning in our house at the time. It was like, even if I went out, I'd be like, yeah, I'm getting out. I'm getting away from this mad house. But then you just didn't know what you were coming home to. You know,
this was the Benefits Britain house.
Yeah, this is the Benefits
Britain. Can you explain
to
people what that means, Benefits Britain?
Yeah, so there was a TV show on, and it was about this street in Birmingham where every single person was on benefits. So obviously I was in this industry, I wasn't on benefits, but everyone else was. And I think they had this whole poverty porn thing on at the time, didn't they? So they used these poor people, because some of them were in situations they had no idea how to get out of. Like I knew White D, she just lived next door to me. I knew Black D. Yeah, she's a really, really nice lady. And a lot of these people, they didn't even, if they wanted an opportunity to get into work, they wouldn't know where to start, who to approach, you know, just people that have had no support or structure or guidance or anything in their lives. Yet the media kind of really demonised them and made them out all working class, well, not even working class, benefit scum there, you know, like they do. And it was a disgusting show. I mean, I'll be honest, I cried when I watched it because I just thought, those people, they've never had a leg up and they've never had any help, and they're just making them out to be pieces of shit, basically. So I think White D did quite well for herself.
She went on there,
didn't she?
It was Big Brother.
Yeah, she did, didn't she? Yeah. So, yeah, really, really sweet lady. And the thing is, there was a lot of crime in that area, but, like, if you lived on that street, like I had a slave turn up one day. And,
it wasn't long until we got into this.
They always pop in, don't they? And he came up with this beautiful car he had. Like,
how did you end up getting a slave? You've just gone from
Who
living.
Was your first slave?
You're living with Jay.
Yeah.
And on Benefits Britain Street, and a slave just shows about the blue. How did the slave come about?
So I was trying to like think of the quickest way to tell it because all my stories are so convoluted. I was working on the channels. We
like long stories. Just take your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was working on the TV channels, and my agent, they decided to start paying him directly, basically, instead of me to save tax. It was a tax, what do you call it? Tax thingy.
When you say they, you're saying that the viewers...
Babes. No, Sport Babes, the company who employed me.
The company?
Yeah.
Paid your agent directly instead of you directly?
Yeah, they've been paying me. All of a sudden, without my permission, they said, oh, something to do with... Because he's a limited company, we're paid to him. Anyway, he never paid me. Right? So then I had this other company, I think it was, Babe World or Babe Watch or one of those. Anyway, I started working with them, and they were a few weeks late to pay me as well. And I thought, I need to pay my rent. I can't do it like this. So around that time, webcam had kind of started to become like quite a popular thing. So I thought, well, I'm going to have a go at this. And then I kind of realised quite quickly, hang on, I'm sat in my own lounge, doing what the hell I want. I don't have to travel, I don't have to commute. I can just speak to these people via a webcam. If I don't like them, I can block them or kick them out the room if they're idiots. And, you know, you can earn more probably in 2 hours than I would in a whole evening. So I started doing that. So over time, you kind of you get to know your regulars and your They'll come back at the same time and they go, oh yeah, we played last week, didn't we? So this week, what I thought we could do, or you might tell them to do something as well. So I started growing as a mistress online first, really, before I did real time. And then I had Jay, who he was just like so kinky and deviant. You could just ask him to do anything and he'd be like, yeah, I'll do that. me.
So are you saying you're growing as a webcam mistress?
Yeah.
This is all just online, not meeting people.
Yeah, so it was just online to start.
Jay
with.
got involved.
Gotcha.
And he would get involved, so I'd do stuff to him sometimes. So we'd like to see you spank someone. So you'd be like, yeah, I'll do it. So
you'd spank Jay?
I'd spank him, bent over getting a spanking. So it kind of
just with your hand or with instruments?
Well, yeah, to start with it was a hand, then I think a hairbrush.
An old slipper.
Yeah. Slippers are quite good.
There we go.
I love it.
Do you know these little sea shoes? The little sea shoes.
Sea shoes?
Yeah, they're like little rubber-soled shoes.
Oh, yeah, that you wear in the
those
sea.
are brilliant for spanking.
What
Were
are
they?
shoes?
Yeah,
Like,
they're good.
like pumps?
Little rubber
Yeah,
pumps you wear in
yeah,
the sea or in
yeah.
the
Okay.
swimming pool.
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't like stand on the rocks.
Right. You got any of those, James?
Any sea shoes? Oh, brilliant. What was your favourite instrument, bar sea shoes?
What to hit Jay with?
To pummel his
Backside with?
backside.
Oh, well, we went down to B&Q actually. Yeah.
Oh, not proper.
Was that your idea or his?
Yeah, my idea. Reason being, and this is a great tip to anyone out there wanting to get into it or even just have some fun at home. This stuff is really, really expensive. And at the time, I was on a really tight budget. So I thought we'd just pop down to B&Q, look at the home supplies, and as you do on a Sunday
hardware.
afternoon. Yes. Yeah. So I think I found some like garden bamboo canes out there, for a cane. We start with some of those. I bought some length of chain, some rope, some of those little clips as well. And we just found like pretty much everything in there. So, any household store, you can find loads of stuff. Like those brushes that you use for your back? Those are quite good as well.
For what?
For like exfoliating your skin and stuff.
But for using for what?
Well, just for kind of like scraping a little bit and the back for spanking. So I just had all this weird household stuff that I'd use in the beginning. And then when I started to see slaves, it was because I got to know them really well and I felt comfortable enough to meet them in the flesh. And then they started buying me bits of equipment then. So I had started to build up the serious kit, which was good. Yeah.
Do you have quite a big kit?
Yeah.
Or do you have quite a big
kit?
I
do. Yeah, most of it's in my mum's garage.
So your mum knows, and she does.
She's
absolutely fine.
Yeah, I think she was a bit shocked last week though. I showed her this. I've got this new CBT ball press, and
slow down. CBT ball press.
Done my research. Cock ball torture.
That's it.
CBT?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I was thinking of cognitive behavioural therapy.
So it is.
What did you say? It was cock ball torture.
Cock and ball torture.
Cock and ball torture. That's a genre, is it?
A
It's
genre?
huge. Yeah.
It's huge.
It's really popular.
So a CBT ball press.
Yeah.
So that's something
What
that
the hell?
crushes balls.
It does.
Like
yeah. You pop the you pop it all through. You kind
Through
of
what?
Close. Well, it's kind of like this perspex thing. It's like you've got two squares, and then there's a screw that goes through it, and you can tighten it up once it's in.
So it's like a what's it called?
A vice.
Vice.
Yeah, that's exactly
So you
that.
just pop it on
Like
your table.
a clear, but you can see
You
through
can
it.
do,
A see-through vice.
Yes, you can see through it. And then it's got a little button on the front. If you press the button, it starts sending an electric current through the balls then. So you can have some, real fun with it. Because one minute they're like, yeah, it's fine. And the next minute they go, I'm sorry, mistress, I'm sorry.
How tight do the...
Jen's gone.
How tight does the vice go around the balls?
Yeah, it goes pretty tight. It's like pancake is the word I'd use probably.
A pancake?
Pancake, yeah.
Come on!
How flat? So like that?
Probably about that flat, yeah.
You pancake
Yeah.
someone's balls?
Yeah.
Yes.
But sometimes they...
I'm And they're like, yeah.
Yeah, they love it. Yeah.
They love it.
Sometimes the balls
Doesn't that
just
cause
go back
intense
up.
pain? Because balls, I mean, if you're like,
Yeah.
if someone hits you in the balls, it's like you've been stabbed in the belly. You just
In the
double over.
belly.
You
So
just,
is that where the pain comes from?
a burning sensation
Yeah.
rises and you just feel
Doesn't
like,
it make you feel sick? as
yeah,
well?
you
Like,
double
really
over and you
sick?
feel sick.
That sounds horrible.
It just rises and you're like, oh, and
Yeah.
it lasts for ages.
That's it.
So what's up with these people? Are they wired differently?
I
That
think so.
they like that?
Yeah.
They
yeah.
do?
I think they just read the pain as pleasure.
Is it a lot of people in power?
Often, yeah. I think
find?
people like CEOs will be attracted to it, but then not as much these days. It used to be all people in power, and now there's such a, I think since 50 Shades as well, that's had a massive impact. And people are brainwashed so easily. You know, they say it's conspiracy, don't they? But it's, you know a lot about this, don't you? It's not conspiracy. People get brainwashed by what they see on the television.
Of course,
Porn's getting
yeah.
worse, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
So someone who's getting his balls pancaked, are they just enjoying the pain, or is there a sexual arousal component?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think the pain is sexual. The fact that it hurts is getting them off for whatever reason.
Right.
What would you wear during these appointments?
Well, I'm quite into my PVC and corsets because I don't kind of like being, you know, collars up here and too stiff and formal because I like to move around a lot. But I like to be a little bit disciplinarian. So I kind of wear like a steel bone corset with PVC and like sometimes a little kind of meshy top underneath and a little PVC skirt. Course has got to be stocking, suspenders and heels or boots, really. So,
How did
I
you...
love it.
We're on the story of your first slave showing up out the blue.
yeah.
How did that first slave come about then? What was the story of that person?
I think we'd played online a little bit. I can't really remember now, but the thing that I do remember, he worked for one of these government ones where they're not supposed to tell you what they do. I don't know if that was true or if it was something like that. Yeah. So the thing is that when he first turned up, I got my days wrong because it was just after Christmas. And this was when I was living down in Surrey. So I was probably still in my 20s, fairly like irresponsible and stuff. And yeah, we'd just been partying a little bit and drinking. And then I thought, well, I've got my booking tomorrow, so it's fine. I'll have a good rest tonight. So when this guy turns up at the door, I'm in my dressing gown, looking like crap with my hair all over the place. And I'm like, hello? As if like, you know, it's the postman or something to the door. And he's like, hello, Mistress Cass. And I'm like, who's this dude? I'm not expecting anyone today. And I must have looked blank because he said, I'm your sub so-and-so from, you know, the website. And I'm like, you're meant to be here on the 28th, aren't you? Went, yeah, it's the 28th, mistress. So I'm like, oh shit. What do I? So I just like flipped into roll then and thought, let's just roll with this. So
And you just slid right into it.
Well, you've taken me by surprise a little bit. Why don't you go and wait down the road in the cafe while I get ready? And so I thought this guy's just going to tell me to like F off because, you know, he just turned up. I'm going to stay. I don't look my best. And
So you can just instantly switch into your role.
I think under pressure especially, yeah. And I was under pressure in that moment and it just come to me to do that. And
You're such a nice, sweet person. And then I look at you now.
and you're a bitch.
Amazing.
Yeah. So I just flipped into the role, and he just turned around. And he was like, "Oh, sorry, mistress. Of course, yes. Take however long you need, and just call me when you're ready." So he went off to the cafe, and I'm like, "Oh, thank God, I got away with that one," because he could have so easily gone the other way, and him gone, "Well, you know, this isn't professional. I was expecting you to be ready. I'm in a hurry." But no, he was the sweetest guy. He was so lovely, and I think it helped that we'd sort of been on cam a little bit as well.
And what did he want?
So he had, I feel really bad telling you, like, he had a really, really tiny little penis. So
I was not expecting that.
What I really admire though, he'd made his really tiny little penis into a fetish. So he liked to be humiliated. He liked to say, "Oh, you've got the most disgusting, useless little tiny dick," stuff like that. And he liked being hit on the willy as well, and hit on the arse with canes. Caned on the willy and the arse, and just humiliated, really.
What level of pain do you use on a caning like that? Do you like just find a limit with someone? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the person. But I mean, if it's someone new to me, I always hold back. And the problem I actually have slayers going, you don't really cane that hard. And I was like, oh, really? Okay, let's try this again, shall we?
Is it a stress relief for you?
Yeah, I would say there's definitely an element of that. But I'm always holding back because I think, like, when you've got that, when you're in that role where you're meant to be domination is basically about consent, isn't it? It's about one person is consenting to hand that power over to you. So it'd be a massive abuse of power to just do what you wanted and take it too far. So did
you have a safe word?
Yeah,
Sorry.
there's always a safe word, yeah.
What's the safe word?
Yeah, it depends. A lot of people use red. Sometimes you'll go, what do you want the safe word to be? Someone will go, a haddock. Okay, fine. So, yeah.
Wow.
So what did you do? Did you dress him up? Is that, like, I'm imagining this is a long session.
Yeah.
Do you build up to caning his penis? Is he wearing something silly or what?
Silly, what, like a clown costume? Have you had that?
Well, yeah, not the clowns, no. Some of them do like getting into costumes, like little panties, stockings, suspenders. Some of them like some like the sexy stuff, and some of them like just like the stuff that makes them feel stupid, like big pink frilly dresses, big bloomers down to the knees. But I don't think we even did any of that. It was just, I think I had him crawling around the floor, like oinking like a pig, being different barnyard animals to entertain me, and just crawling around and doing various different things. So yeah, I don't think. But the thing I remember, he kept saying to me, "You want me to call him Fatty?" And I struggled with that.
Was he quite a big guy?
He was massive. Yeah, but I can't call him Fatty. That's just too mean, isn't it? So I'm sure like some other girls would have loved that, but yeah. So so he was my first client. He's really sweet.
And what kind of money does he pay for a session like that?
Do you know, I can't remember what I was charging back then, but yeah, probably around 150. I think it might have even been slightly less because I was new.
Taking a break from the S&M then.
Yeah.
You had one of the most beautiful moments in your life when your cat gave birth.
I did, yeah. Yeah, I had 2 cats give birth on me. And the first litter, only 2 survived because she died and we had to hand rear them. So we're feeding them So I've got my little tab stick now and she's 14 and she sleeps on my head at night. She wraps her little claws in my hair. She's such a baby. My other cat was called Seven. I named her after Star Trek, what was her name? Seven. She was like an android. Did you ever see it? No. So we just got this cat, and before we had a chance to kind of get her spayed or anything, we realised she was pregnant. So she was getting close. In fact, I think that's why. I think that might have been why the bed was in the lounge, maybe, because I was worried I wanted to keep an eye on her. And just one night, she was acting all strange. So I got this cardboard box out, put loads of blankets in it to give her a little, because they want a nest, don't they? Give her a little nest in place. So she just takes one look at the box and goes, nah, not happening. She jumps into my bed and then she just starts giving birth on my bed, next to me. So I was just like, wow. So I'm like partly horrified, partly like, this is amazing. And all these like little baby kittens. I don't know, have you ever seen baby kittens?
No.
It's the weirdest thing. They come out in this like little kind of
sack, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a little sack. They're all slimy and slippery. And as fast as they're coming out and she's licking all the stuff away so they can breathe and get out, another one's coming out. And there must have been like 8 of them. So this one kitten she's trying to just like get rid of, and at one point like she just abandons him. So I thought, I know I can't touch him because it'll get my scent on him, and then she won't want him. So I went and got cotton buds and just pulled the sack away from his face, and I just saw him take his little first breath and go like that. Bless him. Peeled it all away. But then because he was the runt of the litter, she tried to pick him up and take him outside, and I'm like, nah, not having it. No. So I'd locked the cat flap, and then I just picked him up with a glove again, so I'm not touching, and I grabbed him on all of the kittens and then on her, and then eventually, thank God, she accepted him.
Wow.
So it totally worked. But I was just like, God, I hope this works. This poor little thing. He was like this big, just looked like a mouse.
Were you there on your own?
So cute. Well, my boyfriend was there, but yeah, I was on my own.
You managed to get arrested.
I don't know why I laugh when you say that.
Yeah, I was very silly. Very silly. So I went to a wedding and I think I've been up like 2 nights following Jay around, trying to look after it. No excuse for getting arrested. I'm not trying to do that at all. I was very tired, drank too much. And I think it was a case of mistaken identity, which is what kicked it all off. Because me and my friends were dancing and this big bouncer comes up to me and says, "You've got to leave." And I'm like, "Why?" "Because you're taking your top off." And I thought he was joking to start with. "What do you mean I'm taking my top off?" I was wearing a dress anyway, so that's impossible for one. No, you've got to leave. So anyway, we left the club and we're like, "Oh, well, we'll just go back, to the house for a drink." Anyway, I started having a bit of hassle at the cloakroom and they wouldn't give me my bag back for some reason. I said, "Look, well, the thing is, I'm 150 miles from home. I need my bag. I need this, that. It's got my phone, my money, I can't get home. So I need it." Anyway, so I went outside. This then went on with the main doorman. So just to put things into context, the first lad that brought me downstairs was a black fella. And then the guy outside was a white fella. And this one was really kind of snooty with me, this white guy. He was just not very nice at all. So I tried to explain my situation. He was going, "Well, you're just going to have to come back Monday." So things started to get a little bit heated. Then at one point I held onto the rope for a minute and I just fell over backwards, took the rope with me because I was quite drunk. And I'm like, "Oops, sorry." And that was it then. Their tone changed because they could see I was quite drunk. They were like, "You are scum, blah, blah, blah." And in the end, I managed to get my bag back. And I cannot remember for the life of me what he said, but I think it was along the lines of "F off, you effing whore." So I just, the red mist came down. "What did you say?" So I just slapped him and walked off. Right, so we're halfway up the road, and then suddenly I get dragged back by the hair, smack into the ground. So I don't know, it feels like 2 blokes have grabbed me. I start fighting back. They're pulling me up, going, get up. I'm going, "You're hurting me, get off me. And there had been loads of people laughing outside the club. So I thought, maybe 2 revellers have seen something happen and they're trying to have a bit of, So anyway, did that bit one of them. I was like, "Oh, it's disgusting." And then in the end, I realised these guys were bloody bouncers. Oh, shit. So anyway, they called the police. The police turned up, put me in handcuffs behind my back. I was in the car, got to the station, and I just realised at one point I'm sat in this police station. I've got this little black dress on. And then, I'm feeling a bit vulnerable. I've got my handcuffs on, hands behind my back. There's this really leery guy, and he just wants to have a fight with everything. He's I think there's some lockers in the corner. He's having a go at them, wanting to scrap those as well. Anything. And so, I think the policewoman sort of clocked that and moved me away. So they kind of put me in cells for the night. But it's the weirdest thing, because you ask for water and they ask you to stand back, don't they, as if you're going to throw acid in their face or something, or I don't know what they think, but it's so bizarre. I don't know how you managed to do how long was it?
6 years.
Six
Yeah.
years. I was in there one night, and the next day I came out, I felt those hostage films where they're
So you were in your
coming out
last
from-
night's clothing.
Yeah, that's it. And you see the light and you're like this blinking. I felt like that. God knows how you did 6 years.
Oh, you just adapt. You
Yeah.
get used to it.
Good old walk of shame.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So were there any charges brought against that?
There was, yeah. I got a charge for the slap. Because they kept saying it was a punch, basically. And they tried to add on racist charges afterwards as well, which I went, no, that's why I went Crown. I went, I'm not having that, that's not fair. I confess to what I did, but please don't add charges. That's why I went to Crown Court. Apparently, because I did break the rope, is criminal damage, so I got charged with that as well. The other charge of ABH was dropped, well, hung jury anyway. So yeah, there was a few. But when I was in court, basically, the judge was just shaking his head like this, and then he said, "Miss B, could you just come and stand up here a minute, please? I just want to check that you can see it. What do you call it? The thing, the little box you stand at. Do you remember? I can't remember
In
the
the
name.
courtroom?
Yeah, it's like a desky thing, isn't it?
What is that called,
Yeah, what's
James?
it called?
Where you stand in the courtroom?
An altar.
There's a word for it, isn't
Something like
there?
that, isn't it?
Yeah.
The dock. The
Dock,
dock.
that's it, yeah.
How did you not know that?
They don't use that in America. There's something else in America.
Yeah.
I should have known that.
yeah. Oh, your arrests.
Yeah, so he said to me, can you come and stand at the docks? I just want to make sure you can see over it. How tall are you again? I said 4'10". He was like, right. So I just got the whole feeling he was like, you know, that they'd taken it a bit too far because they'd sort of pushed for it. They couldn't back down then.
That's what I was thinking. It was frivolous.
Yeah.
Waste of money, waste of resources.
It is, isn't it? Yeah,
Go
yeah.
and
It could
grab a rapist instead of messing around with you. Yeah, yeah.
And I did a really, really stupid thing. I'm not disputing that. I shouldn't have done it.
Who doesn't when they're drunk? Damage something or
Yeah,
piss in public or
silly. Yeah.
yeah.
But it was a lot of a waste of public resources,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
So while you were
Definitely.
going through all this, what was your life like?
It was pretty nasty. It was quite traumatic, really, because my dad had had an incident where he'd sort of actually died for 13 minutes at my
What?
mum's. Yeah, so we were at the 60th birthday party. He was up on the stage doing, I think it was the night Have a Thousand Eyes by Billy Fury. So one minute he was a bit of an extrovert. So one minute he's up there on the stage doing all that, and I'm like, "Hey, go, Dad!" And then he's like, comes to, I think it was the excitement, made his heart just stop.
Wow.
So, and then we were waiting like 13 minutes for the ambulance people to arrive, and they come with the old defib and like that. So my neighbour went, "Don't look," and she put her hand over my face. So this was all, I was going up and down because I was in Birmingham, travelling down to Swindon to see my dad, then going down to Kingston to the court, because they call you back for so many different things, don't they? Just back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. I just wanted it over and done with, to be honest. So yeah, it wasn't the best time. I've really learnt my lesson not to slap bouncers, basically, or break ropes, even if accidentally.
And you ended up on antidepressants around this time.
Yeah, I did. Well, we'd sort of been taking them anyway, like for a while, but it got worse. So I went back and said, "What else can you do? Can you change these? Can I have some therapy or something?" And I just think they never really worked for me, antidepressants. I think it's all something that's in the mind. And maybe they work for other people, I don't know. But for me, I had to change myself and what was inside of me rather than just relying on antidepressants and things.
A lot of people just use them to mask root causes.
Totally.
But if you address the root causes, then hopefully you won't need them. I think there's just a massive
Yeah, it's
overprescription because there's so much money being made.
Definitely. Big pharma are cashing in, aren't they?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just resolving those traumas and rather than doing the whole blame game of like, oh, well, this happened to me when you think, okay, well, that did happen then, and I was treated like that then, but at some point I've got to take responsibility and stop being a victim and go, well, okay, that affected me that way then, but now it's up to me to change who I am and get on with my life. So I think that was kind of like, back then I was just trying to do what you said and mask the problem with antidepressants. So I was too immature to realise that there were other options.
Yeah, we've all done it.
Yeah.
So you suffered a break-in?
We did, yeah. So Jay had gone out for the day. We had three, this is in James Turner Street, we had 3 stories. So I was on the top floor doing a webcam show with a slave. So God knows. Like,
When you say doing a webcam show of a slave,
Yeah.
slave on the other end or slave in the room?
so yeah, he was on the other end.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
So,
Because you can't whip
Yeah.
them through the computer.
no, but you can make them do things to themselves and humiliate
Pinch your nipples,
themselves and
things
stuff.
like that.
So I think he,
Pancake your balls.
Totally. I think he was hitting himself on the william. Yeah. Pegs on
Rhubarb!
himself. Like just I think he was writing. I got him to get like a marker pen as well. He was writing
Twat.
slut, twat, things like that across his body, and putting his wife's lipstick on while she was out. Like,
Brilliant.
What about his wife's clothes? Were you
Wow.
making him wear his wife's?
sometimes they do. Yeah, they're like, I've just snuck into her knicker drawer. Which one shall I wear? And I'm like, this is so bad.
what
Did you
was it-
pick them? Oh, yeah, the pink ones.
Yeah.
And then did they just put them back at the end of the session?
That's the thing. Yeah, like there was one guy, and he.
Not to be crude, but did he ejaculate on it?
This is it. Yeah, he had his little happy ending, And then he just put them back, and I'm like, you do get at some point she's going to go to the knicker drawer and
And
be like,
why is your cum on my pants?
exactly. Yeah, what the fuck is this? You know? It's Barney. So he probably got busted
Nice
for
fella.
that, I'm sure. yeah.
So you were doing a webcam with a slave,
Yeah.
and a break-in occurred.
Yep. So I'm dressed in, I can't remember what I'm dressed in, but it's going to be something ridiculous. It's going to be like PVC or fishnet or whatever. So I just quickly threw some clothes on, and I'm sure I'm imagining this. I'm sure, there's no one down there. It's just my imagination. So I've been a bit stressed and stuff. And I had about, how many cats did I have? I had about 6 cats at the time, right? I don't know if I mentioned Joe was a massive hoarder. Did I mention that? So he would like get things back out the bin. So you chuck some stockings away or a broken radio and it'd come straight back out. He'd hoard it. Anyway, so he had all this shit in his study on the 2nd floor below me. So this guy came in for the window and I heard the rustling as he was falling all over this piles of like cutlery and plates and just rubbish that Jade left there. So that was the first thing I heard. Well, it's just the cats. And then I heard the cats just bolt downstairs in different directions. I'm like, yeah, something's not quite right here. So I just thought, I'm probably being paranoid. I'll just grab something just in case. So I looked around my room. Whips, no. Canes, no. Oh, I know. I had this big, like, pair of gold platform shoes with a heel on it like this and about this thick. So I just picked that up and I just crept slowly to the top of the stairs. And there's this, like, guy in a grey hoodie just, like, staring back at me like this, like, like that. And I'm like... we both just froze for a moment and just stared at each other, like in shock. And then I'm like, get out of my house! And it was one of those situations that could have gone like either way.
And what did he do?
Luckily, he turned around and legged it. I chased him. I went,
Chased him with a gold stiletto.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So yeah,
Definitely put that one in the trailer.
Yeah, I know, yeah, definitely. So he ran out the house, and then I thought, well, I've gone this far now. Let's carry on. And don't come back again. Like, looking round, so I'm hard now. White D was sat there as well.
So had he got like? He just entered the door, or he broke in, or?
No, it was he'd come up the back way, and there was a study. So you go into the house. Like from the back door, so you'd come in through the kitchen into like this sort of, because there was 2 lounges broken into 2. There was like a lounge here, up the stairs, and there was a front room and a study. So he'd have come in. Yeah, no, hang on, he didn't come in through the back. Did he? He would have come in through the study window, I think, because it was left open. So he must have somehow climbed up the draining pipe onto the thingy and through the window, fell over all this like
Jay's
week's
shit.
worth of, which did me a favour, ironically, in the end. And yeah, just wished he'd never broken in properly.
You didn't know him then?
I don't think so. No, I couldn't
he wasn't
really
a client
see.
or.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Oh, good.
No, he actually looked like one of the neighbours, but I'm sure it couldn't have been because they just weren't like that.
No.
So Jay just got crazy doing crocodile death rows in the bath.
Yeah.
Falling asleep with his face in his dinner. Oh my goodness. He splashed out, knocked his head into the bidet.
Yeah, we had his mum there for a week. She said she was going to come and help me sort him out because I said he's off the rails. And then I thought, oh, thank God, finally getting some help with this because he's taking too many drugs and stuff. So, and then I've made us dinner. His mum sat there. And all of a sudden, he's just like this, like mashed potato in his face. And then his mum goes, oh dear, I do think he's rather a little bit tired, isn't he? And I'm like, is she seeing what I'm seeing? Is she living in the land of delusion? Or...
What was his upbringing like?
I don't really know. I know his dad, like, left his mum for their secondary school teacher. It was quite a religious upbringing. I don't think his dad was solidly in his life after he was 12. His mum suffered really bad depression. So, and she was always having kind of breakdowns and stuff as well. So I don't think he had the easiest of upbringings. I think he had quite, like, probably financially not too bad, but probably a little bit unstable. Right. So...
What about the night he was running around in the back garden with your belongings?
Yeah.
What items did he have?
He'd just hoard everything. I'd go for something, it'd be gone, and it'd either be in the garage or he'd be wearing it.
Can I read this?
Go on.
Then he would be running around the back garden high as a kite with the lead to a butt plug trailing behind him.
It's quite funny in hindsight if you imagine this guy, and he wasn't that slim by this point either, so I won't put that there. He wasn't that slim by this point. He had like a bit of belly on him and stuff. So he had like these. Am I allowed to move?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
totally.
He had these fishnet tights that he'd managed to get on somehow, but he didn't just like pull them up to that. He pulled them right up to here, like all the way up, you know, like with the old-fashioned underpants.
Simon Cowell.
That's it. And then nothing on underneath. So that is not really an attractive sight, isn't it? You don't want to see through fishnets. It's all dangling and swinging away in the breeze. And then there's just this lead coming down and a little remote control pack with a little button where you can make it go faster or slower.
What, the vibrations?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And this isn't even a weekend.
No, it's a Monday evening.
Yeah. And by this point, I'm so desensitised. I just open the door. Jay's at it again. Just close the door.
Leave him do it.
Just leave him to it. I've just washed my hands of the whole ordeal by this point.
He was spiking your food and drinks.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I didn't really realise. I always thought he was helping me because he'd go, have a paracetamol, have this. Oh, you look you're not yourself today. You've been really snappy. You're being really irritable with me. Have this, have an extra antidepressant. So and then when we went round to my friend Vicky's, like apparently he was putting stuff in my food, and she was like, "You can't do that. That's you're spiking her." And he's like, "No, it's fine. It keeps her calm. It keeps her happy." So yeah, but I think in his head he was so deluded. He thought he was doing something that was good for me. I don't think it was even Machiavellian. He was just so screwed up in the brain. That's how he saw it and justified it to himself. So and that's why it was so harder for me to see clearly what was going on, because often I'd had whatever without even knowing it, like extra antidepressants and things. So
Just when you think things are getting really weird, viewer, this is where a character called Latex Trooper enters the story.
I read this morning and honestly my mind was like, right. Latex Trooper.
Latex was awesome. He was such a fun guy.
How did you meet Latex? What was his story?
So in the beginning, he used to book me to just like beat him up really badly. He had a massive fetish for loads of pain. Then he got into...
When you say beat him up badly, could you describe the actual act? You mean like punch him in the face?
No.
Kick him in the balls?
No. So it started off with a bit of like spanking.
Yeah.
But I think that was probably the first session was probably quite mild. And then they get a bit addicted sometimes and they're like, oh, what can I try next? So... So the next time it was kind of like he went, I've been looking on Love Honey at all these different things. So we ordered this big box of things, and the point of the session was just work our way through them. I think he bought some spanking paddles, some whips, some canes. And I was like, in the beginning I was quite gentle. And I think this guy can't take this. I mean, this guy can take a lot. This guy loves pain. So it got to the point where we were like, almost every week I was seeing him. Sometimes I'd do an overnight. So I'd do the caning, strap on him.
Keep him tied up all night?
No, I didn't. No, I made him sleep downstairs and I had his bed.
On the floor?
Yeah, on the sofa. Well, I let him sleep on the sofa.
Oh, that's kind of...
Yeah, I know it's quite sweet of me to let him actually have a sofa instead of a floor. But,
How did you get the name Latex Trooper then?
So he wanted to have a...
What name?
He wanted to have like a pseudonym. Right, and we had been watching like a lot of Star Wars and Star Trek and stuff. So I said, Stormtrooper's really good. What about something along the lines of Storm or Trooper, but with maybe a bit double-barreledy? And then we just come up with put latex in front of Trooper. But yeah, he was awesome.
So he moved in, did he?
He did. So after a while,
with you and Jay?
Yeah.
Oh my God! What were they like together?
to start with, it was brilliant.
Yeah.
Because like,
buddies.
yeah, like he was really geeky and a massive film buff, so and into computers and stuff. So I would like play computer games with him, watch movies. Like Jay was happy to be left to his own devices, so it was great for him because I wasn't going, "What are you doing now? Stop doing that! Get that butt plug out! Take my new shirts off!" Yeah, so it was good for him because he got to be cut a little bit of slack. I had a bit of like normal company, normal, kind of normal. Yeah, so it started off really, really well, and then like I'd use him for filming and stuff as well. But then towards the end, they kind of started falling out.
When you say using for filming, so earlier you said
Yeah.
how Jay would come in and spank him if it was requested by somebody.
Yeah.
So does Latex
yeah.
Trooper come in and participate in things on webcam?
Yeah, he was like massively submissive, so he'd always like want to be a slave. And
How old was he?
younger than me, so oh God, how old was he? In his 20s at the time, late 20s. He was about 28, something like that.
Did you have to pull Jay and Latex Trooper in at the same time to do anything?
Yes, yeah, this is it. Yes, yeah. So after,
Charles is going to like that one.
What was that then?
So basically, I said to Jay, "Do you know, I don't think you're pulling your weight here. It's about time you had a little bit of hanky panky with him while I watch, isn't it?" And he said, "Oh, okay then." I wasn't expecting that. So
On camera?
yeah. So the plan was to make.
Was that his first experience with another man?
We said it was. It was a bit of a natural.
So what happened?
So I'm in a strap. I'm in like lingerie and a strap on, like with whip in the hand, being the mistress. Latex Troopers on the bed, and like this is I'll just set the scene. Right, we're in
That
this
just sets you off every time you hear his name. I actually laughed out loud when I read this morning. I was going through it, flicking it through on my phone. I was like,
Yeah,
no, that can't be real.
it's
But
all
well,
real. Yeah,
So you've got the strap on.
yeah.
Latex is on the bed.
Yeah. So we've got this pink plastic sheet on the bed in case of spillages. So Jay's put on this wind machine, right? Because he gets a bit hot and sweaty. Right. The whole of the like pink sheet is just going up in the air. Latex Trooper's just like having this wank marathon.
Is he naked then?
He's
And
naked.
is Jay naked?
Jay's naked.
Not got anything unusual on.
Whoa. Jay was upstairs to start with, getting into his costume. So
What was his costume?
Yeah, to start with, we're just sort of...
Sorry, I'm crying with laughter. All right. Composure. Right.
It sounds so mad when I say it back. This was normal for me at the time.
Yeah.
It was like normal life, you know. So yeah, he's on the bed. Jay's upstairs getting into his costume. He's just like doing this. Like, it's quite normal to start with. All mistress, spank me, all this kind of stuff. Like later on, he's like a bit glassy-eyed, and there's lots of alcohol on the go. I think I'm at the 3 glasses of wine point where I don't really care, but I'm quite happy and like can still talk and stuff. So I think I'm giving the strap on, and I'm getting an ice pop and making him like take the ice pop in his bottom whilst we're waiting for Jay. And
Oh, but what? Go back. Ice pop in his bottom.
In his bum.
What, like
those,
you take the wrapper off?
Yeah, that's it. Right,
So it melts
We didn't
in
take the wrapper off. We just left the wrapper on.
In his bum, and it just melts in his bum.
Yeah. Then the next minute, he's just
Oh, I
like...
had an ex who used to pop ice cubes up his bum for a party trick. It wasn't much of a party trick, but yeah.
It just melts over there. Yeah.
Crazy.
But yeah, I think he was quite enjoying it because it was really hot in the room. And then the next minute, he's just like still knocking one out on the bed, but sucking on this ice pop. His life depends on it. He's going so this really serious face on. And I just think maybe it's the tension because we're like waiting to see what Jay's going to do. So he comes in.
Jay's not even entered the scene yet. I can't wait to hear what Jay's dressed like.
He's gone through one of my clothing boxes And he's got on this fishnet long sleeve top. These mesh pants with like little chains on. And then he's got this black wig. Bright red lipstick and a pair of shades.
Oh man!
So can you imagine like the love child of Ozzy Osbourne and Cher?
You must have been some laughter. Did you get breathe?
This is weird. It's some of the weirdest. I've seen and heard a lot of weird shit, but this is some of the weirdest shit.
So, how did you keep a straight face during all this? Because we can't. Compose yourself.
Drink some more.
Oh, man.
Fake laughter.
Not fake.
Oh my god.
Oh, we got accused of fake laughter on the tug of war one you watched.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, that wasn't fake laughter.
I didn't think it was fake.
Oh yeah, well, people comment.
What are people like? They always find something to pick on, don't
trolls.
Trolls.
they? Yeah.
They are
they've got
alive
nothing
because of
better
us.
to do.
They breathe. The oxygen they breathe is. Go on.
So,
What happens next?
Jay walks in.
Yeah.
Just the knife.
Yeah, he's just walking in, and the hair's like all out here, like he's tried to make himself a bit rock chick or something. Holding your nose.
Does that work?
It's not so snorting.
Yeah, so it wasn't even the outfit that was the weirdest thing. It was the accent. He just adopted like this weird Quentin Crisp type accent. Like, hello. And we're like,
Oh, this is beautiful.
Can you do that again?
Please.
oh, hello.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, so that was weird.
Did that
'cause
throw
we
you for
weren't-
six when
You were just like, what's this? So I thought I was going to have to sort of coax them into it. Like, have you seen American Pie?
Yes.
With the,
Yeah.
ooh, if you two kiss, we will.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like that kind of. No. I think he's like straight in there, jumped on the bed. Said, what am I sucking then? I'm like, well, it looks like you're sucking your dick. It looks like his dick, doesn't it? So he was just straight in there. So that goes on for a little while, and I'm telling them what to sort of.
Did
do
you feel
to
left
each
out
other.
at this point?
No, I'm like a little bit wind up, and I'm thinking, oh, this is quite easy. So yeah, it was an easy night for me, really. And then so and then at some point the camera is just left running, and all this madness is going on. And then, like, no one's in the screen apart from Latex Trooper, who's just knocking one out, and it's like he's got this stare, glassy-eyed stare, doing this. The sheet's coming up round him, and then you can hear, like, Jay in the background just pick up the phone and start ordering a Chinese meal. I watched it back, honestly, I just couldn't believe this, that we'd filmed this bit of footage. Was the weirdest
Did you put it online?
It's online, yeah.
Did it get many hits? Or?
Not as many as I thought, actually. I thought it would have sold a
Paid
bit
good
more.
money.
How can
Yeah.
we view this?
I'll send you a copy.
Yes.
You weren't there filming this, were you, James?
No.
Oh my God.
That is awesome. I've gone completely off track now.
Without
Latex. That's a distraction. So,
because Latex gets kicked out of the house.
Yeah, bless him.
What was the
Why?
final straw?
Well, I didn't. What, James or Latex?
Which who went
Latex.
first?
Latex went first.
Okay.
I didn't kick him out. I didn't actually want him to go, even though we were falling out at the time a little bit.
You and Latex.
Yeah, we were falling out only because, like, so he kept. He started taking Latex's stuff to hoard then. and it was be in the garage, and he'd have his parents come around on a Sunday morning for a cup of tea, and there'd just be these dildos and stuff everywhere. So
Latex's parents didn't have a clue.
No, so it was a rush to kind of like try and make it as normal as possible. And so those two just were always falling out. And then sometimes he'd come home from work and his bedroom door would slam, and I'd joke, it was like having a teenager, isn't it? But I think he was just so like with the mad house. It just like it got like one day, like I was in my room webcamming with a whip. Latex wasn't in his room with a gimp mask on because he was bisexual. I don't know if you picked that up from the last story.
Yeah,
he was bi, so he was camming with male clients as well. I think like with like dildos and stuff. And then Jay was downstairs, probably with a butt plug, running around. And he had this thing for like nuts and bolts and screws. So he'd get a box of those and they'd be all over the floor. And why have you put those on the floor? Pick up the bolts. And so I'd end up picking them up. I'd go out the room, come back in, they'd be like everywhere again. So it was a cross between all those dildos and sex toys everywhere and just junk. So those two would kind of like fall out over like mess and things like that. So he just decided for his sanity, which was probably like the right decision for him, that he was going to get a little place on his own. So, and I was sad to see him go to Bill. We used to watch True Blood and play Raving Rabbids on the, what was it back then? Which was an Xbox or something?
Nintendo 64?
What, one of those anyway. Used to play games. So it was quite sad waving goodbye to. Yeah, and he was a good little sub as well. Yeah. With his madness.
That's something with the Heavy D story, isn't it? The Tug of War Heavy D story.
Yeah.
What was it Heavy D's name?
What
Heavy
was
D.
that?
Heavy D, it was Heavy
Yeah,
D,
yeah.
wasn't it?
What was that?
With a really bizarre character. It was a very long story, but we were just laughing our asses off.
Oh, yeah. That's up
It's in
there.
Tug of War Part 3. It's in Tug of War Part 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the first one I saw, wasn't it? Did you watch that one?
That was Tug of War Part 3 with me in.
That was
you
Part
watched.
2,
I've
wasn't
seen
it?
that
The
one,
first one
fine.
with you was Part 2. That's the only one that's out there right now.
Oh, okay.
Part 3 and 4 isn't out. Yeah.
I will keep my eyes peeled.
Yeah. We're gonna have about 20 podcasts ready to come out soon. Wow. Well, you're in about 10 that have almost 10 that have ready to come out. Yeah. All right. Anyway, we're getting off a sidetrack here. All right. So Latex Trooper moves out.
Yeah.
Do you keep anything going with Latex Trooper at his new location?
Yeah, I did go round. Like to start with, it was a little bit like I felt like he was going to fall out with me. And then on the last night, I'm like, oh, please don't be like this. Can we have a hug? And then he just started crying, like threw his arms around me and went, I don't really hate you. You're my friend. And so as we kept in touch, and he was quite excited to show me his new pad and stuff. And it was lovely. Yeah, so I think he was just like really happy to have a little corner of sanity in the world and get things back on track. But yeah, we kind of carried it on. And actually, we have cammed up till fairly recently. But I had to tell him like to knock it on the head for a while because I think it was affecting his mental health. So just some of the stuff he was asking to do was really extreme, and then he'd get upset afterwards. I said, you need to give it a break for a while.
What was he asking for?
Just things like mild stuff to start with, but then he'd like write a list of 10 things, and he'd want to like be forced to throw up and eat it again. And it's just going a bit too far. If you've got mental health problems, it's just going to exacerbate them, and it's not healthy to get into that mindset where he's punished himself to get high and to get that mental release, but then he's feeling the guilt. Because some people can just do fetish and BDSM and not care, and it's a release for them. And like one of my slaves, he says to me, it makes me a better person. I am a better, a better this and a better that, and it mellows me out. And then other people, they just drop, and the next day they are... excuse me, they're just they hate themselves. It's that sense of shame is so enveloping and overwhelming, they can't cope, and people like that should not be doing extreme kink, I don't think.
Do you feel like because these guys are coming to you that you're saving somewhat marriages? So because imagine them having to go to their wives or partners with those sort of requests would probably end up a lot of the cases in divorce. So
I think saving marriages is a bit of a strong claim. I would never like to claim to be doing that. I would say, sometimes the wives do send their husbands to me.
Okay.
I think that I'm going to be realistic and honest about this. I'm sure there are some married guys that probably come and get whipped that haven't told their wives as well. A lot of them want someone to talk to as well. So they've got no one that they can speak to their fetish about. So they just want to kind of be listened to. And they don't even necessarily always want to be advised. They just want to know that there's someone there that understands what they're going through.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't say saving marriages, but I would say that it does provide an outlet for certain people.
Have you ever had an angry wife approach you?
I did once. I had, not in person and just by text. I think she'd gone through the phone and discovered some text messages. The irony of it is her fella hadn't even been to see me, he'd just been texting. I don't think I'd ever even booked him in or anything. She was going, well, what do you do? Do you have sex with him? No. Do you do this? No. Well, what do you do? Let's explain what I did. Sure. Well, what would he have been coming for then? Are you sure he hasn't been to see you? I don't believe you. What would he be coming for? Well, I don't know. He could have been coming for spanking, a pegging, bondage. Who knows?
Pancaking.
So it just got a little bit silly in the end, because I think most people just realise, it's not an issue between the provider. It's an issue between her and her husband, isn't it? That's who need to sit down and really work it out. So I think I just said in the end that you need to talk to your husband about this. It's not helping just running through this with me.
Yeah.
So but otherwise, I think it's quite different, isn't it? If someone's got a kink, I think a lot of wives probably turn a blind eye as well. Like if they know,
they'd rather not do that.
Exactly, they don't want to do it themselves. So sometimes the husband is like, they said to his wife, "Will you do this to me?" And she's going, "Oh God, no! Go and see a dominatrix." So. It's better than them having an affair, isn't it, I suppose? So
exactly.
They go and get their little kink and there's no emotional attachment or anything. It's just purely a service. So there's a guy that comes, he's married, happily married, he comes and gets 400 strokes with a cane whilst wearing rubber panties. Then he goes home.
Happy days. Have you ever had an emotional attachment with a client?
No, I've got friendships with my clients. I know a lot of people have to have that complete separation, don't they? But I've actually got some subs that I would say if they've been absolutely angels to me. They've helped me through some tough times, and I would class them as friends. So one of my subs is called Sassy Steph.
Sorry?
Sassy Steph.
Sassy Steph.
Sassy Steph, yeah.
So he's a bit...
Yeah.
Sassy.
Sassy, yeah, exactly. So Sassy came to me as Dave. And was just so shy. And I remember being like that. I remember being so shy. I literally would have to wait for permission to speak before I'd breathe a word. And I could just see a bit of my old self in Steph. So the first time I was like, well, tell me a bit about yourself and what do you think you'd like to try today? And I think the first thing she said, well, I wouldn't mind a bit of trying a pair of knickers on and a bit of makeup. So I just put her in knickers, did her makeup. We just chatted for an hour. She chatted about stuff while I did her makeup and she loved it. And then from there, she just become such a confident person. One day we just went on a little shopping trip and we walked past MAC, the makeup shop.
I love MAC.
And there were people in there having makeovers. And she went, oh, I've always dreamed of going in there and having a makeover. I went, that's it, we're going in. So I dragged her in and there was... luckily, the first makeup artist that came over happened to be a transsexual. So I thought, oh, this is perfect. They're going to get on a house on fire and she's going to feel really comfortable and relaxed and just love it. So I'd count her on my list of really good friends, people that I would just go out with socially as well and go and have a bit of lunch or something because she's a real cool person.
So how long did you last with Jay once Latex Trooper moved out?
I can't remember exactly, but it was less than a year because it just escalated. And I think I'd forgotten how bad he was because one night I had Latex Trooper to bitch to. We go, do you know what he's done now? And I think the other thing was just the fact that he couldn't blame all of this stuff that was happening on Latex. So, for example, you go, oh no, it was him that did that. He put that stuff in the garage. Well, how come it's still piling up in there when he's not here? So I think there was talk of us at one point moving down to Bristol to be close to my family. And then his mum went, well, why can't you come close to our family? It's like, well, because one, I'm paying all the rent and everything. And two, we've not really, to be fair, we hadn't had any support from that side of the family. So I was just like, no, I'm not going to do that. And keep bending over backwards to please people. And then like from there, I think I had like one thing from him, one thing from his mum. And I was just like, no. And to be fair, there was a lady, I don't want to use her real name, so I'm going to call her
Karen.
No.
Think
of a name. Let's
right.
put you under pressure now. Because I'm going to pop out and say a real name otherwise.
Jen. Just call Jen.
Jen. Okay. So that's going to be confusing. Gemma. And so Gemma was a catalyst because she was quite bossy. And
sounds like me.
she was crazy bossy. She had a stroke and she would smoke loads of weed as well. So she'd kind of go a bit, she'd get paranoid. She said someone was breaking into her house every night and cutting her hair off. Then she accused one of my friends of like raping her dog and getting it pregnant, bizarrely. So a little bit crazy, but actually, I think you meet...
yeah, we won't call her Jen.
I think you just, exactly, yeah. I think you just meet everyone for a reason, don't you? And I think the reason I met her, she was just like, what has that boyfriend of yours done now? Oh, Jay, what are you doing? Stop going and taking her money. He's just been in there and taken your money again. So basically, every time he did something, she was there, she grasped him up. And I come to realise this stuff is not actually what you accept, because I had no role model of what, like a guy should be like as a child. Because I loved my dad to bits, but he wasn't really a good husband or a good dad. So because I hadn't had that role model, and so I'm like, oh, okay, so it's not just me then, I'm not the bitch, this stuff isn't acceptable. So that feeling just grew stronger and stronger over time until I just got to the point where I was like, yeah, you need to go. So, yeah, never looked back.
But then there's the sadness of what happens with your dad.
Yeah. So that was sad because it's funny because on the Sunday night, he couldn't fly because of his health. So we would go, we're going on a cruise, it'll be great. We'd go to like San Francisco and stuff. And it was only a few days later he went into hospital and he died of, it was sepsis, but he had like diverticulosis. So, I mean, we don't know if there was a tumour there, or the thing is with my dad as well, he liked to drink, right? He used to smoke loads, he used to call the fags his little white friends. And he was gutted after he had to give those up. So he still kind of drank a bit, and then he'd just eat anything in sight when he was drunk. Like he'd eat dog chocolates. One time I saw him trying to put the remote control into his mouth as well. So another time my mum's growing these little seedlings on the windowsill, and he ate all those as well. So you don't know if he put something in his mouth or I don't know what happened. But yeah, he passed away. So like probably the first year I was just like, I don't think it was even a person. I was just this shell, just trying to exist and cope with what happened. Because he was crapped up, but I did love him to bits. He was so charismatic as well. Like we would just waltz in here. We would like, he could tell a story, and he was the best storyteller. He was so funny. Just
Is that where you got it from?
Well, I don't think I am.
Oh, you're great. Yes.
He played the harmonica as well. We'd do Name That Tune. What's this in 3? Name it in 3. And if you didn't know, you'd be like, I'm so disappointed in you. I thought you were a bit more cultured than that. We had such a laugh. Yeah, he was, so I really, really missed him. And I think I did go on a little bit of a downward can't say the bloody word.
Trajectory.
Thank you. Trajectory after that. Because I'd lost the home, some of my cats. The ex, which I didn't really care about, but it was still a bit of a shock. My dad moved back into the parental home, which that's always feels a bit defeatist, doesn't it? So yeah, I just think it took me a while to sort of recover from that, really. And that's probably how I ended up sort of being ensnared by the Machiavellian, the next Machiavellian ex that sort of come along.
Who was that?
Manos.
Evil Manos.
Is that a Greek name?
I wouldn't like to say.
Okay.
You could be right and you could be wrong.
Well, you say here it's the worst mistake of your life.
It was, yeah.
Wow.
Because I kind of thought, well, maybe he wanted to build this business and stuff. So I thought maybe this guy's got his head a bit more, like, switched on. You know, I can see he's trying to build something, but he was just really good at delegating. Go, you do this for me, you do that, you do that. That was his skill, basically. He didn't actually do any work himself. So it just got really abusive and like mostly financial and emotional, like taking my money off me, extorting money out of me.
How did you meet him?
So I was using his place, renting it, like he had a spare room, to like see slaves, basically.
And how did you meet him?
So I think it was through one of my friends called Saskia. She was going to go and use his place as a venue.
So he's running a dungeon?
Yeah, effectively.
Right.
But yeah, he had escorts in there as well. There were like all kinds of different people coming and going. It was like a madhouse again. So I've gone from one unstable environment to another. So that's why I had to do a lot of work on myself and stop seeing like dangerous excitement and start seeing like peace as tranquil and not boring. Because I think like probably there was a bit of me that probably saw a lot of the dramatic stuff as a bit exciting, which I don't understand that at all now, but at the time it kind of made sense. So
Was he on drugs?
no, he wasn't day to day, but he would sometimes come home and he'd be high on coke or something, and then that was when he'd just be, and he was one of these people who has a kink, but he can't deal with the kink. So the next
What
day,
was his kink?
he liked putting on my clothes, like going, "Oh, I'm a slut! Look at me, I'm so slutty." And then he'd like have. If you've ever seen the Kenny Everett show,
Yes.
yeah. So he'd do this, go smoking like off his face like that, and I'm like, it really creeped me out because I'm not against cross dressing. I've got to do it for work and everything, but just the sudden personality change was just so
When he'd had a line.
bizarre. That was so, and
Yeah.
it's also the fact that he obviously thought women are just complete and total sluts. This is what women are like, and I didn't like that. That in his brain, he obviously just saw women as slutty, and that's how he wanted to be. And he'd like look at himself in the mirror and go, "Do I look slutty? Do I look slutty?" Like that. So that was just. It was so yeah, I didn't have a problem with the fetish, but just like the disrespect, just wearing my stuff without permission, using my toys without putting condoms.
Get your stuff
over.
dirty.
Yeah, well,
What,
because in the business, if you're pegging someone, you put a condom over the toy, and then you use like a really strong antibacterial spray to clean them afterwards. So he'd put something in his backside.
If you're pegging someone,
Yeah.
what exactly is pegging?
It's penetrating them with a strap-on dildo.
Okay.
I thought it was
Yeah.
attaching pegs to someone.
That's
then.
what I was thinking.
That's a common
That's what I was thinking.
misconception. Yeah.
Pegging is having sex with them with a strap on.
That's right. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was fouling your instruments.
Defiling. Yeah, that's a really good word.
I like that.
Exactly that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and then there was another time where like he'd asked me to do it, but then he'd start telling me I was doing it wrong, and I'm like, "Excuse me, I think I know what I'm doing. I mean, I do actually do this for." So that like was a bit annoying. And then so he'd start just doing it on himself, and then he pooed on the bed as well, like this big
Dirty protest.
this dirty poo just come out, and I'm like, you just shat yourself. So like, of course, like, this guy's narcissistic as well. So because in his mind, I think my nail's just fallen off.
With all the excitement.
Sorry about that. So thank you.
I'll word that if you want.
So in his mind, I've somehow degraded him by allowing him to carry out his fetishes. So it's kind of my fault. So, and then he's going, "You're going to leave me. I might as well just kill myself." And I've not said anything, but it's like, what? Where's this come from? So it's going between him shouting at me and telling me I'm evil to I'm going to leave him like everyone else does. So there's all these like weird, and I did not know how to cope with any of this. It was just bizarre.
What was it like when he was waving knives around?
Pretty scary, to be honest, because it would always be pick up these sharp kitchen knives, or like big ones, not like a little bread knife. It'd be like out of the stack on the side, and then go, "You dirty little bitch! Right? Do you know what I'm going to do to you? I'm going to cut you up if you don't do exactly what I say." So I'd get upset and be like, "Don't ever pick up a knife to me, because if you fall over, that's going to go straight through me." And he'd be like, "Oh, you can't take a joke, can you? You can't take a joke. What's wrong with you? Where's your sense of humour? Why can't you see the fun side in life sometimes?" It's like, what you're doing is wrong. You can't just threaten someone with a knife and they go, "Oh, it's a joke."
Right.
So yeah, it was quite scary, but it then gaslight me to be like, I was the bad one for reacting to him like pulling a knife on me, basically.
So how long were you there for in total?
So I was with him for about 4 years, and I think the last probably year and a half was trying to figure out how to leave.
Get out.
I was just not brainwashed. I was in denial, I suppose, the first, coming through grief, in denial, and doing my old classic Kaz thing of, I can fix them, I can mend them and make their poorly brains all better, which you can't fix anyone. They can only fix themselves, can't they?
Exactly.
So yeah, that the first part, I think I was just in complete denial. And then it was just figuring out, like, how do I get away? Because they say, don't they, like, when a woman wants to leave an abusive relationship, it takes, like, 7 attempts or something like that, 7 tries. Yeah. And then, like, people say, oh, so, like, my mum will say, why don't you just leave? And she'll say to me, oh, you know, if it would have been me, I would have just walked out sooner. I went, but you didn't, though, did you? Because you stayed with him until he died. So that's not fair. And a lot of people just think it's that easy that you can just walk out and walk away. But when you leave someone who's abusive, I don't know if you know much about this kind of thing, but it's like the most dangerous time, isn't it? You always hear that's when women are most likely to get stabbed or strangulated or murdered in some way. So when you've got the guilt, you've got the shame attached as well, you've got the hundreds of other things racing around your mind, and at the back of your brain, are they going to turn up and do something as well? Are they going to kill themselves? Are they going to kill me? You know, you just...
So how did you finally get away?
So I plucked up the courage. I sent him away to his mum's for Christmas. He had his kid over, and his whole thing was like how much he missed his kid. And then when she got there, he just had no time for her whatsoever. He wouldn't even make her a sandwich. It was like, oh, Kaz, do this, Kaz, do that, Kaz. And she was a great kid. I thought she was brilliant, but he, as her father, he should have been doing this stuff. And it was just being a bit creepy and weird as well. I don't want to say too much on air, but it was a bit creepy and weird. And I just thought, no, I had enough. So I finished with him by text, actually, I think it was.
Smooth.
Quite bad, but safer.
Given the circumstances, no.
Yeah. On the 31st of December, because I just thought, well, New Year's Eve, fresh start, New Year. Take out the trash. Sorry. So just a fresh start and everything. So I took my mum, when I went back to the house, took my mum with me. My mum, he's scared of my mum. He said she's like a big, I think the word he used was battle axe. So
nice fella.
Yeah, he was terrified of her because she just won't stand for any, because she was married to a man that was like for years, so she is like she's quite hardcore. She would have, if he'd have started anything, she would have probably knocked him out, I think. So I felt quite safe with my mum there, you know. So, and I knew, he kept saying to me, oh, I've got nowhere to go. He was at his mum's. I've got nowhere to go. Let me have somewhere to stay at least for a week or so. So I turned up with my mum, and I said, "Yeah, you can stay for the week, but my mum's staying here too. So she's gonna share my bed. You can go in the back room." Anyway, 10 minutes later, he walks in the lounge. She's like, "Actually, I might go back to London tonight." Good. So that worked out quite well, taking my scary mother with me.
And it was around this time you ramped up the BDSM. It
was, yeah. Well, kind of before I split with him, I'd been really focusing, because I think because life was so unstable, I wanted some stability. And
for the viewers, can you please explain what BDSM is?
Yep. So BDSM
what it stands for
is bondage and sadomasochism. So that can be bondage, just tying up, tethering in different ways, can be chains or ropes. And then masochism is pain, like liking pain, and sadomasochism is giving pain or liking to give pain. So a dominatrix or a master will give pain to a submissive who enjoys pain. Now, it's not all about pain. That's actually a really common misconception. It's about power exchange and control.
Teasing.
So, exactly, yeah. So, a lot of mine, they might like dressing up, or they might just be into really mild stuff. But when you use the word BDSM, people always think it's going to be like really heavy duty caning all the time, 24/7, don't they? So, yeah, that's what.
What role play did that involve?
Which one?
What role play? Like headmistress, evil scientist.
Yeah. So there's the headmistress role play where they've been a very naughty boy and they must come to the headmistress office and receive their punishment. I tell you also,
I love the way you say that.
bitchy boss as well. That's a
bitchy boss.
Bitchy boss.
Yeah. So
Can you do that role play with Sean, perhaps?
Do a live reenactment here.
I'll tap the desk
Right,
and
go on.
tap my feet.
So he works for you. Let's create a scenario. So Sean works for you. He's the, I don't know, cleans toilets, some crappy job. And so he hasn't done his job properly. He comes in, so you need to call him in.
I've left some pubes on the rim of the toilet seat.
Right, I'm just a tree.
And who are you?
I'm just a tree.
Oh, you're
Yeah, I'm just a tree. Tile.
Right.
But
Atwood.
Yes.
Atwood.
Yes.
Late again. Come into the room, please.
What have I done now?
Don't use that tone with me. Right. Are you going to take this seriously? Stop giggling. Right, so firstly,
Sorry.
that deadline I asked you to meet, you've not completed it, have you? Why is it late?
I lost track of time.
Did you?
Yes. I won't let it happen again.
Do you know we've just lost a major contract?
No.
you're really good at this.
He's really good, yeah.
You're not going to fire me, boss, are you? I won't let it happen again.
Well, that depends. How far are you prepared to go to keep your job?
Well, if you're going to punish me, let's get on with it.
That's how it goes.
I've never done this before.
Natural.
Well, it's a shame you're not taking on more slaves anymore.
Oh, these fins as well. Why are these full?
Oh my goodness, the trolls are going to be, we're giving them so much fodder today. The endless videos.
They're going to love it, aren't they?
They do. We have
There'll
to,
be a very long.
we have to keep them
video of
alive
this.
though, with constantly feeding them things. Otherwise they would die without them.
It's like a public service, isn't it,
Isn't
really?
it?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
I love trolls.
Oh, what, sorry.
I love the trolls.
Do you? Yeah, do they entertain you?
Just the little pictures they make and everything
Oh,
entertaining.
it's that new one. Can I mention his
So every
name? My
YouTube
favourite?
video, no mention names.
Oh.
Every YouTube video has like a thumbnail, a poster on it, and they spend so much time making these creative pictures of us. We'll show you some
What,
afterwards.
are they insulting pictures or?
Meant to
It's
be,
a little
but
bit
we quite
insulting,
define
a little bit funny, a little
Okay,
bit
yeah.
wild and crazy. Yeah.
You have to show them to me.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. We'll do that when we go for
I
lunch.
like, you know, you're getting
Yeah.
somewhere in life, don't you, where people are actually like doing
Putting their
parodies
hearts
and,
Yeah.
and
Blood, sweat and
satire.
tears
Yeah.
into creating
Yeah.
a video of you to
Exactly.
be humorous. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Totally, it's totally cool.
Do you want a troll?
Yeah.
What is evil scientist roleplay?
Wow.
So evil. This is very much inspired because, like, you know, you get a lot of DOMs and they've all got their own individual things. So some are really serious, aren't they? And like, you disgust me, worm. Get over my lap and I will beat you. So, but my kind of thing was more like I'm into films and stuff. So I'd look at all those
Bit
different.
sci-fi, aren't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Batman stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
Have you
I
done
really-
Batman, Catwoman?
I don't think I have. No.
Oh,
No,
she was
I've
one of
never
my
got
she was one of my
round to
first
it.
wanks,
Yeah,
Catwoman.
Oh, I can imagine.
Her and Debbie Harry Blondie.
Oh yeah, she was
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, very cool.
All right, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Evil scientist roleplay.
Yeah, so I would sort of take inspiration from those kind of movies, and they'd never come in and be like really like shouty and that, would they? They'd be sort of like almost like soothing and teasing with the voice, just to lure you in. But then they'd unleash all like the evilness and stuff. So that was kind of like my inspirations that I took from Hollywood. And so the evil scientist would kind of be like in the lab coat with the glasses and just start with, I know you just, you can't resist, can you? You want to give me the information. You're a good boy. You want to help me, don't you? And all this kind of thing. So they'd be like protesting, quite weakly usually, but they'd be protesting. and so you'd go, well, if you don't tell me, I'm going to have to punish you, aren't I? So you'd like get the surgical gloves on. They'd be like, select a little pinwheel with lots of spikes on, like lots of like theatricals
I've
showing
seen
them.
They look
pinwheel.
like little pizza cutters.
They look way worse than they actually are.
Are they not painful?
Well, they would be if you really sort of put a lot of pressure on it.
Do you?
But it depends. It really depends
How much you like them.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, they can be quite pleasurable as well. Like if you run it up and down your arm, it can just be like a little tingle.
Oh, that's nice.
So yeah, it is. Yeah, but yeah, if you're pressing quite hard on the genitalia, probably not quite so nice.
On a pancaked scrotum,
exactly.
it would probably sever the skin.
Yes, I think it would, wouldn't it? Yeah, yeah. So it'd be like a colander then.
Ooh, what's this? So sometimes things got messy. I had a guy tied up who was doing poppers and he started retching, so I had to hold a bin over his face.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So he's come in and said, I want to do forced intox. Now, no such thing as forced intox, right? You don't make them take poppers. They love poppers. They want to do as many as possible. And as a mistress, it's kind of your role to not let them have as many as they want to do. So you're controlling it and just probably slowing them down, actually. In reality, you call it forced intox because, you're being forced here. Poppers are legal, by the way. I'm talking about the legal variety, just for anyone watching
For
out
the feds.
there. Yeah, exactly. So these are completely legal. There's a shop opposite
You
Marks
can buy them in
Spencer's
sex shops, can't you?
Yeah, sex shops. There's a shop in Reading opposite Marks's. They sell them as well. So, so the guy's like, yeah, I take them all the time. I'm really tolerant. I can take loads. So by this time I got him tied to the bed. I think I literally gave him like 2 little sniffs and he goes blue and starts retching. I'm like, not on the bed! Not on the bed! I'm like looking around. I don't want him to vomit in the towel. Don't want him to vomit. I know, I get the bin. I got the bin like up to his face and then he threw up. Like at most points in a session, if someone had felt so ill they were going to throw up, they generally go, do you know what? I know we're only not far into the session, but do you mind if we have just chat or I can go home? And this guy, I'm like, are you okay? Do you want to shower? He's like, no, let's just carry on. I'm like, no, you're going to go and wash your face and mouthwash at least, definitely.
Oh, did it not make you want to retch?
Sometimes it can be a bit like that, yeah.
Have
Have you got a story of that happening?
Yeah. I think because I can kind of deal with people being sick, because I've seen that quite a lot over the years, but it's the other end that just completely grosses me out.
What about that time in Salford?
Yeah, that was quite bad. That was very elaborate. I don't know how, like Pebble Dash. You see, like a council house that's been pebble dashed at the side. Well, this guy did that to our hotel wall, basically. Should I go into more detail?
Yes, please. I'm confused right now. Pebble Dash, council houses. I'm lost at this point.
She's saying about stuff from the other end, and so it's a story about not from there, from.
But how does that cause a wall to be pebble dashed?
Sure,
So-
about to find out.
Projectile poo, are you saying?
Yeah. So there was
Like
a
when you
show-
projectile vomit?
Exactly.
Like you can projectile.
Apparently you can. Apparently, I didn't know this
I
either.
had food poisoning once, and I do recall, an eruption.
It was just, yeah,
Yeah,
splattery.
I answered the door. I only said it for 4 or 5 days. I thought I was going to die. I answered the door, opened it, and I just threw up in someone's face, and I felt it coming out my bum, and I just.
Oh, no.
So was it a shart?
Bless you.
What? It wasn't the what?
Shart. You know what a shart is?
What's a shark?
A wet fart.
A wet fart.
Ah,
Shit
No,
fart.
this was constant.
Yeah.
This was
Shock.
constant. If I wasn't close to the toilet, I was going to have an accident.
Yeah, that sounds.
I was
quite
hallucinating and
severe.
everything. I thought I was going to die. I was literally crawling across the carpet
Oh my
at
god!
one point.
Was that food poisoning?
Yeah, I was stupid enough to keep chicken tikka masala in my car in the Arizona desert and eat it when I got home. The temperature was almost 50 degrees that day.
You must have been pretty
I've been
hungry.
cooking.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
lovely.
it's
Anyway,
that's
back
going
to
to give
the
you a
hotel
bit of a
room.
wibbly wobbly tummy.
So pebble dashing.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you even in a position to be somewhere
So
naked where you're going to projectile poo on a wall?
So you're in a hotel.
How does this
Sounds
happen?
like he'd been at your curry, I think.
Could you take us through how it got to this point?
Yeah. I'll start at the beginning. So there was this festival/event called Sexhibition.
Wow.
Lots of little stands selling whips, loads of stuff.
Where is
There's
this?
stage show. This was up near Salford in Manchester.
Right.
So selling dildos, like a trade show, but for the sex industry basically. So it's all very like proper and everything. And I was there with my friend Harley Sin, so who I'd been teaching to be a mistress. And this guy came up to us. He's like, "I've seen you on Twitter. I'm a massive fan of both of you. I love your work, blah, blah, blah." He went, "Will you be around tonight? Maybe I can come and see you." We were like, "Well, I don't know. Are you a sub?" "Am I a sub? Am I a sub?" "Yes, I..." So anyway, to cut a long story short, he phoned us up about 6 o'clock in the evening. He says, "I've been drinking. I'll be honest. Had a lot to drink, but I'm okay. I mean, I'm a nice guy. I mean, you met me earlier. Is it okay if I still come round?" So I thought, I was pretty upfront. It's no, yeah, that's fine. I don't normally see drunk people, but yeah. So the guy turns up, totally lovely, lovely, sweet guy. We did a bit of strap on, I think, pegging. Then he said, "Oh, I've never been fisted. Will you fist me?" So I went off and went and got the long gloves. She put hers on. I think
The long gloves?
Yeah. Oh, so like you wear gloves for fisting. Obviously, you don't want to put your hand in a bum, do you?
What, like surgical things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vet gloves.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, like rubber gloves to like protect against contaminants.
Like when cows are giving birth and stuff. Is that
Yeah.
what it is?
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
seen this on TV.
So I stood there, cow
I've got
gloves
ridiculously
on.
long arms though, look. You've got quite short arms,
Yeah.
so...
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you probably wouldn't go up that far. I mean, I think this guy was...
How far do you go up?
I think he was taking it to about... Well, probably not in the wrist, probably about there,
Oh.
to be realistic.
Alright.
Because by the time you've done that, not many people can stretch. And there's a few, they specialise in it, funnily enough. They're like, "Oh, mistress, I've learnt to take the biggest dildo now. Would you like to see?" So this guy wasn't taking that much, but he'd been drinking rum all day long. Plus, I think he brought a bottle to the hotel room and we had a glass of wine or something there. So I just had a feeling, when you get that sixth sense, like an intuition. Maybe I heard a rumbling or something, I don't know, and it was in my subconscious. So, like, she's one side, I'm the other. We've got this guy's butt here, right? My hand was there. I pulled out, and then all of a sudden, my intuition, this little voice in my head goes, "Step back." "Step back, Kaz." I go, and it just goes and hits the wall behind.
Oh, holy shit.
What's the clean-up situation there?
Well, I think there's a lot of mistresses out there that would have made him use his tongue, but I think...
I wasn't expecting that answer.
Yeah.
Literally.
That would have just made me throw up as well. So
Yeah.
I said, let's get some wet wipes to start it off, some spray, take it from there. And you made quite a good job of it, actually.
Didn't get a hotel bill.
No, we were lucky. We got away with it.
So, like, you look completely normal. You look
What are you saying,
you
Sean?
look quite innocent and just like you're very polite and well spoken.
Thank you.
But all these lunatics have come in and out of your life.
Yeah.
Now, when I look back
Yeah.
at my life and all these crazy people coming in and out, in and out, in and out. And when I was introspecting, I had to ask myself, there's a pattern here.
Yeah.
Is there something
Yeah.
inside me that's like attracting this to happen? And have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because you don't just keep meeting narcissistic people just by accident, do you?
You don't keep meeting
There's something...
Jays and
Exactly. There's
most
something... in-
latex troopers of the world for like decades of your life. There's something going on up
Yeah,
here.
definitely. Yeah, I think... so I used to see, like, peaceful as boring, dangerous excitement, probably. And so I'd be drawn to these, like, really massively charismatic people that didn't take life seriously, but the flip side was they were fucking raving lunatics. So, and so I think that was a big problem for me, was just not recognising what a decent, normal person is and what a nut job is. And I think even if I saw it, I didn't really understand that that's just not acceptable. I think my self-esteem was probably quite low as well. Something that I've worked on majorly. Read lots of self-help books. Done a couple of psychology courses online on like Udemy as well, and just to figure out how, what makes people do what they do, and try and understand a bit of the psyche behind the behaviour.
So,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. So by now you've made your name as a Dom. Quite a big name.
Yeah, I'd say so, in the UK.
And then Manos comes back on the scene. Right. Talk us through that.
So, I think if I hadn't have probably lost my dad, I don't think I would have gone into another abusive relationship. But I was at a low.
So he came back in for round 2?
No, it was only with him once.
Yeah.
No, it says Manos. I started about it. It's the order. It's all gone completely. It's going back to Manos now.
I think it was getting quite.
I think
it was getting quite.
Oh, good job you didn't go back.
Keep going.
Carry on.
One interesting little psychology thing I was thinking about. Well, a couple of things really is your relationships in your adult life are often formed by what you experience as a child. Right. So we end up adopting like these survival patterns as a child because they help us then and they're useful. Like, so for example, some of my things were I was a people pleaser and I'd say yes to stuff all the time and end up doing stupid things just to be popular or whatever. So that's something I knew was a big weakness for me. Because those patterns, survival patterns, no longer serve me. I just don't need to do those things. They have no use to me. Another thing I read was I was reading a book on how to deal with difficult people and manage them, basically. Because
how's that go for you?
it was quite interesting. One of the things it said. This specific bit was talking about if you've got a customer and you work in retail, and it said, try standing in front of a mirror, and if someone's shouting at you and pointing and going, and you, blah, 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 they'll look at themselves in the mirror, if you're stood in front of it, and they become more self-aware. And if they're a normal person, most have become a bit ashamed and I'm making a bit of a scene, and they start to back down. So I tried this on Manos when he was in one of his rages, his temple would be popping, his eyes would be like this, and he did just like a nut job. So I'd stand in front of the mirror and he could see himself, and then I saw him, I was expecting him to, I was hoping like in the book he'd back down. I could see him start watching himself, and the excitement in his face, he was getting off at watching himself shout in the mirror. It was really bizarre. And I'm like, they didn't cover that in the book.
Seriously, have you ever tried that?
Not recently.
But it's meant to work. It's meant to make people see what they're doing and calm down.
Right.
So, but it didn't work.
Get off on it.
Yeah, he liked it. I think he made him feel more powerful. He got more puffed up. Because he's only short. He's only a few inches bigger than me. He's about 5. Well, I'm 4'10". He was about 5'6". So he's trying to make himself bigger like that. Yeah, looking at himself. I thought he was going to knock one out, to be honest.
So then you became conflicted because you was in an abusive relationship.
Yeah, very. Yeah, because by day I'm going, well, I'm Mistress Kaz, and you must do as I say. And my slaves are coming around going, we adore you, we love you. And then on the flip side, I've got this guy treating me like a piece of shit and telling me I'm worth nothing. So it's just such a contradiction. And that, because I was this as well, it was even worse because I feel like I'm living a lie. I was thinking, I can talk about it now, it's fine, because I feel like that's in my past. But I thought, do you know what, if my slaves could see, they wouldn't view me they wouldn't respect me anymore. And actually that turned out not to be true, because one of my subs, I got really close to him as a friend, not in any kind of romantic way, but in a friendship way. And he said, I know you're just not yourself. Do you want to come out for lunch? And I didn't really tell him a great deal. I just said, it's pretty bad at home. It's not really going too well. He said, I can tell. You look tired. You look drained. So What were we talking about again? My head's just...
Yeah, so you were conflicted because
Yeah.
in the daytime you're bossing people around.
That was it,
You're in an abusive
people
relationship,
respect
but now the
you.
subs are coming to the rescue.
Yeah. And that's the thing. A lot of people slag off the scene. I remember watching one of your ladies, and she was saying, "Oh, but I couldn't do that to them." But it's like they like that. That's their kink, and they. I agree with what she's saying, but from my perspective, it's been completely different, and I don't feel as if I'm doing things to them that they don't want. And so I've had my slaves just through such a difficult time be really, really supportive as well, and I could count on them as friends, like the sub that took me for lunch. And then I had my sissy as well. You know what a sissy is, right?
Someone you boss around.
Yeah.
So they
Sissy Sean.
Oh, they dress in women's clothes.
Sissy's a guy, so dress in women's clothes. So my sissy as well would just like take me out and that would get me in trouble as well because I wasn't allowed to drink. So I'd go out like for a session, and then it would end in like, should we have a couple of gins? So like, and I'm really good at drunk texting. So you cannot tell from one of my texts that I'm pissed because I'll just keep working to perfect it. I'll sit there for an hour if I bloody have to. So I'd know that he wouldn't want me to drink. So I'd sit there writing this text, and I'll get it right in a bit. So I would keep texting. This text would be like word perfect. So he wouldn't have a clue that I was steaming drunk. So the time I got in, and because he didn't want me to drink, it was a bit like a red flag to a ball. So you'd open the door, and I think one time I just fell in the doorway. So, but yeah, apart from the odd night like that, my slaves were just like really so supportive and lovely. So
did
I'm
you,
very lucky.
Yeah, definitely. So
Yeah.
did any of all your family and friends know about you doing this?
Yeah, I mean, they've known for years.
Yeah,
So-
and they're absolutely fine.
Well,
No
I wouldn't
issues?
say absolutely fine, no. I mean, they kind of make a bit of a joke about it, and they realise they don't really have any say in it. I mean, unless they want to start paying my bills, then they've got no say in it. But yeah, I think they've kind of sort of accepted it, but wouldn't be the favourite first choice for me to do.
No.
So yeah, especially like it's a strange one really, because like my mum's goes, oh, whenever I see big knickers now, I think of you, right?
Big knickers.
Basically, and you might think, what you want about there? Well, I went shopping once with my mum, and I saw this massive pair of knickers on. Now, I happen to have a couple of sissies that are quite large, and I just thought, they'd be brilliant on my sissy. So I bought these big knickers. So every time my mum goes shopping, if she sees any cheap, she lets me know. She goes, oh, and so in Marx's, they've got some size 20s in the sale.
Pick them up for you.
So yeah,
That's good of her.
totally. So you've kind of got a bit of an understanding now, I think, which is good.
And you studied up on narcissistic abuse.
I did. Yeah, I've done, I was in quite a few kind of like self-help narcissistic abuse groups. And it was like a sounding board to start with. I'd be like, so this has happened. Is this normal? And they'd be like, no, run, girl, run. This is not normal. This is so not normal. Get out of there. So, yeah, that was kind of useful. And then I've like followed all these different coaches as well. And that also really helped me to see that, okay, whilst I have met those people and this bad thing's happened, at some point, some of the responsibility does lie with me because I've let that go on, I've accepted it. And also I keep like, well, not keep now, but I kept like falling for the same sort of behavioural traits and kind of letting it be okay. So yeah, I just found this so useful.
Who's the coaches you're following?
Sorry?
Which coaches are you following?
I can't remember their names now. I got them on Instagram, but there's a really good book called Inside the Minds of Angry and Controlling Men, and it's by Lundy. So that's a great one to learn about kind of abusive men and controlling behaviours. I think there's one on Instagram I follow. It's actually a guy called, it can be both way around with abuse, can't it? It can be both ways. It's called Narc Abuse Coach, I think. So that's quite a good one. But yeah, there's masses of them on Instagram.
So what's your social circle like now?
Deliberately small. I socialise a lot for work. Spend a lot of time with my sisters because we're really, really close. But really, I tend to spend most of my time working. I don't tend to sort of go out to bars and clubs, or it's just not something that's a priority to me at the moment.
How many appointments do you do a week? Or
Well, it kind of depends. I'm sort of living back home with my mum, so a lot of it's online. So it's when I go away to tour, that's when I see my slaves.
so where do you
So,
tour?
there's a dungeon in Swindon. Sometimes I work out of an apartment and go up to Reading in November. So
What are the dungeons like? Talk me through it when you walk in.
so you walk it. Let me just think of the local one. So the local one, it's a converted nightclub. So you walk. It's quite normal, really. It's quite pretty with like white drapes, all stone walls, little fairy LED lights. Then you've got your dungeon room, and they've blacked out the windows with black paint. There's a St Andrew's cross in the first room, then a cage where you can pop your sub or your sissy in underneath and just taunt them through the bars. And you probably know a lot about that, don't you?
Home sweet home.
They're pretty cosy.
So what sort of equipment do you have? Like, it's sort of 50 Shades of Grey hanging up on the wall, or is there machinery?
Yeah, it depends on the dungeon. Yeah, and how well equipped. I mean, some dungeons have like full-on sex machines and St Andrew's crosses, and they're fully equipped. And then other dungeons.
What's a St Andrew's cross?
So it's like, you know what Jesus Christ kind of was. What's the word?
Crucifix.
Stigmata.
So a
It is
crucifix.
Stigmata.
kind of, but it's like
No, I'm doing it.
yeah. So it's like
Oh, so
that.
what, they tied up?
They're
yeah.
tied up like that?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't do the nails through the hands. It's just, yeah.
How long can they last like that?
Well, if they've not eaten, probably about 5 minutes. But
Jesus.
if they've had a decent meal, they can
So they've got to have a
last.
decent lunch before they come
Yeah,
in?
they can pass out otherwise.
Oh.
Yeah, because you've got your hands up, it affects your blood pressure. So you've got to be really careful with it.
And that gives them a sexual thrill.
Yeah, because they feel vulnerable. Like,
So they're up there naked.
yeah, they're naked, yeah. So with like normal sex, if we're going to call it normal, I don't know if it is normal, like between a man
Vanilla.
and a woman, vanilla sex, right?
Yeah.
So it's quite easy for a woman to feel overpowered and, oh, the other one, you know, because we're smaller, aren't we? And probably not being sexist, a bit weaker. For a guy to get that same feeling, because, you know, some guys want to feel like that, you know, it's got to be a lot more extreme. You know, you can't just grab them by the throat and say, right, you do as I say. That sometimes they want to feel as vulnerable as they can, so they want to be naked, tied up. And I mean, there's this brilliant spanking bench in the dungeon. Have you seen one of
Spanking
those?
bench.
Yeah, you not seen one
Not
of
the
those?
usual park bench.
What does that mean? A spanking? What does a spanking bench look like?
So it's, I'm just trying to think to describe it. So you basically, this bit goes here, and then, so it goes up like that, like across, and then the legs go
Oh, is it like one of those chairs you can get massages on?
similar,
So
but your
there's-
bum's out.
You
So
get
their
them for
bum
work
is,
to
yeah, it's like that.
help you back when you're at the desk. And you've got to sit on them at a really weird angle. I used to have one.
It is a bit similar, but more bent over. So basically their bum is presented in the air, and then you can like strap them down to it, and that's the perfect spanking position.
So there's a hole in it so the bum's exposed.
No, they're
they're
bent
just
over it.
positioned over.
Oh.
Yeah, they're just bent over it, basically. What were you picturing?
To spank the bum, you'd have to get in there, wouldn't you?
Where?
Like, you wouldn't go under, would you?
I don't know. I've never.
Get over.
So none of this happened in Arizona?
So, what? I've written a book called Party Time, and I've, you know, my third wife in Arizona, we had a few things going on, a few little dungeon things, but not the level that of your knowledge and
I think
experience.
what was it you said? You had a sex swing?
We had a sex swing.
Yeah.
The hardware store thing came into effect. We went and like got bigger, like industrial changing more
See, I
bolts
know you
with,
weren't
and
as innocent. You were
padlocks.
just taking it up a level there. Padlock.
You totally. I've learned a few things today.
So have you been to sort of sex parties, dom-themed sex parties?
Yeah, I've been to a few. I think people just tend to think that, you know, it's a mock with people in gimp masks running around, probably a bit like JJ with a butt plug out of his arse. They're actually a little bit more civilised than that generally. He
Like a
tends
nice
to have,
bar, a few drinks.
yeah, that's right. You
Your
walk
slave
in,
on the lead.
have a little chit chat. Exactly.
Does that actually go on?
Yeah, that goes on as well. There was this one guy. I went to an event called nice little shout out for them probably. Bitches Unleashed.
Bitches
Bitches
Unleashed.
Bitches Unleashed up in Manchester. And this guy walked down the stairs. I can't even remember. I'd had a few drinks. I can't remember if he had clothes on. All I remember is the writing all over his body, saying things like, use me, I'm a trashy little bitch, and do what you spank me, all this kind of stuff. So he was loving it because he was walking around. Every dom, that walked by would be like, ooh, spank. So you do see stuff like that, but most of the play is restricted to certain areas.
Okay.
So, because you don't want to go straight into a bar and then just see someone with their bottom spread and like being
Still
smashed
don't do
with
it
a
up
strap
their
on,
arse
do
or
you? It's not, you just want to sit and enjoy your G&T. You don't want anything on display. So there tends to be separate little areas where people go off and do their thing, which is quite a nice dynamic, tends to work quite well. But yeah, they are quite fun actually. When I went to that one, they had a slave race. So they tied, so say you're next to me, Jen,
Right, I'm
and
here.
your right ankle, if we're the slaves, our ankles get tied together with rope, right?
So I think you used to do them on like sports day, that
Exactly.
race with the parent and child race.
Yeah, yeah.
And you race the slaves?
Yeah, but they have to do tasks as well. So they've got to have 2 against 2. So that team
So a
against
little
that
relay
team.
race?
Yeah, so they have to go and fetch something for the mistress, come back, rub the foot for a minute or so, and do something else, and it's which team runs first. So it was a lot of activities and fun stuff, as well as it wasn't all like hardcore BDSM. It was a bit of a giggle and stuff, which I thought was
What
pretty
was the name of this place?
cool. It was called Bitches Unleashed in
Bitches Unleashed.
Manchester.
Oh, we're up there at the end of the month.
There we go.
That's not where you met James by any chance.
Bitches Unleashed.
Guess where we are?
How did you meet James?
Yeah.
Friends barbecue.
Bollocks.
Oh, cover story.
Oh, sorry, this James.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Where did I meet you?
Documentary.
Yeah, what-
Did
Did we get chatting online or email or something?
Yeah, email, and then we met in
Watford, I think, wasn't
Watford
it?
in Starbucks or somewhere.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we sat in Starbucks having our
You
little
didn't book an appointment
cup
then?
of... No.
But what he did do was make a video which has got a lot of views. Let's plug that. What is the title of that video, James?
Interview with a Dominatrix.
And that's on what channel?
It's Vimeo and Amazon Prime as well.
And this is some of it's on YouTube, is it as well?
The trailer's on YouTube.
Trailer is on YouTube.
Yeah.
So, Interview with a Dominatrix
Yeah.
on Vimeo and Prime.
Yeah.
Okay. People can
Check
watch
it out.
the full stuff. So, where do you go from here then in your career?
Well, at the moment, I'm writing a screenplay with a producer, which is an adaptation of my book.
Is your book
So-
your personal story?
No.
Ah, have you written your personal story?
I've written a first draft, and
yeah.
do you know what? Some of this stuff we've talked about today is kind of exclusive content to this show, because I've struggled with how much do I think you've got to be your authentic self, haven't you, and be honest. But I've just struggled with the book, and have I given away too much? Can I say that? And I keep like editing and then just coming back to it. So
How many words is it now?
it's about 100 and something thousand, I think.
100 and how many?
About 100 and something thousand.
Oh, I'd love to publish that.
Really?
Yeah,
Well, I can-
your story. We've sat here for 2.5 hours.
So how long has
It's been so fascinating.
really?
I
Jen
thought we
hasn't
started-
even demanded a break. She's been so
I
great.
always demand breaks.
Usually after an hour, I need a break.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
riveting,
honestly, we have been riveted. You are a natural raconteur, perhaps inherited from your father. But yeah,
Brilliant.
and I'm sure the people feel exactly the same as us watching this. Are there any stories you've left out that you'd like to?
Was there any on that little bit of scrappy
I was just
paper?
going over it.
I don't know.
I think we managed to get them.
I think we did them all, didn't we?
I think we did them
Yeah,
in the general.
Plus, I can always save something for future.
Well,
Yes.
part two. Would
We
you
would-
come
we
back
would
on
love
for
to
part
have you on
two?
for part two.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Save them for future.
So, viewers, please let us know what you have thought about today's podcast and Latex Trooper in particular. I will be having lots of giggles. 2 books out there on Amazon, Dreaming in the Dark, Sordid Secrets. So what are they about then?
So, Sordid Secrets was originally published by a company called, let's not do the name, just a company. And he said, write a short novella, see how it sells, and then go from there. So I just thought, they would say, write about what you know, don't they? So I know domination. So this character was kind of like, not me, but I used my own personal experiences.
So a fictional version of
some of the things that's happened. Some of it imagined, some of it extreme and made up, and probably some of it wasn't too much of a stretch of the imagination as well. So it's about her and her lover, Zora. She's a mistress, and it's just kind of like a short story of this couple that come to, become submissive slaves at her country manor where she's a dominatrix. And then I kind of stopped working with my publisher because I didn't feel it was the right dynamic for me. Lovely guy, but just wasn't working out. So I then self-published Sordid Secrets. And then from there I thought, do you know what? I've absolutely got free reign now to do whatever the hell I like and what I want to do, because he was going, don't put that in, and, try and keep the cover really tame. So I think with the second cover I've got a chick on the front, massive boobs in lingerie over a plate of cocaine, and a note. I've just made it as trashy as I possibly can, because I think we're a bit serious with the first one. We went, have a lady come out the car with just a little bit of knicker droppage, quite saucy, but you could read it on the tube. And I think, no, I want someone on the tube with it under their newspaper. I don't want anyone to see me with this. Because I just think covers are so important, aren't they?
That's the first thing people see, cover title.
Yeah.
And these days on Amazon, it's just a row of little thumbnails.
Exactly.
So your cover has got to stand out at that size.
Yeah, you've got to grab attention with it.
Yeah, and people don't understand that. Yeah, when they design covers and they put too many things on them and the titles are too small to read.
Definitely.
At thumbnail size, yeah. But we will, I would love to take a look at what you've done on your life story, because that is absolutely, what we've touched on today, I'm sure people are gripped and would love to read the full thing. Yeah.
You would be my guest. I'll send it over.
Please do. So, Kaz can also be supported on Twitter at KAZBXX. And does that link to your OnlyFans as well?
It does, yeah. They can find my OnlyFans on there as well. So, yeah, come say hello.
And if you have a fetish about organic cotton, then you can go to Boomer and Jen's Organic Cotton Clothing Company. She's going to do a whole new line now on, what are these new ideas?
Oh, there's loads going on, but...
The BDSM line?
Oh, yes, the BDSM. Organic BDSM or sustainable.
Fisting gloves?
Sustainable fisting gloves, because you have to do recycled polyester or something. But, yeah, we can have a look into that.
So...
Definitely needs yeah.
Jen's links are also in the description box, as is Instagram's. And
we see all my fabulous photos.
If you stay tuned, you'll even see a trailer with people wearing the organic cotton clothing. Not the BDSM line yet, but we're going to work on that. Huge thank you to James for hooking us up with Kaz. And James's link, if you need a cameraman, don't be trying to poach him from us. He's down there as well. And your company, James, is called what?
Underground Films.
Underground Films. There's also a YouTube channel called Underground Films. Don't we have an Underground Films trailer by now?
A trailer for Underground Films?
Yeah.
I don't yet.
Yeah, we should start an Underground Films trailer on the end of these as well. Yeah.
We could get Sean to redo the advert, to send people to sleep.
So, let us know in the comments what you thought about this. It has been an absolute fun. There was a point there where I laughed so hard I couldn't even breathe. I love moments like that. It is the antidote to all of the BS and madness going on in the world. So yeah, huge thank you most of all to Kaz for coming down today. You're going to join us in a group hug?
Yeah. We started doing group hugs.
Yes.
Spread
Cheers.
love.
Well done. Cheers.
Oh my God, that was
Brilliant.
amazing.
Yeah, you as well.
Wow.
Here at Boomer and Jen, we offer a wide range of organic or recycled clothing. We all know our planet is important. We only have this one, so it's vital that we all work together to slow down and reverse the changes to the environment. Whilst we all know that big industry are having a significant effect on pollution, here at Boomer and Jen, we believe that if we all make small changes, we can do our part. Fast fashion causes detrimental effects to the planet. Not only is nearly 20% of global wastewater produced by the fast fashion industry, but there is a considerable amount of fast fashion ending up in landfill. So let's move away from fast fashion items that are only worn once or twice and start wearing extremely comfortable, durable and environmentally friendly clothing and ethical jewellery. Boomer and Jen was founded in a quiet town in Devon in 2018. It has now gone from strength to strength as the world is becoming more aware of the current climate situation, helping our customers to buy sustainable, quality clothing. All of our products are fair trade and registered with the Global Organic Textiles Standard Association. Check us out on organiccottonclothing.co.uk.